Chapter 121. Why did you come out from there? For a month, the Colin massacre was big news. After Dino published the paper, the Runcandle clan and other forces pressured the Zipfuls and looked into the issue, and the clan of magicians blamed Myron for such actions. However, the Zipfuls were pushed to a corner after the remnants of the Kozak came into the table. Of course, they, again, tried to push the blame on Myron Zipful. Additionally, they poured dark money into the press and sent ships filled with gold to the Vermont Empire, the capital of news coverage. Citizens of the Huphester Alliance were furious, and citizens of the Lutero Magic Federation stayed quiet. The Vermont imperial family led the confirmation of the Zipful's confession, and the bubbles of the briskly boiling pot of furious people began to die down. The dirty deal was done. Ultimately, the Runcandle clan received some intel. The Vermont imperial family got some money, and the Zipfuls lost their honor and pride. A mole tainted the clan of magicians' image of good and justice. The Zipfuls are going to be quiet for a while with the death of the Vice Pillar and the Colin massacre. Slowly, their true intentions are being exposed, and they can't stop their credibility from declining. Dino spun his pen. He and the Colin natives had arrived in the Huphester Alliance, and Luna was protecting them. They haven't met her in person, but the people on the land treated the newcomers with great respect. Lord Jean, he understood each and every one of our desires at that young age. I think about it again, and it's amazing. I thought all Runcandles were obsessed with swords. But Lord Jean did the unthinkable. Tyka smiled, looking out the window. There were many boxes filled with living supplies for the Colin natives. Each box contained all kinds of things to support their tribe's recovery, including letters of encouragement. The managers of the house had been organizing the materials all day and night. It is because the Lord saved us. And now, in contrast to the centuries of neglect, everyone is finally showing interest. Tyka slowly turned and began to light candles to honor the ones who died, including Lausa. From now on, we will direct our prayers not to Cullum, but to Lord Jean. I wonder when the passerby in your article will become known to the world. Passerby. That was what Dino named the savior of the natives. Although the news already died down, everyone was asking about who the passerby was. Every time Dino received the question, he said that he genuinely didn't know. The truth will be revealed after Lord Jean becomes a Runcandle flag bearer. This case will be put back into the limelight, and Lord Jean will be honored by everyone. By officially uncovering the secrets of the mirror, the relic that we were guarding? Dino nodded. He was waiting for that moment. Jean becoming a flag bearer, and then rising to the throne. Then slowly making the Zipfuls disappear. ****** Translator, J. Proofreader, Yukitokata. Sender. Kashmir Receiver. Siren Runcandle Report. The passerby in the Colin massacre were Jean Runcandle, Murakan, and yours truly. We also killed Myron Zipful together. Others. Myron's corpse was retrieved by the Zipful clan. At the Black Sea, Siren was furious after reading the message he received from Khan. The Patriarch is enraged. What the hell did the Ghost Blade write to garner such a reaction? The stuffy Black Sea air got heavier, and Khan could only take glances at Siren. Phew, the Patriarch let out a sigh with all of his anger. Lord Patriarch, did something happen to the youngest? Not that, Khan. In fact, the opposite. Apparently, they got Myron Zipful's head. I expected the youngest to be the main cause of the Colin massacre case, but after hearing the confirmation, I'm still pretty surprised. First was Andre Zipful, and now it's the vice pillar of the 7th Tower. He got rid of 2 pureblood Zipfuls before even becoming a flag bearer. But take a look at this letter. As soon as he saw the message, Khan's face immediately drained of color. There's no way. The Ghost Blade has been sending these low-quality messages since last time. The simple format is the result of my audacious comment. But this time he left out a lot of meaty information. As Siren said, Kashmir did not list any important content that he wanted. Grit. Siren gritted his teeth, and an earthquake rumbled throughout the Black Sea. The modern world has been crazy about this issue. However, no matter how strong the youngest is, he couldn't have handled the Kozak himself. Yes, someone else must be behind this. And the Ghost Blade definitely knows. The report about the Kalen ruins didn't leave out Jin's name alone. There wasn't a single line that mentioned the master of the hidden palace, Talaris Endorma, and her daughter, Cirrus. Thus, the people of the world began to speculate. Either one troop of the Ghost Mercenaries or Black King Mercenaries were deployed, Ron Hyran made a move, the hidden palace entered the battle, or the Runcandle flag-bearers assisted their supposed passerby ally. Since journalist Dino and the Zipfel clan had their mouths shut, Siren had no way of knowing what happened. How dare he offer the Patriarch such curt letters? With your order, I can immediately go educate this man. Hush! In front of Siren, a pure white dimensional portal opened. Khan instinctively prepared his sword, but Siren slowly raised his hand. Boo! From the white portal emerged Snow-Toad Mort, and on top of it was Talaris. Humph! I was worried that you were at the meditating site. Good thing I came to the right place. Long time no see, Siren. Talaris. It's our first time meeting in a while. Can't you give me a more warm welcome? Khan and Talaris bowed to each other, and for a while, Siren stared at her. Feeling discomfort from his gaze, Talaris waved her hands. Oh my, that glare. One more minute under such scrutiny and I might die. I didn't come to fight you like last time, so loosen up. It was you. What was? The one who destroyed the Kozak. It seems you helped Jean, Talaris. Siren eased his glare, and Talaris smiled. That's right, and I accidentally overheard your Night Fellow's words. It seems Kashmir hid some information from you. Siren handed the letter to her, and Talaris made a weird smile. Enough for you to get mad. Although I may have caused his myopia in the situation, he didn't mention a lot. So, you're gonna send this man here to beat him up? More like a light warning. I wouldn't do that. In fact, I would praise him. Praise? Yes. In this letter, Kashmir truly denoted who he works for. That he is not for Siren Runcandle, but for Jean Runcandle. Siren's eyes narrowed. Then, as if he understood, he nodded. Good point. He's not just reporting to me, but also considering Jin's perspective. That's how much of a great person your youngest has next to him. That man, Kashmir. When he came to the hidden palace, you could see in his eyes that he knew he was risking his life. For Jean, that is. He seems like a useful guy, so give him some credit. Siren eased his expression. As she said, Kashmir probably was adamant that he would be Jin's ally. Not many people could pledge allegiance to someone else in the presence of Siren Runcandle. I almost messed with the youngest's best companion. I am indebted to you, Talaris. What about your son's debt to me? Humph. Blocking the Kozak was a pain in the ass. I also almost became one of the Zipfel's targets. Did you really come here looking for compensation? Get that from the youngest. I'm joking. I actually came here because... Talaris paused and began to sweat a little. My daughter and your youngest son. What do you think about their marriage? Khan's jaw dropped. Asterisk, 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 shiver. What is it, young master? Oh, nothing. I just felt a chill. You also felt that, young master? I also have been getting such shivers very recently. Jean and Kashmir looked at each other and nodded. Aside from the chills, they had been spending their days peacefully after coming back from the Kalen ruins. They needed rest. After Jean became a provisional flag-bearer, he and his companions had only been constantly engaging in big fights. After destroying the Tising clan followed by the Kalen massacre, Jean was the center of the world's issues. And with these adventures, he had made massive improvements. 6-star swordsmanship and 5-star spiritual energy. And with the mirror, my mana has become 7-star. He had to stop increasing his mana with the mirror. Weakening Sodaret's seal further would be the end of the world. However, holding onto the mirror while traveling from the Kalen ruins to Tychon naturally increased his mana. Moreover, not gaining any sort of reward for the amount of work and commitment he had done would be discouraging. Still, he felt a little desperate. Spider-Hand Alu, the man who was possibly related to Joshua Runcandle, Jin's older brother. Or perhaps the man who was related to the magicians who cursed Jin. The seven-colored peacock still couldn't find any intel on him. It doesn't matter. You can't stop him. What? Even though it failed back then, Jin recalled his last conversation with Alu right before the man died. That conversation bugged him to this day. He admitted that the corruption and tyranny with the Zipfels, as well as seeing some of the darkest secrets of the world, was cool. But Jin was most curious about the one who cursed him with bladed illusion. The fact that all of Alu's records are gone. I can't stop thinking about it. If the seven-colored peacock still hasn't uncovered it until now, it means we can never find it. Jin let out a sigh, and one servant approached Kashmir. Master, what is it? A man came to the residence. He looks like a beggar, but he introduced himself as an information broker. He said he wants to work under you, master. Haha, my friend. Those kinds of guys come every year. It's obviously a back-alley street beggar who just heard about me. Give him some money for some food and a bath before sending him on his way. I was about to, but he seemed to know the exact location of one of our secret bases, so I came to you for assistance. Kashmir's eyes narrowed. He knows one of our secret bases? Where is that man now? The servant carefully pointed outside. Ho ho! I have made a fool of myself. In front of the young master. I thought that our security was immaculate and impenetrable. I am embarrassed. Kashmir and Jin went to the window and looked down to see the man in question. They saw a depraved man hanging onto the guards, begging for his life. Kashmir slapped his forehead. Jin, on the other hand, was surprised. The man's name echoed in his mind. Jet? The one who visited Kashmir was the Akin Kingdom information broker, Jet. Chapter 122. The Jet who rolled in is kinda useful. 1. When Jin brought down the T-Syncs, he sent 3 messages to 3 different organizations, each with specific records attached to it. The slave records to the Vermont Imperial family, the illegal transaction history to the Zipfel clan, and the T-Sync clan's customer registry to the Akin press. And Jet's name was written on those documents. Consequently, he was dragged into the Vermont Empire's and Zipfel's investigation teams, but the Vermont Empire's witness protection laws kept him safe. At the time, Jin hoped for Jet and his son to gain a new life. However, after seeing the man's current state in Taiken, Jin realized that he was too careless. I kinda get it. It seems that the Vermont Empire's witness protection is a little worse than I thought. He probably came here while being chased by Zipfel headhunters. However, Jin didn't feel any pity. Jet was a traitor who backstabbed him multiple times in his past life. The man even poisoned Jin's drink in this life. If it weren't for Jet's 3-year-old son, Jin would have told Kashmir to kick him out without remorse. Let's hear what he has to say. Bring him over. The bulky guards dragged Jet into Kashmir's office. He looked terrible. Multiple scabs were scattered around his face, as if he had been beat up through the night. Now facing Kashmir, Jet's fearful eyes shifted to the floor, and the guard maintained a suffocating pressure. Jin remained at the windowsill, leaning his head on the window with his back towards Jet, so that the uninvited guest couldn't identify him. I heard that you knew the location of one of our secret bases, so I thought you were one of our old boys. But it's a face I've never seen before. Where did you roll in from? Kashmir's attitude towards Jet was cold. For the leader of the intelligence agency, any leaked insider information was serious business. He could only be so cold. I am Jet, and I operated an information agency in the Akin Kingdom. Akin? That means you were working under the T-Syncs. And since you lost your job there, you came here. How do you know our secret base's location? Your life depends on your answer. Then Jet gave an unexpected answer. To an information broker, security is no different than their life. Before I become your worker, I cannot tell you such an answer. How dare you flaunt your information? Tell me now, how do you know about our base? That information is a means for me to negotiate a deal with you. Even if you beat me to death, I will not tell you. Jet's eyes were filled with determination. And on top of the secret base, I have some information on one of the investigation requests that you guys are working on. What? Please use it well. If you find me useless within 1 month of my contributions, I will accept any fate you bestow upon me. You little! Kashmir shouted with anger, but he was curious about Jet. The man's attitude wasn't bad at all. Keeping one's lips sealed was most important to an information broker. On that note, Jet was doing a fantastic job. Whatever happened during the past few months after T-Sync's destruction, Jet became a more different person than Jean thought. Aside from him looking run down and ragged, his trickery and malevolence were all gone. He was now a man pushed to the brink, just trying to survive. Sir Kashmir, I will be content with doing dirty work in the lowest 3rd division. If you give me 1 month, even you will realize my skill and expertise. However, if you choose to kill me on the spot, I honestly have no way of stopping you. Very demanding. You even know that we're split into 3 divisions. Kashmir eased his expression. You have nothing to lose. I plan on becoming a hard-working, trustworthy worker. But if you don't like me, then you can get rid of me any time. Kashmir were allies with Jean, and Jet's eyes flicked towards the young run candle. He had been concerned about the person at the windowsill since he first came in. From my knowledge, Ghostblade Kashmir is the ruler of Tychon. But who is this man who could just leave Sir Kashmir and look out the window? Jet's heart sank as the person in question slowly turned to face them. Why you are? Long time no see, information broker Jet. I'm sure I gave you many jewels and gems before we parted. Why are you broke now? You scammer. What are you planning to scam out of Sir Kashmir? Sir Kashmir, do not fall for his tricks. That man impersonated Baradin Zipfel and destroyed all of T-Sync. He's part of the Vermont Special Forces. With bloodshot eyes, Jet screamed at the run candle. He definitely had the right to do so since he firmly believed that his life was ruined because of Jean. He wasn't wrong. In fact, in Jin's past life, Jet lived as an affluent information broker in Akin. Of course, he was a malicious villain. Silence ensued. Then, Kashmir and Jean burst into laughter. Young master, kuhahaha. This is the first time I'm hearing that you are from the Vermont Special Forces. Jet, it seems you were mistaken. I mean, it's plausible. But do you think Sir Kashmir would be with me without knowing my identity? As soon as his sentence ended, Jet's face lost its color. And the fall of T-Sync was Sir Kashmir's orders? At that moment, Murakan burst through the doors and came into the room, complaining. Hey, Runt, where are the Arrow novels that I told you to buy? Do you know how long it's been, huh? Isn't this kid? That's the parasitic bitch who poisoned our drinks. Runt, why is this thing here? Irk. There could only be confusion in Jet's mind. He's addressing Sir Kashmir as Runt? From Jet's memory, this dumb scary man was the scammer's right-hand man. Jet's mind constantly tried to make sense of the situation. Kashmir is the ruler of Tychon, but that dumbass looks down on him. And the dumbass is the scammer's underling. Then the highest-ranked person here is the scammer that Jet despised. He should have been pleading Jean for an opportunity. Thump. He went on his knees and faced Jean. Oh, young master. I apologize for not recognizing your greatness. Haha. To think that I accused you of being in the Vermont Special Forces. To call you a scammer, even, of course you are not one. Please forgive this poor soul who could not perceive your greatness, young master. Oh ho, now you're acting like the real Jet. Oh goodness, oh gracious. You may not know, but life after leaving Akin was harsh. But thanks to young master's efforts, I was able to become the warrior of justice who freed Akin. Instantly changing his demeanor, Jet believed in Jean. Just as hopeful as the time the young Runcandle impersonated Baradin Zipfel. I don't know who the hell he is. I really don't. But he is above Kashmir. Can live a rosy life once more if I work under him. I didn't know you were such an important person, a successor of the Zipfel clan. Sir, please offer me a chance to display my loyalty. I will do anything. He recalled the words that he spat when Jean claimed that he was Baradin Zipfel. Let's forget all of the trickery that he committed. Either way, when we parted ways, he even gave me a handful of valuable gems. He's not a bad person. Jet rubbed his hands, pleading, and looked up at Jean. It seems that you have had a tough time. I apologize for that. All right, you want to work for the seven-colored peacock? Yes, I'm sure you have experienced it, but this jet is pretty useful, you know? Didn't you use me well in Akin? Well, yeah, sure. Things went well thanks to you. All right, if Sir Kashmir allows it, you will be enlisted in the agency. But before that, make sure to answer these next few questions truthfully. Please ask me anything. First, how do you know the secret base's location? When I was still operating the information agency in Akin, I coincidentally got my hands on a seven-colored peacock agent's notebook. I decrypted the codes for fun and found one of the locations. Ha! You said that you wouldn't speak even if I beat you to death. But you are breathing out your information like air in front of the young master. So you aren't scared of me? But him. Kashmir said these words, but he didn't really foster any hate towards Jet. He was more impressed at the fact that he managed to decode the notebook by himself. It was an impossible feat for anyone who wasn't a useful person. All right, then second. Where is your son? You didn't sell him away while escaping or forget about him. Did you? I believe that you may see me as a traitor, a rat. And although that is true, I absolutely adore my child. My son is currently in the Tycoon nursery. My final savings all went there. Jet risked his life and came to Kashmir because he wasn't certain that he could get more money to feed his son after paying the nursery. Although it's a little embarrassing, if Sir Kashmir kills me off, please take care of my son. I've heard that. Sir Kashmir was a warm-hearted individual. Jin's heart sank. If Jet's son faced negative consequences from this timeline, it would be Jin's fault as a regressor. He wouldn't be able to handle the remorse. Lastly, if your answer is satisfactory for this one, you will probably be able to become a certified agent under Sir Kashmir. I am ready, young master. In your conversation with Kashmir, you said that you had some good information about a case that he is investigating right now. What request is this information about? For the first time, a smile stretched across Jet's face. The information that he knew was likely related to Jin's request. The place that you destroyed. Testing Clan's leader, Spiderhand Alu. It seems that the seven-colored peacock was investigating that case. And I know quite a bit about that man's past. Satisfied, Jean nodded. He never would have thought that he would get key information to one of his big questions in such a scenario. Chapter 123. The jet who rolled in is kinda useful. 2. Wait, but how did you know that my guys were looking into Alu? I would know since the seven-colored peacock agents came to ask me, Sir Kashmir. It seems that I was categorized as an affiliate of Teesing. Sir Kashmir, what do you think? I don't think it's a bad idea to take Jet under your wing as an official agent. If you say so, then I will accept him. Well, he does seem to be a talented fellow since he deciphered our code by himself. Someone bring me the form. A servant ran out the door and returned with a packet that contained the thick 50-page entrance form. Around 90% of its contents were terms and conditions at the event of an information leak. Jet signed without giving a glance at the thick paragraphs. I will make sure to meticulously read the terms and conditions at a later time, Master. An agent does not call me Master. From now on, call me Sir or Mr. Kashmir. Jet. And after your training, you will be deployed in the 3rd Intelligence Team. Yay! This man will volunteer his life for Sir Kashmir, the seven-colored peacock, and the young master. For the first time in his life, Jet got an official professional job. A great achievement. Although he successfully got recruited with Jin's special recommendation, becoming an agent of the best intelligence agency in the world was harder than joining the Vermont Special Forces. Let's leave the new recruit training for a later time. First, give the information regarding young Master Jin's request on Spiderhand Alu's past. If it's nothing groundbreaking, then your application will be revoked. Jet began to start talking about Alu while rubbing his two hands together. ****** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada ***** Spiderhand Alu. He was born in the Delki Kingdom, part of the Huphester Alliance. In his early years, he passed the Runcandle Guardian Cadet exam. Back then, he was known as Tagan Marius. That was Spider-Hand Alu's true identity before it got wiped off the face of the planet. Alu is an extremely dangerous individual. Rumors say that he even has connections with pureblood Runcandles beyond the sea. About the underground auction house. Jet told the young master this when they first visited the underground auction house. Jet's suspicion of Alu's ties with the Runcandles, as well as its alleged high probability, were based on Alu's past experiences. Only those at the top of the Teesing clan and some underlings knew of this information. They were the select few who had a spot at Alu's drinking table. The seven-colored peacock couldn't figure out the Spider-Hand's true name and birthplace, which Jet knew about. After the fall of the Teesing clan, all of the surviving higher-ups of the clan either died or were being tortured in the hands of the Zipfels. Apart from being tricked by the Baradin impersonator, they were trading ancient magic tomes and artifacts under the Zipfels' nose, which angered the clan of magicians the most. Excluding Jet, there was basically no one left who was affiliated with the dark organization known as Teesing. Thus, a challenging investigation was imminent for the seven-colored peacock. This fellow, Jet, he did indeed bring some useful information. We found out our target's true name and place of origin. Information that my agency couldn't find for a long time. He will be a useful one in information collection. Tagan Marius. Marius. I think I've heard of that name before. You have young master? Yes, it doesn't sound foreign at all. Since that guy passed the Runcandle Guardian Cadet exam, maybe you saw his name in a related document? Alu attempted the Guardian Cadet exam 20 years ago, before I was even born. Any related documents around that time would be stored deep inside the archives. And before I become an official flag bearer, I cannot access such documents. Constantly saying the name Marius out loud, Jean felt very unsatisfied. At that moment, Gilly walked in with a cup of tea. Marius? Oh? Young master, why are you repeating that name? Ah, it's Spider-Hand Alu. Apparently, his real name is Tagan Marius, and I felt like I've heard of it before. Haha, young master. That's the last name of Lady Luna's nanny, Miss Tamune. It's not the most common surname, but not the rarest. It's definitely something you've heard. Jean froze while in the middle of receiving his tea. That's right. Nanny Tamune's surname is Marius. Tamune Marius. Wait, Gilly, do you know Nanny Tamune's place of origin? Let's see, Oh, Delki. She said she was from Delki. Now that I think about it, I remember she used to send Delki special exports to the Storm Castle when you were young. Jean and Kashmir stared at each other. Young master, do you think? What's wrong, you two? Tagan Marius. Spider-Hand Alu is also from the Delki Kingdom. What? It's possible that Alu is related to Nanny Tamune. No, it's very likely. On top of that, apparently, Alu attempted the Runcandle Guardian Cadet exam as well. Putting her teacup down, Gilly covered her mouth with her two hands. It's very strange that he even took the Guardian Cadet exam. When was this again? 1776. Exactly 20 years ago, according to Jet. If my memory serves right, at that time, every single sword wielder was sent into battle due to some internal conflict in the Delki Kingdom. Even princes and princesses were engaged in the battle, but a normal commoner taking the Runcandle Guardian Cadet exam is... Ah, I remember that too. The kingdom was split into two factions. One for the emperor, and the other for the prince. All press releases were about that civil war, and the Runcandle clan announced its support for the victor. Sifting through his old memories, Kashmir nodded. 20 years ago, he was a prince of the Vermont Empire, so he kept his nose in many foreign affairs. Even though the others were not as invested in intercontinental history, the Delki Civil War was a big issue. The world watched as if there were a war between the Runcandles. If it's true that Alu took the Guardian Cadet exam as a Delkian during wartime, it could only mean that he used his connection with Miss Tamune, who was already working for the Runcandles at the time. Probably, since the Delki Kingdom locked down its borders during the war, It was impossible for an outsider to come in and an insider to go out. Until the war ended, that is. The nannies of Runcandle were not just some regular guardians for the children in a noble family. By taking care of the pureblood Runcandles, they wielded tremendous power within the clan and had a say in all kinds of decisions. On that note, Tamion's power within the clan was above a normal pureblood, as the time she joined and started working for the Runcandles was also when people determined 15-year-old Luna as the clan's prospective successor. At the time, even Siren wanted to present Luna as his successor at a public gathering. If Alu shares the same blood as Nanny Tamion, then the one who cursed me with bladed illusion could be Sister Luna. With that ominous thought, he remembered his final conversation with Alu once more. It doesn't matter. You can't stop him. What? Even though it failed back then, Alu could have been talking about Luna. If it weren't for that conversation, Jean wouldn't be speculating about this. Blood began to rush to his brain. Eldest sister Luna came to the Storm Castle when I was 9. Maybe she came because I wasn't cursed. In his past life, Luna never visited the Storm Castle. Even after leaving the Storm Castle, she never met with him, who was being treated like garbage. Of course, she never showed any interest in him in the first place. From far away, Jean questioned why he couldn't be like his sister, why he couldn't even be half as talented as her. Then what about the things eldest sister Luna had done for me after I left the Storm Castle? She trained me multiple times, saved my life a few times as well. Did she change her course after finding out that I'm immune to curses? As he continued his thought, Jean jolted, then shook his head. What am I thinking? We only just discovered that Tamion and Alu were somewhat blood-related. Even if they are blood-related and are associated with my curse, eldest sister Luna wouldn't know anything about it. He felt pathetic for doubting his sister. Still, the uncomfortable feeling didn't pass. It was true that her demeanor towards Jean in this life was completely different from her behavior in the past. The painful life before his regression, his loveless family, the finger-pointing and snickers during his expulsion, and the neglect from his siblings. Luna was definitely included in that mess. These memories made Jean very uncomfortable. We should confirm first whether Alu and Tamion are truly blood-related. After that, find out why he became the boss of a dark organization even after passing the Runcandle Guardian Cadet exam. We also need to know if somebody is behind them and what their motive is. Isn't it easiest to just ask Lady Luna? Through a message of some sort. Gilly did not know about Jin's exposure to bladed illusion when he was only 1 year old. Not just Gilly, but everyone else as well. No, that would put her in a dilemma. If they are blood-related, then I'm basically exposing Nanny Tamion's ill intent. Ah, that's a good point, since the First Lady really loved Miss Tamion. If the question isn't too important, then we can keep it concealed. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If Tamion's malevolence is exposed, even if eldest sister stays still, the other siblings will rip Nanny Tamion apart like dogs on a corpse. Especially eldest brother Joshua, elder sister Mew, and elder sister Anne. The best conclusion was that Tamion made Alu go through the Guardian Cadet exams because she didn't want her relative to be used in the war. And, despite passing the exam, Alu did nothing for a while and settled in the Akin Kingdom. Without any connections to the curse, Tamion would be linked to a normal scale of crimes. Jean could just look over it. Please send the agents to the Delki Kingdom. If we get good information from there, we will start moving ourselves. Understood, young master. Chapter 124. Pursuers in Delki, 1. It took 4 days for the agents to return with meaningful information. We didn't make any progress for the past few months, but we already got information after some clues. The agents brought some intel. What is it about? About the Marius surname. It's a name found here and there in the region, but only one organization uses the name in the Delki Kingdom. Not a clan, but an organization? Yes, there's an orphanage in the southern region of the Delki Kingdom called Lunar Sacrifice, and everyone from that orphanage uses the Marius surname. It probably means that Alu and Tamion were from the same orphanage. Although they aren't blood-related, they must have a deep connection. Correct. And it seems the agents got some cool information about the orphanage as well. Lunar Sacrifice was not just any orphanage. Lunar Sacrifice's objective was not just to take care of orphans. It was true that they took in many orphans, but the true motive was to sharpen the dagger of the king's army. The followers of Delki's king operated Lunar Sacrifice. They trained the orphans to become assassins or spies. It was shut down after the king's faction won the civil war. Basically, a secret weapon factory. Yes, and their training methods were brutal. They made the orphans create strong bonds with each other before forcing them to kill one another. Ultimately, the surviving child would be the chosen one. Crazy bastards. Even the Runcandle clan doesn't do that. Then, does the activity period between Nanny Tamyun and Alu overlap? I'm sure the age gap is huge. Although their activity periods do not overlap, apparently, Tamyun Marius visited Lunar Sacrifice whenever she had the chance. Even after she became one of the Runcandle clan's nannies. Even then. Yes, that's the main part of the agent's report. I don't know whether the Runcandles stayed silent about it or they simply didn't care. But she went at least once every 2 months. According to Jin's knowledge, the nannies almost never had personal time. They only had 1 week in the entire year as an official break. And, usually, they would forfeit their 1-week break and return to their caretaking. They were mostly those with no place to return. Personality-wise, Luna could have given her many unofficial breaks. But constantly visiting the same orphanage. Maybe she felt bad for the orphans who are in her same abject situation. In that case, it would make sense for Tamyun to give Alu an opportunity. Either way, after confirming their relations, Jin felt a little uneasy. He wished that their surnames were coincidentally identical and that they had absolutely no connection to each other. Then, even if Alu was related to Jin's curse, Jin wouldn't need to suspect Tamyun. What's the source? There were some Lunar Sacrifice survivors in Delki. 9 people excluding the deceased Alu. They were survivors when the Delki Prince's faction shut down the facility. All of the survivors acted in the shadows. Either they worked in the dark alleyways or as gangsters who ripped money off commoners. They were all careful with their speech regarding Tamyun. The agent's massive monetary bribes were barely able to pull out the information on Tamyun's frequent visits. I would really like to meet them. If I reveal my identity to them, they would tell us more about her. You're a provisional flag bearer. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? It's fine. As long as it stays out of my siblings' ears. ***** Translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata ***** April 1st, 1796. Jean and Jet arrived at the transfer gate to go to the Delki Kingdom, the Huphester Alliance. They didn't need many people to go to the Runcandle's land. There was nothing good about attracting attention. Hihi, young master. While this Jet is alive, I will protect you with my life. Jean took Jet with him to give him the menial jobs. Protect, my ass. At the small chance of battle, you'll just be a liability. Aha! You'll take care of me? Oh, how grateful I am. If we ever get into any tight situation, I will not despise you for leaving me. Why would I leave you? I got you into the 7-colored peacock, so I got to milk you empty. How have your days been going? Very good. If someone's an intelligence agent of the 7-colored peacock, they get fed like elites. Fufu, if it weren't for you, young master, then a guy like me wouldn't have had an opportunity to work in such a place. Good point. Oh, the teleportation is starting. When we arrive, I will find a clean inn for our stay. No need. Today we'll scour the western region where 3 survivors are living. For the inn, we will get it after we meet the 3 people and relocate to the northern region. Whoom! The transfer gate was activated, and Jin's surroundings began to rumble. Deep blue mana swallowed the 2, and when they opened their eyes, they were in the waiting room of the Delki Kingdom's western region transfer gate. The guide glanced at their identifications and smiled. Welcome, Mr. Jean Grey, Mr. Jet. We hope you had a wonderful trip. Jean exited the room and put on his hood. Jet had a big smile on his face. I can feel it. The nice weather makes me feel like we can get the information we want very easily. Who's the first survivor we're meeting? Let's see. Gaber Marius. He's doing gangster stuff in a neighborhood called Nelta, which is about an hour away on horse. Go get a horse. Yes, sir. Despite coming to West Delki for the first time, Jet returned with 2 robust horses not even 30 minutes after he left. On top of that, he used less gold than what Jean gave and returned all of the change to the young Runcandle. Jean felt a little surprised. In my past life, he was a dog who would eat me alive when given the chance. Well, in this life, he tried to sell me Murakan and Gilly away. People's business. I really don't get it. Jean lightly shook his head, and Jet frowned. Young master, do you not like the stallion that I got? Or was I too late? No, you did great. Keep the change. Let us depart. Oh, goodness. Thank you. I will use it wisely. Nay. They sped down the stone road made for horses and arrived in Nelta around noon. It should be around here. Oh, over there, young master. The Nelta Vigilante group. These funny fellows. They call themselves vigilantes when they're filthy gangsters. Jean almost scoffed at the pathetic organization trying to claim their actions as just, but he suppressed it and knocked on their door. Young master, please let me do these things. The bad energy will stain your precious hands. And if we are knocking on the gangster's cove in the daylight, we must knock more vigorously to have at least one guy turn up. Really? Yes. These fellows usually work during the night and sleep during the day, so they won't hear a single thing from such a shy knock. Ahem. Jet cleared his throat before kicking the front door. We are here to meet Gaber Marius. Come out. He shouted at the top of his lungs, and some passers-by stared at the peculiar sight. Thump, thump, thump. Even after many kicks, the wooden door didn't seem to be opening any time soon. Ha! Well, would you look at that? It seems they partied all night and are in a deep slumber. Not a single one came out. Maybe no one is in there? There's no way. Gangsters usually love their base to death. Hey, come out. Anyone. There was still no reaction from Jet's continued kicks on the door. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, and Jean put his ear on the door to listen for any footsteps. Jean didn't hear any footsteps at the time. However, this is? From the bottom of the door wafted a strange stench of blood. As if he also sensed it, Jet, who also had his head on the door, looked up at Jean with a hopeless expression. These guys, did they have a fight through the night? I think we should take down the door and barge in. If the smell reached all the way here, it's not just 1 or 2 people dead. Back off. I'm taking down the door. No, you shouldn't. We'll attract attention. And if we use a sword now, then it'll bite back at us. Please wait. Seeing the keyhole, it seems like the type that I can pick. You can do that? Haha. I've been in the shadows for a while. This brings back memories. When I was young, I fed myself with the use of my lock-picking skills. Jet pulled out a long pin and hook, then wrestled the lock. After 5 minutes, click. The door was unlocked. It was a good idea to bring me with you, right? Kriak. When the door opened, the smell of iron got more potent. The inside was dark enough to drown out the sun. Nothing could be seen. Jet closed the door and lit a lantern. CHSSSSSSS. And their jaws dropped. The fuck? What in the world? Oh my goodness. What this? Young master. Something is definitely wrong. The room looked like hell. The floor, walls, and ceiling were sprinkled with bits of human flesh. From the estimated 20 corpses that should be present, not a single part of their bodies remained untouched. If they weren't used to blood and corpses, they would have fallen to the floor and begun vomiting everywhere. These guys didn't die long ago. Not all of the blood has hardened yet. Now that you say, no, with this much of a massacre here, did nobody outside really notice? Did they get ripped apart by a monster? Or did they misbehave in front of a knight? A chilling feeling crawled up Jin's spine. First, let's find Gaber Marius. I doubt any of the corpses' faces are recognizable. Though, Jet carefully stepped on parts of the floor without blood puddles as he searched for Gaber. Jean inspected the corpses. This isn't from a high-ranked knight. These guys' bodies were ripped apart by a wind-type spell. This was at least the work of an 8-star magician. Similar to the 8-star wind spell, Hellwind. And the Huphester Alliance dealt with magic-related crimes with utmost importance. Jet, that's enough. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. As you said, we could possibly be accused or taken in as an affiliate. Chapter 125. Pursuers in Delki, 2. As if they just saw nothing, they exited the residence, and the noon sun shone on their face. Oh, young master, what in the world did we just see? Why are they all dead? They died to a magician, at least 8-star. There is evidence of Hellwind being used in there. An 8-star magician? I don't think such a great person like that would have business with such lowly gangsters. But I guess we saw some grotesque sights as soon as we got here. Jean raised Jet to the saddle and shook his head. Go find anyone within a 10-minute radius who knows Gaber Marius. I'll be in front of the water fountain back there. If we can't find anyone, we're moving on to the next survivor. Understood. When Jean arrived at the fountain and started to ponder about the death of the Nelta vigilante group, Jet returned. I didn't even need 10 minutes, young master. There are 3 people who saw Gaber return to his home early in the morning while drunk. Then that means Gaber is also dead. Alright, let's get moving. Who's the next survivor? In a 2-hour distance from here, Weatherway Marius. This fellow is a soldier. The 2 left Nelta feeling a little uncomfortable. No matter how much I think about it, I don't get it. An 8-star magician doesn't need to make a mess to deal with those guys. Why would someone take the risk to commit a crime with magic and slaughter a bunch of goons? It looked like it ended too quickly to be a massacre out of hate. There was no sight of torture either. It felt like the murderer was in a hurry. Dealt with the situation like stepping on a bug and left immediately. There was a limitation to the inference due to the lack of evidence. But there was something suspicious that prevented him from assuming that it was merely a coincidence. Jean thought about it for 2 hours and continued to ponder until they arrived at the army camp where Weatherway Marius was stationed. Creak. As soon as the door opened, 2 crude-looking men welcomed them. Haha. Nice to meet you, and thank you for your service. We came to meet Weatherway Marius. Jet nicely confronted them, but the men sighed with disappointment. What's this? I thought we finally got a customer. Why are you looking for him? Oh, are you the one who got beat up by him last night? Oh, not that. We're old friends, and we coincidentally came this way, so I thought I might as well see an old friend's face. Damn, that kid had a friend? Fascinating. Weatherway didn't leave for work yet. I'll give you a rough map, so go find him. Thank you, my brothers. Jet and Jean received the map and passed through various turns and streets to arrive at Weatherway's house. Jet knocked on the door. Weatherway, are you in there? Thump thump, thump thump. Neighbors began to complain about the ruckus, but the door didn't seem to open. Well, I'm picking into strangers' homes all over again. Before Jean even asked for it, Jet began to pick the lock. Click. The door unlocked. Ha! Shit! The first thing they saw was a man lying on the ground in a strange pose. Weatherway Marius. Young master, I think this fellow's dead. He's not breathing. An assassination through poisoning. And just like Gaber, it hasn't been long since he died. Since his skin and blood didn't change colors from the poison, it's a well-made poison. The corpse's chest was still emanating warmth. It was evident that the man died only about 2 to 3 hours ago. Young master, does that mean? Someone is killing the lunar sacrifice survivors in real time. However, the killer of the Nelta vigilantes and the murderer of Weatherway are different. The modus operandi this time is too different. Both killers are a duo, at least. As they confirmed the second survivor's death, Jean was certain. The culprits recently found out that the 7-colored peacock is mining information about the Marius name. Worried about their information and history getting leaked, they are sorting out the lunar sacrifice survivors. Could no longer be a coincidence. Additionally, if there was a likelihood of it only being a coincidence, then fate would be in favor of the culprit. I don't know if the culprits know about me and Jet searching for the survivors. But if they do know, then they're trying to strategically put us as a suspect. And if they don't, then our luck is just garbage. No matter how late they start the investigation on the Nelta Vigilante massacre and Weatherway murder, it would begin in the late afternoon at the latest. And as the common folk saw, the last two people who went to visit the Nelta Vigilante group were two people. As for the Weatherway case, the soldiers certainly saw Jet and Jin's face. Returning to the army camp and telling them report to the police, Weatherway is dead would be pointless. Even if the soldiers believed them, Jin and Jet would be investigated and interrogated. In that case, Jin's position as a provisional flag-bearer would be revoked, and he couldn't even dream of meeting the other survivors. Suppressing his anger and stress, Jin gritted his teeth. I may be a provisional flag-bearer breaking some rules, but how dare you toy with me in my own land? Currently, the confirmed culprits were a magician with an 8-star rank, at the very least, and an assassin who was good with poisons. Even with just that, the forces trying to get rid of the lunar sacrifice survivors are phenomenal. That's how important the information is to them. There could be more assassins. Jin left Weatherway's home and Jet frantically followed him. Young master, what shall we do? Wouldn't it be good to return to Taiken? We might be accused of this case as well. Nice thinking, Jet. But we have to see the rest of the survivors. We have to move quickly, before the assassins kill them all. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****, the third survivor. The fourth survivor, the fifth until the eighth. Jin and Jet changed horses 3 times and used 2 transfer gates, crazily searching for the remaining survivors until midnight. But not a single one wasn't a corpse. Each one was killed an hour or 2 before their arrival. But thankfully, there were only 2 assassins. The victims all died from either a wind-type spell or poison. Jin was about to go crazy. He felt like the survivor was going to be found dead each time they visited one. Jet sighed. This is the last survivor, young master. Dan Marius. What if this fellow is dead as well? Just open the door. Dan Marius lived in a remote cabin on the outskirts of a village in East Delki. The two had stopped knocking since the 4th survivor. They just wished that the survivor would be in one shape when they opened the door. Click, click, tick. The door to the last survivor's cabin opened. FFFFFFT. And an arrow flew at Jet. He flinched, failing to react and move away. Jin grabbed it with his bare hand before it could pierce the man's chest. Oh my! How crazy, young master! I'm safe thanks to FTTT. Clang. Jin deflected the second arrow with his dagger. The man in the cabin's living room just stood there, eyes wide. With fear in his voice, he shouted, who are you? If you are skillful enough to deflect a crossbow shot from this distance, why you mustn't be a normal knight? Why did you barge into my house and... Are you Dan Marius? A lunar sacrifice survivor? The man's jaw dropped. How do you... No. Are you the specters of the king's faction? Or did that person send you? Jin would have hugged the man after confirming that he was Dan Marius. He didn't think that the last survivor would be alive. And he said, that person. Was he talking about Taemyun? Or maybe the person that Alu mentioned in his dying breath? Whoever it was, he knew it would lead to more clues on who cursed him. Dan, there's no time to explain. You're in danger. Soon assassins will come. For you, so come out. I'm here to save you. What do you mean? Gaber, Weatherway, Bert, and the others. Since this morning, assassins have been killing the lunar sacrifice survivors. The 9 others are all dead. I don't know if they are the specters of the king's faction, as you said, or Taemyun Marius's goons. But it wasn't me. You know Miss Taemyun? It's a little confusing, but just trust me and follow me. I don't even need 5 seconds to kill you, but you're clearly not dead yet. Do you understand? I will not harm you. I promise. For a few seconds, Dan gritted his teeth and fell into thought. Then he nodded. I understand. Please wait here. My daughter is sleeping. Oh my friend. Go get her. Quick. Do you also have a wife? I do not. I'll bring my child swiftly. Dan frantically brought his sleepy daughter and mounted the horse. How long until the Eastern Transfer Gate? We must move for at least 3 hours. That's far. I will explain the rest as we go. Giddy up. Nei. The horses let out a loud neigh and started galloping through the night. Jean and Jet had hoods over their heads, followed by one rather crude man with his daughter on his back. As they paved through the pathways and into the forest, Dan opened his mouth. Did the others really die? Yes. I don't think it's the specters of the king's faction getting rid of them, but assassins sent over by the other person that you mentioned. Who are they? Dan evaded the question as if he didn't want to answer. Annoyed, Jet turned and was about to cuss at him. However, after seeing the man's daughter, he looked away before facing forward again. You're gonna tell us anyway, my guy. Don't keep it to yourself and tell us. I also lived a scummy life like you, but my life improved after meeting this man. Before that, didn't you say that 9 of my siblings died? Yes, we saw their corpses ourselves. They're all dead. Jean answered, and Dan tilted his head as if something was weird. Then that's not right. I didn't tell you because I didn't have the chance, but there are 12 lunar sacrifice siblings. KKKKKRR. Jean pulled on the reins, and the horses stopped running. What? There are 2 more. Where are the other 2? I do not know. Unlike me, they moved based on orders. From those words, Jean and Jet stared at each other. 2 siblings left. 2 assassins. As soon as Jet tried to ask, a blue light shone in the dark forest in Jin's field of vision. An ambush. Nei. The light was shot from the thick woods, and the horses fainted, letting out a pitiful sound. Chapter 126. Beres and Kazan 1. 2 mana beams pierced through the horses, immediately killing them. However, thanks to Jin's warning, the riders landed safely on the ground. Ugh. What in the world was that? It's them. Jean took a defensive stance, expecting a second attack. However, it didn't come immediately. Instead, 2 shadows slowly emerged from the thick grass. A man and woman, very young adults, probably not even over 30 yet. Dan's expression turned dark after seeing their profile. Why you guys are... Oh, old man Dan. What's this? What's this? How'd you know we'd come for you? You even got some guards. You're pretty quick-witted. The woman opened her mouth first. She had a well-structured face and was taller than the man next to her. Her expression showed how she thought the situation was funny, which didn't fit the current mood. Additionally, she thought that Jean and Jet were Dan's bodyguards. Beres. The woman smirked at Dan calling her name. In her hand, concentrated mana turned into a sphere of wind. She was the magician who had been killing the lunar sacrifice survivors. She doesn't even seem to be 30, yet she's an 8-star magician, and she isn't even a zipful. He was shocked at the young age. She was that much of a talented genius, and Jean didn't even know her? How do you think Dan found out that we're killing out the brethren? First, let's make some ground beef out of old man Dan. Then we can question those 2. That dumbass couldn't have known. Those guys probably did some investigation on us and realized that we're on a hunt. Beres, be prepared. That hooded guy isn't just any guy. What do you mean be prepared? That's too harsh. You think it's easy to find an opponent that requires our full focus? Kazan, your cautiousness is too much. Probably explains your lack of popularity. Beres and Kazan Marius, the youngest and strongest hunting dogs of lunar sacrifice. Jet anxiously stared at the 2 while Dan hugged his daughter with quaking hands. You said they're Beres and Kazan. I was curious about which bastards were messing with my business. Nice to meet you. Jean covered Bradamanti with aura, and Kazan pulled out a sword in return. Unlike Beres, Kazan had a straight, dull face, a show of prudence. Hee. I'm also curious as to who you are and what you do, so I'm glad that I'll find out soon. But first, we gotta finish our business. Old man Dan, come out now. Then we'll spare your daughter. Maybe? Beres threw the wind sphere in front of her and laughed. It's the 4-star wind spell, Wind Blade. It was enough to take Dan's life, but an 8-star magician would normally still use a higher-ranked spell. As a magician, Jean knew why Beres was using such a low-ranked spell. Since she used Hellwind to kill the survivors in the morning, she's saving her mana. Even if she thinks I'm a bodyguard, I'm certain she's playing conservative from that move. Beres using Hellwind to kill the survivors was probably because of her particularly cruel and ruthless personality. She enjoyed massacres. An 8-star magician with sufficient mana would be difficult to fight. However, an 8-star magician lacking mana or on the verge of mana overflow wouldn't be too hard. As long as they weren't a particularly talented 8-star. The problem is that guy. I'm sure he killed the survivors with the use of poisons, but a sword, Kazan's sword was a very universal long sword. People who trained the arts of assassination usually didn't use such a bulky sword. Is poisoning just one of his gimmicks? And his main weapon is the sword. In the worst scenario, he would be talented in the arts of poison and the sword. And of course, Jean had to fight while considering the worst scenario. Was it possible for him to fight and win against these guys? 7-star magic, 6-star swordsmanship, and 5-star spiritual energy. If the opponents lost focus and Jean fought them well, it was possible. But if Kazan is also an 8-star, it's impossible. Unlike Beres, he didn't waste a single bit of aura. As always, I have to whip up a gimmick. Concluding his thoughts, Jean tried to talk. However, man, I'm getting pissed. I told you to get your ass out here, you roach-like old man. Shreya! From Beres's palm, wind blades flew straight towards the three. Jean created a force field with his aura, and Beres immediately began to cast her next spell. Jet. Yes, sir. Take Dan and run. Yes, yes? What? No way, sir. Eek. Jean swung his sword to deflect the wind blades. Kazan bolted towards him and aimed for his shoulder. Shoulder. These guys want to keep me alive since they have a lot to ask. Cocklang. Despite not using his full force, the impact from Kazan's swing was immense. Even without comparing it to any sort of measurement, Jean confirmed that he was an 8-star. The worst-case scenario came true. Still, thanks to Jin's blessed run-candle body, he could deflect the attack with one hand. I think that you're more important than Dan, so isn't it better for you to run away instead of him? On top of that, you're only using one hand. I feel like I'm being looked down on. Don't know. My life is pretty important, but I don't want to let the child see her father die. I'm weak in the heart. Clang. SSK clang. Jin's and Kazan's blades clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Jet didn't do anything and just stomped on the floor. Oh, young master. Just run. With your skill, you're practically useless. Fighting alone would be better. Either I kill these guys or at least you guys can live. I'd rather die with you. Don't tell me that heartless shit. And just fuck off. It's an order. Oh, young master. I wish you the best of luck. Sniffling and holding back his tears, Jet took the child in Dan's arms and began to sprint away. Dan followed him. Beres burst into laughter after seeing them flee. Oh my goodness. I can't watch because of these tears, hee. Honey, do they really think they can run away? Kazan. Play with the cutie for a while. I'll go deal with them. Kazan lightly nodded. Jin's eyes widened as more blades flew towards him. He then activated a spell with his other hand. The spell that never disappointed him every time he was in grave danger. Photon cannon. Whoosh! A blinding light brightened their surroundings. Taking the light full face, Kazan stumbled backwards. Ugh! Even an 8-star knight would lose their balance due to the bright light. Beres, who was quite far from Jean, flinched and covered her eyes. Before 1 second even passed, Jean charged towards Kazan's torso, eyeing the man's neck. He felt like he could end the battle with one swing. SHHHK. Bradamanti's crescent slash followed by a short echo. Jean felt the tip of the sword cut something. Kurg. However, the level of an 8-star should not be underestimated. He was able to react to that? Drip, drip. Blood was dripping from the tip of Jin's sword as he backed off, wary of a counterattack. At that moment, Kazan recovered his vision and repositioned himself. Tsh. Jean slashed Kazan's chest instead of his throat. However, seeing that the bloodstain in the other's coat rapidly grew, Jean knew that, thankfully, the wound was not shallow. Kya! Kazan! For the first time, Berise's liveliness was gone. With a startled, pale face, she ran over and tended to Kazan. She glared at Jean. I will thoroughly rip you apart, piece by piece. How dare you do this to him? Karrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr as she screamed. She was going all out against Jean. However, the young Runcandle was smiling internally. I'm sure she's in a position where she's out of mana. Keep gathering a lot of it. If I just block a few times, you'll self-destruct from mana overflow. Grip! As Berries tried to charge at Jean, Kazan grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. Don't get ahead of yourself, Berries. He's a magic swordsman. He knows the weakness of magicians. On top of that, he just used light magic. We must take it slow. But you know this wound isn't really anything. We'll chase Dan later. We need to deal with this kid before they get far. Isn't really anything? Your life just got shorter. Kazan was the problem. He's strong, not arrogant, and prudent. After seeing Photon Cannon, he knew I was a magic swordsman instead of mistaking it for an effect of an artifact. He's a tough one. A chill ran up Jin's spine. 2 8 stars, and they weren't making any mistakes. If they were careful of Jin's gimmicks, then his probability of winning would plummet. Although Kazan took some damage, he pulled out a glass bottle and drank its contents. Almost immediately, his bleeding slowed down. What he drank was poison. However, to a person with a great resistance to poison, it was nothing more than a divine potion. Is he like elder sister Yona? That guy. He's a handful. Yona Runcandle. Having her as a sister, Jean knew what was going on. If you meet an enemy like your sister Yona, remember this. You must finish them in one strike. Or else, they'll heal themselves like they're some immortal being. They use their lifespan to heal themselves at that moment, but it's a pain in the ass to deal with. Conversely, you can't allow any small injuries or wounds. When they go all out, they have a bit of lethal poison on their weapons. Even with your resistance to poisons, it's still pretty fatal. He remembered his conversation with Luna during one of their training sessions. And as she said, Kazan stood up after finishing his recovery. His sword glowed with a light green sheen. Poison and aura mixed on Kazan's blade, emitting an eerie green color. No time to capture him alive, Berries. Watch my back. All right. Instead, don't go too hard. I don't want you to get hurt from that kid that I want to rip apart. I'll do what I can. Dash. Kazan's speed was fast. The glow of his eye left an afterimage. Jean also pushed his feet off the ground with his sword extended. Clang. The two swords clashed, and a loud sound of collision reverberated through the air. They only clashed their blades once, but it was enough to feel the power of a real 8-star knight. Die! Furthermore, Berries was reinforcing Kazan with magic from behind. Jean was backed into corner. He thought of when to reveal his remaining cards. Tess, Myalta's Rune, and Blade. Unleash. Those were all he could do to turn the tide. Chapter 127. Berries and Kazan 2. Boom! Their auras clashed, and an ear-splitting explosion resounded. Despite Jean and Kazan only constantly leaving afterimages as they met swords, Berries was surprisingly able to consistently aim perfectly at Jean. Is that the girl who lost half her mind? Slash. Kazan's blade barely grazed Jin's sleeve. The coat's sleeve burned to black, as if his skin were rotting. Jean quickly ripped off the sleeve and threw it to the ground. If his coat hadn't been thick enough, the poison would have penetrated it and gone through his skin. Phew, you're attacking at the same time, so isn't using poison kinda cheating? Kazan didn't answer and kept charging at him. At first glance, it looked as if Jean was losing, but Kazan was very confused. It feels like he has 6-star aura, and his swordsmanship is strangely amazing. And the strength supporting it. Maybe he's hiding his aura? Or maybe he's a magic swordsman. While he was undergoing training to be a hunting dog, Kazan heard about the magic swordsmen who were active in the far past. Compared to those who only knew one physical or magical fighting technique, magic swordsmen had a divine-like power that they could use very efficiently. He wasn't wrong. Jean just had the blessed body of a run candle. However, obviously, Kazan could not make this conclusion. Beres was pretty surprised as well. This slippery bastard. He deflected Kazan's blade and dodged my spells? And I can't even get close because he can pull out his light spell. The most annoying brat. Beres and Kazan were constantly pushing back on Jean. And because of their desperation building up, they tried their best to maintain their composure. As for Jean, beyond desperation, he was feeling the threat of death as time went on. The spells are getting more frequent. Her accuracy is improving as more time passes. If it gets better than this, I don't have a solution for that. Even though she was low on mana, Beres was also showing her skills as an 8-star magician. Bang! Bang! No different than a line of cannons, her mana winds prevented Jean from counterattacking. It's a shame, but I guess I have to pull out my trump card. Whoosh! From Jin's palm, a small blue flame came to life, and Kazan stopped his attacks. The ruler of the fire dimension, Tess. The blue fire signaled the opening of the dimensional portal. Blue flames? A crevice opened through space, as if curtains were ripped, and Tessa's long neck peered out. Beres's eyes widened. Shit, Tess. Kazan, get away from him. You can't get exposed to pressure. Pressure. The special power that only Tess held. The one who knew of Tessa's transcendent power was the magician. Kazan didn't have many memories of her desperately screaming. However, he also knew of pressure. He jumped away while conjuring blade crescents, planning to pressure Jean from afar before the flames could get to him. Bingo! They definitely thought that Jean would shoot the pressured flames at Kazan since limiting the movements of the 8-star knight would be more efficient. Whoosh! However, Tess unleashed the flames at a different target, Beres. The thick blue flames crashed like waves towards the magician, and Jean didn't miss Kazan's wavering eyes. Kazan turned and bolted towards her, and Jean shot blade crescents towards his back. I feel like you are underestimating me. I shouldn't be an opponent you would be turning your back to. You! Clang. Jean conjured up the aura that he saved while fighting defensively. The aura around Bradamanti spread like smoke. An energy known as blade mist contaminated the surroundings. While Jean kept Kazan company, Tess flapped its huge wings and contained Beres. Each flap of its wings caused thousands of small flames to fly towards the magician. Then, a breath of blue flames hit her directly. Detecting that its contractor was in danger, Tess breathed harsh flames with all its might. Kaya wak! A horrible cry that hazed the mind. Sweating rivers, Beres used all her mana to set up mana barriers. A stream of blood flowed out of her mouth. Mana overflow. She's finally facing the repercussions of wasting mana while killing the lunar sacrifice survivors. It's good for me, though. However, summoning Tess was a little tiring for Jean. How long can he maintain the summon? Probably 10 minutes at most. If Beres falls into mana overflow during that time, I'll basically lose a weapon. A gamble. Jin's mana recently reached 7-star, but he used a lot of it when he cast Photon Cannon. Because of that, summoning Tess and simultaneously using other spells strained him. While Beres is locked down, I have to take down Kazan. Otherwise, I have to end it when Kazan goes to aid her. The latter was Jin's desired scenario. Myulta's rune and blade Unleash were still on the table, but fighting an 8-star without Tess was impossible. Cackling. Cling. Boom. Kazan's expression wavered as he was restrained by Jean. From the moment Beres was in danger, Kazan lost his composure. Does he risk getting an injury and rescue Beres, or does he trust Beres and kill Jean? After a short moment of contemplation, Kazan's blade flickered. I don't know who sent you, but if Beres gets hurt, I'll kill you and your superior. Sorry to inform you, but I don't move based on orders like you dogs. Hhhhhk. Kazan's sword skill changed. His attacks until now were composed of steady sword swings. However, the ensuing swings were the complete opposite. It was a completely defenseless, full offensive, destructive swordsmanship. He was determined to kill Jean, even if it meant giving away his flesh bones, even. Shit. I thought he'd go save his magician. A shock went through Jin's body after realizing the sudden change in style. He unwillingly followed Kazan's tempo, and the dozens of sparks from their clashing swords pierced his eyes. So fast! The fastest blade that Jean had ever experienced. Nonetheless, there were more opportunities to strike than before. If Jean changed the trajectory of his blade even by a little bit, he would die. However, he still saw the short time frames of the gaps where he could attack. Jean wanted to strike. Even so, the moment he would try to attack, Kazan's poison blade would slash through him. The problem was that Jean wouldn't hold on for long at their current pace. If he allowed even one small cut, the poison would spread throughout his body. Selecting his next move, Jean took a half-step forward and swung Bradamanti. He planned on activating Myalta's rune and cutting through Kazan's throat. As the two charged at each other, Kazan dodged the stab by adjusting his shoulders. Kazan's dark green blade was about to penetrate between Jin's eyebrows. Activate helm. Tong. However, the sudden activation of the helm deflected it. Yet, it was much different than when he blocked a loose blade. He felt as if a massive hammer struck his head, causing him to almost lose his balance. Kirk! Without hesitation, Kazan prepared his next attack. If this is all you have, I'll end you here and now. Unfortunately, Kazan couldn't swing his sword properly. As he tried to swing his poisoned sword, Bradamanti emitted a vantablack darkness. Whoom! Not only that, but for a moment, their entire surrounding was also dyed in black. Everyone had their sight marred, except for Jean. This is spiritual energy? Kazan didn't lose his prudence when he found out Jean was a magic swordsman, or when Tess was summoned, or when the boy activated Myalta's rune. But not this time. He had heard about spiritual energy multiple times. Nevertheless, there was a striking difference between imagination and actual experience. It was a strange force that made people feel fear just by watching it spread. The darkness would only last for 1 second. Shriek! Then, like a needle in the darkness, Bradamanti, the blade that was one with the darkness, penetrated Kazan's chest. Due to that 1 second of blackness, Kazan couldn't react in time. The black blade pierced him square in the chest, and a thick line of blood poured out. Yoop! It didn't stab his heart. However, if Jean turned the handle and twisted his blade, Kazan would not survive even with his special poison. If he just exerted force into his palm, and just turned it, Yet, Jin's body loosened. Simultaneous dizziness and nausea overcame him, and Kazan got farther and farther away. His eyesight started fading, and his heavy breaths gradually turned into loud shrieks and messed up his mind. Jean was also cut from Kazan's poison blade. It was a slight scratch on his hip, but the poison was already inside his body, flowing through his veins. Kirk! Jean slowly trudged backwards, and his sword naturally slid out of Kazan's chest. Kazan threw up blood and fell to his knees, but he had a grin on his face. Tessa's and Jin's mana link was severed. The phoenix let out a screech, and Jean couldn't stop it from being withdrawn. As Tess disappeared, Beres fell to the ground and shivered. With a quivering hand, Kazan pulled out another glass bottle. He drank the poison, and his wound slowly sealed itself. He thought of taking Jin's life as soon as he had enough energy to hold his sword. I have to get up, or else I'm doomed. Pant, gasp, pant. With heavy breaths, Jean plunged his sword into the ground and caught his balance. If he let go of his sword, he would struggle to even stand. He felt as if his bare body were on fire, but not a single scream came out. The most poisonous poison. If it weren't for the run candle's blessed body, he would have already died. For a while, all three of them didn't move. Jean due to the poison, Beres from mana overflow, and Kazan from his injury not healing too quickly. Amongst the three, Kazan stood first with trembling legs, and Jean barely got into his fighting stance. Over there. Black Hood. It's the outfit the citizens described. Your Highness. It's a possible suspect. Archers, prepare to fire. Knights, follow me. From afar, a group of knights on horseback ran towards the three. It was the military of the prince's faction who had been pursuing the culprit responsible for the mysterious serial killings in the Delki kingdom that started yesterday morning. Chapter 128. Tamun Marius, 1. Criminals who committed magical arson in the Huphester Alliance faced the highest punishment. On top of that, serial killing with high-tier magic was the highest crime of them all. Realizing the severity of the case, the Delki prince took the knights and pursued the culprit. In dangerous times, the people of nobility should step forward. That was the principle that the king's faction promoted after winning the war 20 years ago. I am Delki's third prince, Laika Delki. Put down your weapons, the prince shouted after seeing Kazan and Beriz. Shit, it had to be now. I was about to end him. Kazan's eyes flicked between Jean and the prince's army. Jean had a fighting stance, but half of his consciousness was gone. He was breathing heavily. Behind Kazan, Beriz was trembling from mana overflow. She didn't even know the knights were there. Kazan gritted his teeth. I will find you again and kill you. The moment Kazan picked up Beriz, the archers fired. At that moment, the knights ran towards Jean and pinned him to the ground. Jean didn't even let out a sound as he fell to the ground. All of his senses were shut down so he didn't feel any pain. Laika jumped off his horse and unhooded Jean. Huh? This boy is? Jean Runcandle. It was a face that he remembered seeing at the previous year's Runcandle banquet. Laika gasped and checked the young Runcandle's profile again. There, the culprits? Jean whispered with his remaining strength. The prince looked back and saw Kazan running away with Beriz in his arms. Despite the archer's shower of arrows, the two managed to get far away. Get them. Healer, aid this man immediately. Yes, sir. Asterisk. Jean jolted awake and sat up to look around him. Are you awake? It was Laika. This is my summer house, young master. I chose this place in consideration of your current situation. And you woke up within 3 hours. 3 hours. Please be thankful that you are not dead. According to the healer, the poison in your blood was difficult for even 8-star warriors to bear. If you weren't a Runcandle, you would have never woken up again. Kazan and Beriz. They were the strongest opponents he had fought thus far. Especially surviving Kazan's poison was no different from a miracle. If Laika had arrived later, Jean would have been gone for good. What happened to them? We lost them. I don't know how you somehow injured that monster. That man with the injury ran away with the woman in his arms. From Laika's knowledge, Jean was a 5-star. On the other hand, Kazan couldn't face the knights despite being an 8-star due to his injured state. Even if the press announces young Master Jin's promotion to 6-star, standing on the same level as that man is impossible. Which was why he believed another person was behind the Delki serial killings. Well, I must thank you for your hospitality, Prince Laika. It is the duty of the Knights of Huphester to help a Runcandle in need. Although you are a provisional flag-bearer. If you are thinking of reporting this to the main house. Jean and Laika's eyes met. We have no intention of that. We might die if we do. It hasn't been long since you became a provisional flag-bearer. But it seems you have a great team behind you. Pardon. Right as we brought you here, some crazy warriors began to search the eastern region. They said that you were a provisional flag-bearer. So one wrong move and my head would have been gone. Jean said nothing and smiled. Are my allies in Taiken searching for me? It's enough to make Prince Laika subservient. I feel sorry for my allies and this prince. I apologize, Prince Laika. I have become a hassle. That is not true, young master. With consideration of your situation, I will keep my mouth shut. The true ruler of the Huphester Alliance was the Runcandles. Even if Laika was a royal, he couldn't be above Jean. Instead, please do me a favor when you become a flag-bearer. I can ask for that, right? I have saved your life and treated you with great care. On that wording, Jean read Laika's thoughts like a book. He wasn't taking advantage of Jin's weakness, not just because he was scared of the people who searched for Jean. It seems you want something from me. Please tell me, Prince Laika. When you become a flag bearer, please station more guardian knights in the Delki Kingdom. I also ask for the return of some of the mind gold that the run candles taxed. Jean smiled. You treat my life as if it were so cheap. Once I become a flag bearer, I will return all of the kingdom's gold that the clan retains and station twice as many guardian knights. Please give me a pen and paper. I will make sure to write it down. Prince Lycus' eyes glimmered. Will you really do that for us? There is nothing I cannot do for the Huphester Alliance. Jean finished writing the contract and left the summer house, and Lyca couldn't stop celebrating. What a miracle! Thanks to the serial killer, I was able to build a relationship with the Runcandle's brightest star. He even handwrote a contract. I'm sure the heavens are taking care of Delki. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada *****. Young Master. Kid. Gilly and Murakan as well as Jin's other allies stood up and greeted Jean. Why must you scare me all the time, young master? It hasn't even been that long since all that ruckus in the Colin ruins. If you had died, then I felt like I was burning in hell for hours, waiting for confirmation that you were alive. You thought of fighting an 8-star knight and magician duo alone? You've been getting stronger too quickly, so you have no brain or fear. I heard that you'd have been dead meat had the Prince of Delki not come. Young master, we were all so worried. You wouldn't even know. When Jet arrived alone, Miss Quicantle transformed and went to the Delki Kingdom to search for you. Hearing that Quicantle made a move, Jean then understood what Lyca meant when he said that he'd die with one wrong move. I'm sorry, everyone. I will not do it again. But if we lose Dan, then I think that we would never find information about Tamyun. Also, escaping with them on our tail seemed impossible. Oh goodness, oh gracious, young master, you have returned. As he had received multiple beatings from returning without Jean, Jet was thankful that the young master returned in one piece. Jet, I'm sure you didn't forget about Dan? Young master, even if Jet, were to die, I would never forget. I made sure to heed your order and get him to Tychon. He and his daughter are safe. They have been saved with your sacrifice. Great job, Jean shouted with his hands on Jet's shoulders. He went through so much for this, and if Jet had lost Dan, then it would have all been for nothing. Even though I explained that I was ordered to escape, they beat me to a pulp. Wah! Yes, you went through a lot. Did Dan Marius say anything while I was gone? Nothing, young master. He said he wouldn't say anything until you arrived. And I apologize. We didn't have enough agents to identify that there were 12 Mariuses and put you in danger. No need, Sir Kashmir. Please bring Dan. A while later, Dan was dragged over and couldn't meet eyes with the young Runcandle. Everyone aside from Jean glared at him. All right, we won't need to talk for long, Dan Marius. I almost lost my life trying to save you and your daughter. Now, it is your turn to return the favor. Are Beriz and Kazan dead? No, they are not. Who the hell are they? Unlike your other siblings, they were very skilled. Shivering in fear, Dan took a deep breath and looked into Jin's eyes. Even after lunar sacrifice closed, unlike us, they were trained to be hunting dogs. And who trained them? Tamyun Marius, a nanny of Runcandle, trained them herself. Gilly covered her mouth in surprise. There wasn't any correlation between Tamyun and Jin's curse, but the fact that she trained Beriz and Kazan was still shocking. If Dan's words were true, then the ones who attacked Jean were Tamyun's underlings, and they were Runcandle affiliates. Runcandle affiliates attacking a Runcandle was something that should never happen. It was basically a heinous crime. If the clan found out, then Tamyun and everyone somewhat related would be slaughtered, even servants who worked with Tamyun. Not a single one would be spared. That person, your other brother, Tagan Marius, also talked about them. I presume that person is also Tamyun Marius. Tagan, did he also die from Beriz and Kazan like the others? It's been so long since he left the Delki Kingdom, so I haven't heard from him. No, I killed Tagan myself. What? Tagan operated under the name of Alu, and before he died in my hands, he said that person failed once but will finish me off in the end. And Dan Marius. My name is Jean Runcandle. Ha! Like you, Tagan was referring to Taemun. And she was trying to kill a Runcandle. At that moment Jet's eyes widened. He just found out that Jean was a Runcandle. Young master, why you were a Runcandle? He was about to spit out those words, but he kept his mouth shut. Wait. Did Tagan really say that before he died? Indeed. So I traced back to his origins and found out about the Marius name as well as lunar sacrifice. And when I went to look for you guys, everyone was being killed by Berries and Kazan. Thankfully, I found you before they did. Jean slowly explained the situation, and Dan took slow deep breaths trying to comprehend the situation. I understand a little better now. Why Berries and Kazan killed our siblings. About 15 years ago, Tagan told me something before he left Delki. Jin's eyes flickered. What did he say? That Miss Taemun did many deals with a person of high standing in the Runcandle clan. He also said that if something goes wrong, then all of the siblings could die. So he told me to be careful. Probably because he cared about me. Did he specify exactly what kind of deal it was? I didn't hear anything about that. After lunar sacrifice closed, the other siblings and I were basically thrown away. Sometimes, Tagan would take Berries and Kazan to meet Miss Taemun, though. Then, as you said, Tagan and Taemun were birds of a feather? At least at the time. Yes, that's right. Jean couldn't get any more information out of Dan after their exchange. Now it was time to meet Taemun Marius. Chapter 129. Taemun Marius 2. In a residence located in central Hubhester. It's been 4 days since you left, and that's all you tell me? You lost Dan, and your identities were leaked to an unknown magic swordsman. Berries and Kazan lowered their heads. They had just escaped the pursuers from the Delki kingdom and were about to return. Berries was still suffering from the aftereffects of mana overflow, and Kazan's wound didn't completely heal. We have no words, Miss Taemun. Kararark. Taemun ground her teeth as she looked down at them. A dark shade momentarily covered her face, as if she were thinking about something. You idiots! I don't even want to see how pathetic you are. So piss off. I will never order you useless shits ever again. The two kneeling siblings' eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Just as I said. You guys made too big of a mistake. Miss Taemun, are you disposing of us? Miss Taemun, we are gravely sorry. Please forgive our mistake. Kazan's voice shook while Berries hunched over and begged while crying, akin to a child begging to a parent. Forgive? You two are useless hunting dogs that failed their hunt. How dare you request that from me? Miss Taemun, Miss Taemun, Miss Taemun. I'm really sorry. I won't make mistakes from now on. Please, please don't throw us away. Berries grabbed Taemun's dress and continued to wail. Thump. Thud. Without remorse, Taemun kicked Berries' face while Kazan knelt, shedding tears. How would we live without you, Miss Taemun? We will take any beating and torture as a treat. Just please don't throw us away. Please. As if her cruelty and bloodlust from killing the other lunar sacrifice survivors were mere hallucinations. Berries constantly rubbed her hands together and begged. Yeah, if you will take anything as a treat, then die. I will kill you here, right on this spot. Shing. Taemun unsheathed her sword, but Berries didn't have any intention of dodging. She just had her eyes closed, awaiting her death. The moment Taemun swung her sword, Kazan embraced Berries, urging the nanny to halt her movements. Taemun looked down at them with the blade on Kazan's neck. Miss Taemun, I mean mother. Kazan stood and looked into Taemun's eyes. I wish you well. Never come back to me. Never again. Kazan left with Berries in his arms. Their relationship with Taemun ended today. Taemun clicked her tongue as she watched their backs grow smaller and smaller. The magic swordsman they saw is definitely young Master Jean. Most definitely so since he used spiritual energy. And soon, he and Lady Luna will come to me. This would have been bad if I didn't know about young Master Jin's powers. For a second, Luna's face popped into her mind. It was Taemun's dream to see Luna powerful and beautiful at the same time. Lady Luna can't kill me anyway. And now I've learned something. In addition to young Master Jean being Soderet's contractor, he also has magic abilities? This is information even that person doesn't know. Taemyun smiled. The hunting dogs were not as useless as she thought. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata *****. Yeah. Is there anything bugging you nowadays? Yes. There's nothing much to do since Madame Luna offered us so much. All of our people have found jobs, and we are all now living like normal people. After returning to her land, Luna was having tea with Taika. That's good. Huh. What's wrong, Madame Luna? Luna looked around her. Taika put her teacup down, looking around herself as well. I can suddenly feel my youngest brother's energy. What the heck? This is my land, though. Maybe I have mistaken. You can feel that? That kid's energy is kind of special. Well, there's also the part where I'm sensitive. Who is that? So I wasn't wrong. Outside the window, Luna saw and pointed at Jean, who had a robe on. Despite him having a disguise on, it wasn't enough for him to just freely show himself in Luna's land in broad daylight. Due to that, he couldn't approach the guards and instead solicited outside the gates. That fearless idiot. He just comes here without regret. What's going to happen when the other siblings find out? You provisional flag bearer. Luna complained about her brother's uninvited visit, but her eyes glimmered as she ran down the stairs. Hey! Luna jumped over the fence and planted her fist on Jin's head. Bam! You're crazy, youngest boy. If you keep doing this, you're gonna get in big trouble. Eldest sister. Your greeting is very violent. You're the violent one, you idiot. Because of you, I can't live up to my honor. Let's go. And first, before anyone sees you, they went to the front door and into Luna's room. As soon as the door was locked, Luna grinned and beat the hell out of Jean. Thunk, wham. All right, let's hear what the little boy came for. Shall we? Huh? Or did you come because you wanted to see your sister? She would be satisfied with either answer. Luna was just in a good mood. She really wanted to see her youngest brother. Since the last time she saw him was when he flipped the main house inside out, she wanted to know whether he was growing well. Even if Miss Taemyun is related to my curse, it isn't related to eldest sister. She would never want to harm me in any way. Jean was embarrassed that he felt the slightest hint of doubt towards a sibling like this. First, I would like to thank you, eldest sister. If it weren't for you, the Kalen natives wouldn't have had any other place to live. You should have sent a letter along with your friends here. I wouldn't be able to meet them if I had work to do, since Taemyun would have seen the letter. First, he didn't send one. And you're saying that stuff again? I already told you last time that between us Runcandle siblings, there's at least one who will give you unrequited love. Yes, I do remember. HM? You seem a little conflicted. Is there some problem that's hard to deal with? Some problem that's hard to deal with. Well, she wasn't wrong. Eldest sister probably cares about Nanny Taemyun after me. Possibly more than me. I don't know how to tell her that Nanny Taemyun tried to harm me. He had been conflicted even before his arrival. Since Taemyun Marius was one of the people his eldest sister loved most, he felt even more uncomfortable with Luna looking at him happily. Eldest sister. I'm listening, my dear brother. I sought you because I have something to confirm with Nanny Taemyun. My nanny? Why her? Do you remember what I told you when you first came to visit me at the Storm Castle? That someone tried to assassinate you? Yes. The joy in Luna's face disappeared. Go on. Recently, there has been friction between those of the Marius name in the Delki Kingdom. We managed to find only one Marius alive and, well, in the kingdom. Jean took a deep breath and continued to relay the story to her. He started with his conversation with Alu regarding that person after destroying the Tsings, all of the information he got while investigating Alu, up until his confrontation with Kazan and Beriz. When he finished talking, Luna barely suppressed her shivers and had drips of sweat rolling down her face. It was the first time in her life where she had such ominous feelings in her chest. If her youngest brother's words were true, whether it was related to the assassination attempt or not, her nanny had committed a serious felony. Whatever Taemun's relationship was with those underlings, they attacked a pure-blood Runcandle. Hence, I would like to meet your nanny and confirm this information. My nanny has trained assassin orphans in Delki? Titch, there's no way. I've never heard of such a thing. There must be a misunderstanding, Jean. Jean thought of seeing Taemun himself as he expected that Luna might react like this. However, if Taemun really was the culprit behind the curse or an accomplice of the crimes, she couldn't stay alive. Additionally, even if she was the culprit, not allowing her to talk to Luna was a cruel outcome. But eldest sister Luna didn't even know about her troops. Taemun Marius, just who the hell is she? What does she want? Shudder. Luna put her hand on Jin's shoulder, and he could feel that she was trembling like a tree branch in the wind. My nanny is on vacation. She said she had business in Central Huphester. We should wait until... No. We must go to her now. I'm sorry, eldest sister. What are you sorry about? Nanny Taemun is definitely not related to this. That all had to be the assassin's own will. Well, if there was a connection between them, then my nanny must have some reason. Jean didn't answer and just held onto his sister's hand. Looking back, she went to the Delki Kingdom very often. She went on vacation a lot, and I heard that she donated money to an orphanage every time she got paid. Back then, it wasn't treated with any importance. When she was in her 20s, Luna had followed her nanny to volunteer at various orphanages, but they were all normal orphanages, not lunar sacrifice. Nanny, I know this is a good deed, but why do you help out these orphans this much? I was also an orphan. Oh, I must have not told you. Haha, if your adolescence was a little less grand, I would have had the opportunity to tell you. You should have drank with me at some point back then. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I was too mean. What do you mean by sorry, my lady? The other nannies of Runcandle could only dream of becoming your guardian. You gave me more than enough time for myself, so doing volunteer work became possible. Do you need more days off? In that case, can I have one more? Recalling one of their conversations from the past, Luna shook her head. Looking back, I don't know much about my nanny. I learned that she was an orphan in my 20s, and I thought she was just doing volunteer work during her breaks. Taemun's favorite food, favorite alcohol, favorite book, favorite clothes. While failing to know these petty facts, Luna couldn't imagine her nanny ordering 8-star assassins around. She indeed loved Taemun, but she didn't have much curiosity about her. From the first year until the 35th, they had been together for so many hours. Taemun was her confidant. Let's go, Jean. If your words are true, then my nanny, with my own hands, No, wait, Jean. Let's go a little later. Luna sat and hugged her legs. Jean couldn't say anything, so he just patted his sister's back in sympathy. Chapter 130. Taemun Marius, 3. Alright, so Taemun got rid of those two. Yes, my lord. I confirmed it myself. What should I do? Take care of them. Taemun still remained in her summer house in the central region of Huphester. She dismissed all of the servants taking care of the summer house, leaving her alone in the massive mansion. On the table in front of her was the red tea that Luna regularly enjoyed. Taemun held the teacup with delicate hands as her mind wandered into deep thought. Beres and Kazan, they won't stay alive for long, since their identities were made known to young Master Jean. The best hunting dogs that she trained in lunar sacrifice. An 8-star magician and an 8-star knight. It was a great, painstaking loss, but Taemun decided she could just train new dogs for herself. All I need is time. With indoctrination and training, I can make hunting dogs whenever I want. Those kids will be dealt with by the assassination team. For now, I need to figure out how young Master Jean is uncovering facts about me. From investigating the Marius name to meeting Beres and Kazan, Taemun couldn't deduce what happened between those two events. 15 years ago, she received an order from that person and cursed Jean when he was only 1 year old. For some reason, the curse failed. However, she still thought her tale was safe. She was certain that there wasn't a single witness or evidence left behind on the crime scene. Did the curse caster's information get revealed? Either way, I'll find out when I meet Lady Luna and young Master Jean. The weak-hearted Luna cannot kill me. Thinking about the absolute postulate, Taemyun lifted her teacup. Clink! As soon as she began to organize her thoughts, the house's doors opened, and approaching her were the said 2 run candles. Welcome, milady. Young Master Jean. Nanny. Tap, tap, tap. The 2 slowly walked towards Taemyun. It's as if she knew we were coming. She probably has something up her sleeve. Jean felt a little uneasy. Taemyun stared directly at Luna. On the other hand, Luna looked elsewhere, trying to hide her reddened eyes. Then, she looked into her nanny's eyes. I will just ask this directly. Do you know Beres Marius and Kazan Marius? I do, milady. What is the reason for keeping underlings behind my back? And why did your underlings clash with the youngest? Before Tagan Marius died to Jean, he said some weird things. What the hell is going on? Luna reminded herself multiple times to ask calmly. However, her shocked voice shook. What weird words did he leave behind? My underlings clashing with young Master Jean was not on my orders. Milady, did you come here thinking that I intended to kill young Master Jean in the first place? Even if you didn't order them, your underlings attacked a pureblood run candle, the youngest son. And what is with your attitude towards me? If you will punish me for that crime, I will take it sweetly, milady. I was very concerned after hearing the news from Kazan and Beres, so I had been awaiting your arrival. Answer this first. Why the hell were you raising assassins behind my back? Please forward me to the clan's court. Then I will testify in depth. Jean shook his head. Hold on, Taemyun. I know that you have something up your sleeve, but I can't let you act so disrespectfully towards my sister. And you said you had nothing to do with the incident? You started killing the lunar sacrifice survivors as soon as I began to investigate the Marius name. There seems to be a misunderstanding, young Master Jean. Yeah? I wish there were. With consideration of my sister, I hope you're not related to Bladed Illusion. Before Tagan Marius died, he gave away a lot of clues, you know? The same with Dan Marius, who survived. He mentioned the curse's name, Bladed Illusion, on purpose. It was a name that Luna, Gilly, Murakan, everyone and their mother knew about. Taemyun paused before looking at Jean. Why? Do you think it's weird that I have memories of my first year of life? I am a contractor. I don't remember it, but my god seemed to remember what happened at the cradle in the storm castle. It was a lie. Jean hadn't heard Soderet's voice ever since he regressed. However, Taemyun couldn't think of it as a lie. So that's why young Master Jean was already chosen by Soderet by then. A magician didn't reveal the information. The god told him himself. Then, after he met Lady Luna at the storm castle, he began to search for the culprit. Young Master Jin's presence is not a coincidence. Searching for Tagan Marius. In Akin, he put me as a suspect from the beginning. Confirming Jin's current knowledge, Taemyun suppressed her laughter. Coming all the way here was impressive, but Jean had no tangible, convincing evidence. Tagan and Dan do not know any specifics about the curse. Jean is telling a shallow lie. As of now, he can't do anything to me. On the other hand, Jean had many weaknesses. Using magic and being Soderet's contractor as well as breaking many rules as a provisional flagbearer. Taemyun knew all of that. I see, young Master Jean. Being a contractor is an amazing thing. Even as a run candle. But why does that relate to me? Are you perhaps saying that I cast the curse upon you? That's the first time I heard that today. Don't know. We'll find out soon enough. I will testify truthfully at the clan court. While Luna remained speechless, Jean stepped forward. Clan court? It seems you were mistaken, Taemyun. Seeing that you're constantly referring to the clan court, it seems you have a lot of underlings in the main house as well. You will be investigated under my private order. Taemyun furrowed her eyebrows. Does the young master truly have that power as a provisional flagbearer? Milady, this is beyond his jurisdiction. If you are going to punish me, the lady should execute such an action. When the hearing begins, I will also mention the young master's meeting with Nanny. Luna bit her lips and glared at Taemyun. Yes, milady? I don't know who you are anymore. And your behavior right now, I don't understand it at all. I, too, can't understand you, milady. It is true that my underlings coincidentally encountered young Master Jean. But how could you doubt me, the one who has served you for all your life, since you raised and trained those assassins? I apologize for hiding that fact from you, milady. However, raising them was to defend myself. What? Do you know how many enemies you have in the clan, milady? Because of that, I was threatened with death every day. I'm sure you wouldn't know. What the hell do you mean? How dare they, in the Runcandle clan, when the first flag-bearer has her eyes wide open? How dare they try to kill you? You really don't know anything, milady. Don't play with me, and tell me truthfully. My heart is about to break. Milady, please look back at our past. The servants outside your room had always changed every year. Aside from me, everyone who took care of you changed annually. It was true. Servants serving pure-blood Runcandles were often changed. Normally, a butler would either be promoted to a guard or be transferred to another job. However, in Luna's case, her servants changed more frequently. Why would that be? That would be. Did you ever show any interest in them, milady? Probably thinking that they just get replaced anyway. You never asked me about it. All the way until you were all grown up. What are you trying to say? Luna shook her head in confusion. Jean held her quivering hand quietly. He knew what Tamyun was going to say. They were all killed, milady, by your siblings. While you gave them no attention, that was why they changed so often. Luna's eyes widened. Milady, you were blessed with the most omnipotent power, yet you lived so carelessly. You failed to realize what the people under you were going through. Everyone around you, even just from being next to you, bore the threat of death. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because you would be sad and depressed. Your siblings harmed the people around you instead of harming you directly. After all, wouldn't it be impossible for them to lay a single finger on you? Don't say shit that doesn't make any sense. If you told me ahead of time, would I just do nothing? Do you know nothing of me? Even if I knew these things, you think I would do nothing. I didn't tell you because I knew you the best out of everyone else. Bullshit. The house shook as Luna shouted. The teacup in front of Tamyun clattered on the table, its contents forming a whirlpool. Milady, would you be able to slash your siblings who killed your servants? Knowing that you had the power to easily kill or dominate your siblings to take the throne, yet was too scared to do so, would you? Luna stopped in her tracks. Please answer me, milady. How would you have your revenge? Would you kill your siblings for the sake of your people? Wouldn't you just throw a tantrum in pain and agony? Maybe your heart would have broken. Oh, how delicate your heart is. I would know best. Would you be able to take the grief of the dying servants from me? Tamyun held her clattering teacup and made a bitter smile. Fighting for the Runcandle throne is a disgusting war. And the moment you stepped out of it, all of your people were targeted as prey. Milady, you shouldn't have given up the throne. Chapter 131. Tamyun Marius. 35 years ago. The day she became a nanny of Runcandle, Tamyun felt true power for the first time. The powerful people of the Delki kingdom, who treated her and her siblings like dogs or lower entities, worshipped her. Tamyun felt like throwing up at the amusing sight. She experienced a completely different life than back at Lunar Sacrifice, where she had lived below livable conditions. Life's nice. I had to live a horrible life as a child, but as soon as I started flying, I found myself taking care of the Runcandle clan's firstborn. Tamyun thought as she looked at Luna, who had just been born. It was neither with envy or jealousy. Her world was now too great, and she was thankful that she became Luna's nanny. Above all, she was surprised that a child could be so warm and caring. When she embraced the children at Lunar Sacrifice, they were all cold and hard corpses. Contrariwise, Luna's inconceivable warmth stole her heart. She couldn't believe how fast she was swayed by it. And soon, Tamyun poured all of her genuine love to Luna. Well, she's kinda cute. 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, 5 Taemyun was very proud as she watched Luna grow every day. However, another pureblood Runcandle was born each year. Luna's contenders. Siren and Rosa hoped for them to compete against one another. That made Taemyun desperate. There won't be any problems. As the patriarch said that Lady Luna was the only one who fully inherited his power, Milady will ultimately be the one succeeding him. As Taemyun hoped, Luna gained attention even before she left for the Storm Castle and entered training when she returned to the main house. All of the expectations and anticipation went to her. Today, I fought with the entirety of the beginner class and won. Nanny. Luncia and Joshua don't stand a chance against me even if they attack together. Congratulations, milady. Do you have to keep? But I don't feel good. I just like the sword. No, the competition. When they fight me, they all get depressed, so I feel like intentionally losing to them. At the time, Taemyun thought those words were due to a child's pure-heartedness. Although it would be a crime in Runcandle, she wanted to take Luna away from the cruel training methods of the Runcandles. However, she didn't want to educate her like the children of lunar sacrifice either. Yet Taemyun confirmed Luna's personality when she turned 13. Don't even dare to get in my sight, Joshua. It won't end here next time. Luncia, don't sit at the same table as me. Before I kill you. You're attacking with that skill? You won't even scratch my shadow. Her warmth disappeared, and she began to dominate the Runcandle clan. Still, that was merely her adolescence showing. Tired of the provocations of the clan, Luna fell into a dark time of adolescence. Yet Siren, Rosa, and Taemyun all thought that it was her real self and felt satisfied. Taemyun especially pushed Luna to become the ruler of Runcandle and wanted to erase all of her caring memories. Seeing the possibility of her being the nanny of the future matriarch, Taemyun wanted to wield that power to have vengeance on the world. Taemyun never forgot the abuse that she went through for over 20 years while in the Delki kingdom. When the lady becomes the matriarch, I will erase the Delki royalty off the face of the planet. If Luna grew at that rate, it was easily possible. She destroyed the high-ranked Zipful magicians in Bales this time. Congratulations, milady. After becoming a flag-bearer, it's your 37th consecutive successful mission. You have created quite the gap between you and your siblings. The patriarch is very pleased. Nanny, it might seem weird, but I'm very tired. I just want to be left alone, away from my father, mother, and siblings. Pardon? What do you mean? Milady, is there something wrong? You're on my side, right? Whatever path I choose, whatever position I am in. Of course, I will always be on your... I'm not going to become the ruler of this stupid clan. At the age of 19, her adolescence ended. And not once did Taemyun see Luna go back on her word. Are you serious, milady? Please think this through. Milady, you have the greatest talent after the patriarch. Are you going to let that go to waste? If it isn't you, who else would lead the clan? One of the other siblings will take my place. I think Deepus and Mary are nice. Father, mother, and the elders will get upset. I just need you to be on my side. Oh, but my siblings will love it. Milady. And I don't plan on wasting my talent. I will get stronger. While my siblings fight and bleed, I will become the strongest blade that guards the clan, and show them that I am on a different level. Ah. More than that, I need to feel better. Want to go see my youngest brother? Strangely, I just feel better whenever I go see him. Maybe because he's a baby? Haha. Even if we go, we can only watch him sleep from afar. Do you really like him? Yes, I feel comforted. I'm a little sensitive, you know. I can feel the sound of someone sleeping traveling through the air. Oh, and it would be nice if I could hold him. That day, Luna had a new dream, and Taemyun's dream had been shattered. Luna immediately gave up her chance for the throne. And as she traveled and devastated the world, she earned the name White Whale, the legendary creature in myths. In that case, am I the angler that lurks near the grand whale? Dejection, disappointment. She felt that she should feel such emotions towards the lady. Taemyun spent her days in an internal conflict. Concurrently, after realizing Luna's resignation, the siblings began their hunt. There was no clear indication as to what impelled them to do so. It was possible that they were either driven by their zealous hate towards Luna, the wall they couldn't overcome, or simply taking advantage of the fact that she would never kill them. Or maybe because the Runcandle rank wars were just like that. They struck, pushed, and killed the eldest servants. The siblings' will on the people was worse than Taemun's experience with the lunar sacrifice night fights. Let's not tell Milady. She will not be able to bear it. I am her nanny. How in the world does she not know this is going on? Is she just ignoring it? Had she not forfeited the throne, would this have happened? To survive, Taemun raised hunting dogs. In her mind, there wasn't enough room to think about her revenge against the Delki royalty. The situation was too crazy. Should I tell her now? These hunting dogs are too slow. At this rate, I won't survive. Lady Luna will not take my death well. As expected, it didn't take long before Taemun got captured. While Luna left the main house to train, the Guardian Knights of Runcandle dragged Taemun into the underground prison and held her there. Taemun Marius, the greatest assassin and chief of lunar sacrifice. How would you like to share that skill with me? I will give you anything you want. I have no thoughts of betraying Milady. Please kill me instead. Saying such heartless words while suppressing a smile. I can see anger and happiness within you. At that place, Taemun could hear the voice of rescue. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata ***** commemorating that time. Taemun's eyes narrowed. Even so, I still love you, Milady. Even though I hurt you, you were able to stay alive and well because I stood with you that day. Phew. She exhaled deeply and stood to walk as she spoke. I'm sure it's a shock. Before I die, even after I die, I wish you would never find out any more of such horrifying truths. Nanny. And whatever the reason, it is true that I have been raising underlings behind your back and that some of them clashed with young Master Jean. Even if it weren't on my orders, my servants attacking a pureblood Runcandle is the worst crime of them all. Nanny. I have no thoughts of not paying the price. Hence, I already reported my crime to the main house. Clunk, clunk, clunk. A group of footsteps echoed behind the doors. Enforcement knights. The ones who punished those who broke the laws of the Runcandle clan. They came after receiving the report from Taemun. She planned it out before eldest sister and I came. She's saying some bullshit, but she's certain that she'll survive the trial. If we had arrived a little later, then we would have had no chance to question her. While Jean calculated how to react, Luna struggled to even stand with her shaking legs. Taemun stopped in front of Luna before speaking. If possible, instead of them, I would like you to take me to the main house, Milady. Even if I die, I would like it to be in your hands. Nanny, don't leave. Don't leave me. Let's talk a little more. Yeah. I have already committed a crime. If I retaliate against my self-report, then I would be committing another unwashable crime. Don't leave. Please. Just stop. I'll turn them away. I must leave, Milady. Taemun then continued walking and passed by Luna. Luna didn't turn to look at her and held in her tears. Jean placed his hand on Taemun's shoulder. Taemun Marius. Yes, young master? I don't know who is supporting you from behind, but there aren't many who will spare you in the clan court. It seems you still suspect me. No, it's no longer a mere speculation. It's already confirmed. Seeing your actions, you are deeply related to that cursing attempt. Whatever the young master thinks, that is something the clan has to decide. I'll give you some words of wisdom. You think your higher-up will save you after you exposed so much to me and my sister? If you follow them, you'll die. No matter what. You speak odd words. Excluding Lady Luna, there is no one behind me. Death or torture. Do you think I am scared of such things? Yeah, you do look like it. You talk too much for someone who's prepared to die. Taemun simply stared at Jean for 2 seconds before shaking her head. I will not say anything that will harm you while in court, young Master Jean. I think that would be best for Milady. Clunk, kriak. The house's doors opened, and 5 enforcement knights emerged. At the same time, Jean activated Myulta's rune and covered his face. While they approached Taemyun, Jean and Taemyun fell into thought. If Taemyun dies, investigating my curse will get harder. Before she gets to the main house, I need to convince my sister to get Taemyun back, even if it requires attacking the knights. Fufu, such a witty one. Yes, they can throw me out. However, even if they do, I'll be saved by the fact that the young master can wield magic and has communicated with Soderette. Taemyun gave her hands to the enforcement knights to show that she submitted to their capture. And Jean didn't miss the knight on his left, revealing a dagger hidden in his gauntlet. They never came to escort Taemyun to the main house. They were going to kill her without taking her to trial. No, they weren't enforcement knights in the first place, but disguised assassins. They came to get rid of her. Eldest sister. The moment Jean bolted like a bullet and shouted, the assassins went for Taemyun's throat. He also whipped out his dagger, aiming to deflect the assassin's dagger with his throwing dagger. However, clang! Moving at the speed of light, Luna was already beheading the other assassins who barely started unsheathing their swords. Chapter 132. Taemyun Marius, 5. Although Taemyun had the skills of at least a 7-star as a nanny of Runcandle, she couldn't react to the ambush from the knights, whom she thought were her allies, while she was in an unprepared position. Stab! Jin's throwing dagger pierced an assassin's shoulder. The killer couldn't swing their weapon properly, allowing Taemyun to evade a fatal wound even though she reacted a little late. SSK. The edge of the dagger skimmed her shoulder. Still, she couldn't accept the situation. Her eyes widened. That was dangerous. If I were a little late, Taemyun would have died. Jean saved her not because he liked her. There was a mountain of information they needed out of her. He couldn't leave the culprit of his curse to die after having no clues despite 15 years of searching. Furthermore, the person punishing her should be him, and no one else. Finding Taemyun and the Runcandle sibling behind her, he was close to solving the mystery of his past life. Jean alleviated his anger and gritted his teeth. How dare you! In my land. Luna swung Crantle and 2 assassins lost their heads. If they were real enforcement knights, then they would've at least resisted the attack. At that moment, Luna knew that they were fake. She stared at the rest of the assassins. Before the disconnected heads could hit the ground, Jean instantly closed the gap between him and Taemyun. Who sent them? Who soiled the Runcandle name? Luna's angry voice echoed throughout. The other assassins lost their balance and stumbled backwards. Not because they were scared of Luna's immense power. It was an instinctive reaction due to her incomprehensible power. If they stumbled due to the energy in her voice, then the assassins were lower than 6-star. And there were only 5 of them, so the moment they fail their assassination on the first strike, they would lose their only opportunity. However, they weren't knights but well-trained assassins. 2 of their allies died in a flash, but without changing their expression, they continued to target Taemyun. Jean, don't worry. Jean swung Bradamanti towards the assassin who first tried to kill Taemyun. Grabbing and throwing Taemyun backwards, the assassin tried to deflect the swing with their dagger. Slash! Jean cut off the assassin's arm, pinned him to the ground, and cut open the airways. While blood splattered everywhere, Jean felt like the assassins came knowing that they'd die. As he expected, they came to self-destruct alongside Taemyun in the first place. I was right, Taemyun Marius. Your higher-up has no intention of saving you. Jean calmly spoke as he shook the blood off his blade. Luna broke the limbs of the remaining assassins and successfully pinned them down. They needed to ask some questions, so they didn't kill them off completely. CRRRK. Luna crumpled the helmets on their heads. The thick steel helmet that was worn to emulate a real enforcement knight crumpled like paper in Luna's hands. If you answer truthfully, I will save those unrelated to... Luna stopped abruptly after noticing the assassins' faces. Jean came over to see what she saw and gulped. Their hideous faces looked like worn and torn clothes sewn together. From their forehead to their chin, there were many wounds and cuts. Their ears cut off as well. Seeing the wounds still open and the swelling still prominent, this definitely happened recently. In case their identities got revealed, they ruined their faces on purpose. On top of that, they weren't even breathing. Their eyes rolled back and blood foamed in their mouth. What is this? Wait, eldest sister. Jean shoved his fingers into the dead assassins. He couldn't feel their tongue but felt many small grains near their molars. They had poison between their teeth. They must have bitten down on it before they got pinned down. Damn it, so dirty. Disturbed, Luna gripped her forehead. Her mind was already all messed up before the assassins came. But after the situation unfolded, she could only be certain that her own nanny was trying to harm Jean and that one of their siblings was supporting Taemyun from behind, and that the very same sibling tried to get rid of Taemyun to erase all evidence. Along with anger, disappointment erupted within Luna. How could you do this to me? How? Who ordered you? When I asked you to investigate who tried to harm Jean, you acted like you knew nothing. Luna couldn't look at Taemyun. She couldn't deal with her confused feelings. Only a few hours ago, Taemyun was Luna's most trusted person. Even until the end, she wanted to believe that it was all a misunderstanding. Killing Taemyun, who was no different than her own mother, was harder than killing her own siblings. It must be devastating. Just as Gilly is to me, to eldest sister Luna, Taemyun is a more motherly figure than our birth mother. Jean felt a little uncomfortable. However, he knew that he would face this pitiful moment when he suspected Taemyun in the first place. If he was going to forget about the curse since this life was nice, he would have never come to Luna. Bladed illusion. Because of that curse, I spent 25 painful years in the clan and then just got kicked out. Taemyun Marius, you will tell me everything regarding this. Jean slowly walked towards Taemyun. While his confident footsteps echoed throughout the chamber, Luna closed her eyes. Youngest brother. Yes, sister. Now I must also strengthen my mind. I will take full responsibility for Taemyun Marius's intentions to harm you, and before all of her truths are uncovered, I will not impede you. As if she were crying blood, Luna spoke in a low tone. There is nothing you need to take responsibility for. In fact, as the person who put this upon you, I should be the one consoling you. Though, no amount of support would alleviate the pain of betrayal and misery. Jean swallowed these words and glared at Taemyun on the wall. Fu. I didn't think it would turn out this way, young Master Jean. She spoke with a shaky voice. However, it wasn't from fear or confusion. Because she was out of energy, her voice came out thin and her breathing was heavy. It was as if she were dying. No way. Jean leaned over her and checked her face. She was covered in cold sweat, and red blood flowed from her half-open mouth. Did you also have poison hidden in your mouth? Taemyun Marius, you're showing this shameful sight to my sister. No, young master, Kurg. Well, this would indeed be a shameful moment. Jerk! Shaking her head, Taemyun suddenly threw up blood and quivered. Feeling that something was off, Luna came over and covered her mouth. Jean found a dark stain over Taemyun's shoulder, the spot where the gauntlet man reached her with a dagger. It was just a slight skim from the blade. However, the blade was covered in poison, the strongest poison of them all. It was one of Kazan Marius's poisons, stronger than the one he used against Jean. Ugh. It seems I got pretty old. I know it was an ambush, but I couldn't dodge that. Stop talking, Taemyun. The poison will spread. I'll get a healer. There's no need, young master. Nanny, just wait a little, this is my land. I'll go get a healer. Yet Luna, who was screaming at that point, inherently knew. The poison affecting Taemyun wasn't something that could be dealt with by a healer. Milady cough. Nanny. This can't be our last moment. Please don't do this. Please. I know this poison well, milady. Kazan. That child's proudest creation. Gag. Jerk. Taemyun constantly vomited dark globs of blood. Not only that, but the affected area also began to erupt with blood. The poison could no longer be suppressed and began to wreak havoc. The moment the dagger skimmed her, Taemyun accepted that her life was over. She knew that even with just a light scratch, she wouldn't be able to avoid death if she didn't possess a blessed body like that of the run candles. I guess this is karma. Her eyes slowly closed. the dark smell of death right at her nose. A human knee-deep in crimes always feared death. I don't want to die. If I can, I want to ask Milady and young Master Jean for forgiveness and live. I want to be with Lady Luna. She had these selfish thoughts flash through her mind. She wanted to beg and pray to get a hold of numerous tears, which could save those who died. And Luna wouldn't be able to ignore the request. Within this moment, Tamyun grinned. I shouldn't make a horrible and dirty lasting impression on Milady. To my lovely Luna? Although Tamyun tricked her, tried to kill Jean without her knowing, and committed crimes with her siblings, Tamyun's love for her was genuine, albeit a little twisted. Milady and young Master Jean, please listen to me carefully. Nanny, why are you talking as if you're going to speak your final words? Are you really going to do this to me? From Luna's eyes, warm tears dropped onto Tamyun's forehead. I couldn't even properly apologize for lying to you. Though my sins will not be washed away, I confess. Please stop, Nanny. Blood, you'll bleed more. 15 years ago, the magician who cursed the young master was Kiddard Hall. Every syllable she spoke, her voice faded more and more. It seemed the poison got all the way to her tongue. The one who ordered me to harm the young master is Joshua. Young Master Joshua. SHHK, SHHK. Her breath sounded no different from steel being scraped. Her eyes slowly faded to black from the poison. And he knows. Your power, your contract. Nanny, no. Chapter 133. Those with Poison 1. At the Huphester Alliance, Joshua's secret residence. With his back to 10 black-robed knights, Joshua looked at 2 kneeling people, Kazan Marius and Beriz Marius. Still with reddened, wet eyes, they were waiting for Joshua's reply. All right, so Tamyun dismissed you guys. Yes. Sir Joshua, we will do anything. Please help us. Please make her change her mind. We are nothing without our mother. Beriz kneeled and begged, slowly inching towards Joshua. The guardian knights pushed her down and stepped on her shoulders. Do not approach him without permission. Beriz muttered apologies while wailing, and Kazan sighed in misery. Beriz, even our mother hasn't made such a sight in front of Sir Joshua. Remember that she may not be too happy about this. Stop crying and think straight. Kazan's sharp voice brought Beriz's muttering to a halt. As the guardian knights tried to violently grab and throw Beriz back to her spot, Joshua gently raised his hand to stop them. Stop. That's enough. Please be a little more understanding. Right now, my knights are quite sensitive. Beriz sobbed. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Joshua. Joshua made a bitter smile and looked into their eyes. They're stuck to their mother even though they aren't blood-related. They wouldn't know that they were only hunting dogs for the now-dead Tamyun. Seeing it myself, it's scoffable. However, Joshua wanted these scoffable fellows for himself for a long time. Tamyun had treated them like underlings, but Joshua really valued their loyalty. A skilled dog is easy to get. However, there aren't many dogs that would set themselves on fire when ordered to. Joshua saw Beriz and Kazan exactly like that. Dogs with skill that would even go through a painful suicide from their master's orders. Unfortunately, the problem was that their loyalty was towards Tamyun. Tamyun was Joshua's subordinate, but Kazan and Beriz weren't. They only worked for Tamyun. Even when they were helping Joshua, they didn't budge if it wasn't on Tamyun's orders. That would be the same for Tamyun. If I told her to attack Luna and not the youngest, then she would have betrayed me. Tamyun's heart was with Luna, and Kazan's and Beriz's heart were with Tamyun. Joshua never really liked that from the very beginning. Especially Tamyun, who didn't offer her full loyalty despite knowing his secrets, so he had to get rid of her at some point, and the opportunity presented itself. The opportunity to turn the nice hunting dogs into his own henchmen after getting rid of Tamyun. Kazan Beriz. Yes, Sir Joshua? Unfortunately, I cannot fulfill your request. And seeing as you have come like this, it seems you haven't heard. Tamyun frantically dismissed you, yes, that's right. Until now, we've never failed her missions. But who knew she'd fire us after one failure? It isn't that. Pardon. I can see how much your mother cared for you. She never cut ties because she was disappointed. Please tell us more. Kazan's voice shook while Bereeza's quaked, as if she were someone having a seizure. She held onto Joshua's ankle. Then why did our mother? Joshua shook his head and continued. She was killed by the unknown swordsman you fought. To be exact, his guardian black dragon took her life. There's no way. Our mother, no. Taemun desperately requested help, so I sent 5 of my enforcement knights. They all died while fighting the black dragon, and the other dispatched knights were wiped. Bereez fell to the ground like a corpse, and Kazan cried thick bloody tears. They couldn't doubt it. To the two, Joshua was their mother's boss as well as a good supporter. Was our mother's final moments comfortable? I hope so. No. I should tell you truthfully. She resisted until her body decayed, and then she died. That magic swordsman, who is he? Sir Joshua. I'm trying my best to identify him, but I don't know yet. He was someone that Taemun knew. When you fought Sodaret's contractor, she knew that she wouldn't stay alive for long. She wanted to save you. She knew you would come to me after being dismissed from your positions. That person, why did he attack our mother and not us? No idea. That person was investigating your family name, so it meant that he had disputes with Taemun in the past. Thankfully, he didn't have his guardian dragon when you fought him, but his motive since the beginning was to go for Taemun. His face was covered, but he didn't look too old, so having resentment with our mother. He may have lost a family member to her. Then, he gained power through his contract with Sodaret and came back for revenge. That seems to be the situation. Well, I still need to investigate, though. Kazan lowered his head. As he began to tremble from his tears, Joshua embraced him. Then, Bereeza's body convulsed. We will find that bastard and kill him. You guys can't fight him now. It seems like you were evenly matched because he didn't have his guardian dragon. But with his black dragon, you stand no chance against him. You think Taemun cut you off because she wanted that? Kazan couldn't answer. Wait with me. I too have some business with him for killing Taemun and my soldiers. And if the world finds out about Sodaret's contractor, the Zipfuls will begin to move as well. They will have to either make him theirs or kill him off. We won't leave him in anyone else's hands, even if it's the Zipfuls. Kazan ground his teeth and continued. They have no right to take away his life. Only Bereez and I can kill him. Joshua suppressed his laughter and met Kazan's eyes. All right, I will offer you some support for your resentment. We will withdraw for today. Please give us time to reconcile. Of course, but do not be too late. I'm a little frightened that I might lose you to him as well. The two left the hall and Joshua bit on a cigar. The glowing light made his thick eyebrows and defined nose very prominent. Sir Joshua, are you all right? If those guys spew nonsense or cause a commotion, foo-foo. Don't worry. I'm just planting a violent will into them since that's the best way to manage hunting dogs. They will return to me quickly, with hatred as their weapon. Phew. As the smoke from his cigar spread, Joshua thought about his sister who would come for him. It doesn't matter how much that old hunting dog blew before she died. If elder sister Luna and the youngest strikes without reason or evidence, that would be better for me. Everything will go my way. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada ***** crash. The massive steel door ripped and shattered from Luna's fist. What is the meaning of this? First flag bearer? At the same time, the Run-Candle Guardian Knights in the residence drew their swords and blocked her way. Behind Luna, about 100 Guardian Knights were unconscious. They all suffered the consequences of standing in her way. Is Joshua here? First, please calm down. Why are you doing this? If you approach further, we will only take it as a declaration of war. Answer my question. Is Joshua here? Even if the second flag bearer is here, we will not open the gates. Even if this is a war between siblings, barging in like this is outside of the Run-Candle clan's rules. Kurg! Luna stomped towards the rambling man and gripped his throat. It wasn't some ludicrous speed, but the other Guardian Knight just couldn't counterattack in the presence of her aura. Rules? Joshua's knights should never even utter that word. If you want to stop me, just fight me. I will not punish you for it. The knights charged at her simultaneously and swung their swords. Without even dodging, Luna threw the Guardian Knight in her hands and proceeded to the main building. Clang. Keying. 7 blades scratched and scraped Luna, and the Guardian Knights started to draw back without their knowing. Even if they attacked again, the result would be the same. Just dodging the remnants of the flickering aura wrapped around Luna was hard enough. You have come, sister. Joshua, who had been watching the fight, emerged from the central hall of the residence, and he had 10 robed knights behind him. It seems you were very scared, Joshua. I didn't know you'd station all of the clan's dark knights. My sister is this angry, so I should prepare some forms of defense. Why have you come here? Pfft. Luna burst into laughter. Wait, you thought I would kill you over your actions? I'm embarrassed because of how stupid you are. I should have never come to see your shameful face. Joshua smiled, and Luna knew best about the face that her second sibling makes when he wants to hide his humiliation. Oh my, you say that you're taking down all my knights. Since it seems you are a little sad, I'll turn a blind eye over your actions towards me as your kind younger brother. Afterwards, please come back when you are in a good mental state. The Dark Knights couldn't be taken down by Luna, so Joshua wanted Luna to swing Crantle, which was hanging on her back. He had no intention of killing Luna, but he wanted to have a little control over her for once. If she strikes me in this situation, Mother will have a reason to control her. She has to stay alive before I become the patriarch. After all, someone has to keep the Zipfels in check. A blade that would guard the clan. Joshua still thought that she was needed. He had been waiting for this moment. It wasn't a one-on-one confrontation, but it would be the first time he could humiliate Luna. Everything was going as planned. Concluding his train of thought, Joshua tried to provoke Luna once more. However, Luna spoke first. My brother, even though you are trash lower than a dog, you are still the second flag-bearer. So I am here to give you a love-filled warning. Words spoken with all of her genuineness. Disappointed, Joshua opened his mouth, only to be interrupted once more. Once that kid comes back to the clan, you will never be able to stop him. So, before it gets too late, I advise you to run away. Luna, who was walking away quickly, stopped and laughed. You can't even attack me when I am showing you my back? Even with all of those dark knights? Nothing really has changed since our youth. Even until Luna exited the residence after stepping on all of the corpses. The smile on Joshua's face didn't disappear. The smile that suppressed his humiliation. Chapter 134. Those with poison, too. Are you hurt anywhere? Eldest sister? No. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to control my anger and would have gotten injured. Luna fell onto her sofa and put her hand on her head. The murderous intent and fighting energy that swelled after visiting Joshua's residence was all gone. A shadow darkened her cold expression. Ha! Then her eyes began to water. Only a day had passed since Taemun's death, and Luna couldn't give her a funeral. The poisoned corpse slowly shriveled up and acidified, only leaving a black puddle behind. Luna couldn't take her soulless eyes off that spot. She didn't know if she should even honor her nanny in a funeral despite what she's done, because she tricked her and tried to kill her brother, the person she loved most. Joshua didn't seem to care about Taemun's death. He was just filled with fear and wanted me to strike first. It was as you expected. But he had gathered all of the clan's dark knights. Dark knights. Among the Run-Candle Guardian Knights, only the best of the best could obtain the Dark Knight's black robe. They were immediately under the Patriarch and his wife. If the two didn't permit it, these strongest warriors wouldn't obey anyone else. And Joshua already had them under his wing. Even the Dark Knights? Did Mother give them to Joshua since Father isn't very satisfied with him? Persuading Father should have been hard. Jean earned new information about his foe, but he pushed off the new intel. Holding his sister's hand and offering a handkerchief was his current priority. Although Taemun was a traitor, she was still family to Luna. And although Joshua was garbage, he was still Luna's brother. Luna lost both of them simultaneously. One had died, and the other became a clear enemy. Haha, Nanny, if you betrayed the one who cared for you, I would understand a little. No, it's my fault. If I just understood you a little more. The heart that was unable to forgive Taemun stung, and the never-ending sadness punctured it. With what can she erase this loss? With what can she cover up this scar? Even when she confronted Joshua, these questions were running through her head. It's all my fault. My nanny betraying me, Joshua cursing you, my servants dying to our siblings' rampage. None of this would have happened if I had only kept everything in check. That was wrong. Following Luna's logic, if they were to find the root cause of everything, it would be Luna's birth. And most of all, Jean thought Luna was unrelated to the curse, because he experienced it even when he had no relations with Luna in his past life. Even though that crazy bastard wasn't Taemun, he ultimately ordered someone to curse me. But I still don't know the motive behind it. It can't be explained even if I consider choosing Barasada at the selection ritual as the reason. For this life, the most probable root cause seemed like Barasada. However, at the time, Joshua was already gaining power among the siblings. It was thanks to Rosa who slowly supported him as the prospective successor after Luna forfeited the throne. Joshua's main source of power is Mother. I didn't know that he already got the Dark Knights. But Mother looking out for the other siblings is a well-known fact. She also showed this when Siren came to the Garden of Swords to organize the banquet the previous year. Rosa. It must have been quite exhausting preparing all this. Not at all. Our reliable children were the ones who arranged this, so I had nothing to do with it. If our children were truly so reliable, I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea. The guests visiting today are only coming here to stay on my good side, not out of fear of our children. Even then, Rosa's reliable children mainly pertained to Joshua. On the other hand, Siren's our children were all of the siblings. They had conversed at a place where all of the elders and purebloods were listening. Even though he didn't earn Father's trust, Mother was already supporting Joshua before I was born. I was never a rival to begin with. Attacking a young pureblood was the most heinous crime. If people found out that this rule was broken, even the patriarch would be punished. The myths regarding Barasada were deep, but there was still no benefit for Joshua to kill Jean just for that reason. When I returned to the main house, killing or cursing would be the most safe and stable. After his regression, Jean thought that the curse would come after he turned 10, or that he would be cursed, while he was still inside Rosa, which was why he was worried that the curse that Sodaret dispelled was still there. The moment Jean worried about his next move, a red marble came into his cradle. Sodaret's powers activated, which helped him evade the curse. Jean realized that his contract and innate talent were still intact, and soon after, he pursued the culprit, leaving him in this spot. Why would he break the clan's rules and go for me? I will find out his true intentions when I become a flag-bearer and get to take him down. Concluding his thoughts, Jean was about to tell Luna that she had no fault. Jean. Luna called his name. I never wanted to have my siblings' blood on my hands. No, I was scared. Knowing that our parents wanted to watch us purebloods kill each other, it was too hard for me. So you became the blade that guards the clan so that our siblings wouldn't cross the line. Thanks to you, unlike the older generations, all of our siblings are enjoying life. Siren's children, the current Run-Candle clan's second generation. They were special compared to what could be seen in the clan's 1,000-year history, especially since in the older generations when 10 were born, only 5 would survive and 1 would lead the clan. However, Jin's siblings didn't suffer this bloody fate thanks to Luna. It wasn't that the battle for hegemony didn't exist, but it progressed without killing one another. Because Luna stopped them from killing each other with her exceeding power. In other words, she was basically the balancing weight in Run-Candle. However, the other siblings didn't really enjoy the presence of this balance. It was obvious since Luna's intentions didn't really align with the Run-Candle clan's values. To the siblings, It just seemed like Luna was playing with them with her power. Yeah. Thanks to me, everyone is alive and well. But now I know. I just ran away because I was scared of fighting and enjoyed my leisure. Luna scoffed and shook her head. A hypocrite. There is no other word that fits me. I am being punished for the disgusting hypocrisy that I committed so far. The hypocrite is not you. It's Nanny Tamyun. And Joshua will need to face the punishment. While my servants died, my nanny betrayed me to stay alive and received orders from Joshua to harm you. What did I do? I just looked away, acting all nice. Sister. Nanny is right. If I hadn't forfeited the throne, this wouldn't have happened. Rather, it's better that I shouldn't have been born at all. Do you feel better after saying that? No. Whatever I do, I will never feel better. Although the situation was different, Jean was currently looking at a reflection of his past self. Why was I born? Why was I forced to suffer in the clan without any talents? The same misery applied to Luna. Why was I born? Why couldn't I adjust to the clan with this power? The two worked their entire lives to improve their skills and character. Jean never let go of his sword even after facing contempt. And Luna protected her own interests despite the clan's provocations. And from that, Jean lost Gilly in his past life, and Luna lost Tamyun. What consoled me the most at that moment? He immediately remembered that voice. Young master, whoever you are, wherever you are, I will always love you. The words Gilly gave Jean in his past life, telling him that she would never give up on him. And Jean also remembered the words Luna told him when she came to the Storm Castle. Remember one thing, Jean, my brother. Whatever you do, whatever you become, I will always cheer you on. Jean spoke these two sentences from his memory, and Luna covered her face, crying like a child. I'm here, sister. I will take the blood of our siblings so you can run away for now. If you still don't feel ready after running away, please rely on me. Luna's tears stopped, and she shook her head. No, I have no thoughts of running. Joshua has to die by your hands. But if the other siblings come for you, then I will cut them all. If I become a flag bearer and have to fight our siblings, would I not be stronger than you? Starting today, I am no longer the blade that guards the clan, but the blade that guards you. Jean Runcandle, my youngest brother. I will make you the patriarch no matter what. Please don't push yourself. And I don't mind if you love Tamyun, so please don't hold back. Although I only have bad memories of her, she is still your family. And after listening to Luna's countless stories and memories with Tamyun, Jean left Luna's land. Returning to Tychon, he constantly thought of revenge against Joshua Runcandle, of the steps he needed to take to stomp on his filthy elder brother. Tamyun said that he knows about my contract. The one who revealed that must have been the magician who noticed that the curse didn't go through. Kiddard Hall. The 9-star magician who tried to curse Jean with bladed illusion. He was a grand magician Jean often heard of in his past life, but he never thought that magician would be related to his curse. I should kill him first to send Joshua a message. Chapter 135. A plan that isn't reckless. To Jean, April 20th, 1796, 2 weeks after Tamyun's death. Jean had explained the situation to his allies, only excluding the fact that he already knew about the curse since he was a 1-year-old. He framed the story as if he found out everything from Tamyun. Kashmir didn't report this information to Siren. He really wanted to share that Jean fought an 8-star knight and magician pair, but the intertwining problems were a little too sensitive to share. My shock isn't receding, young master. Why would Joshua, that stupid bast? My apologies for cursing in front of the young master. Anyways, why would the second flag bearer try to harm you? Strawberry Pie, feel free to swear. This would have been unacceptable had Timar been alive. Whoever this Joshua is, I will swallow that cockroach whole. Ha! It's so infuriating. Oi, I said you could just swear. Come on. Just shout it out loud. If you keep it in, you'll get sick. Yeah. Alright, repeat after me. S. Glancing at the surroundings, Gilly slowly began to speak undesirable words, and Murakan cheered her on. It didn't take long for the room to fill with curses and swears. They're a match made in heaven. Jean smirked while watching the two. That feels pretty refreshing. You feel better, Gilly? Hua. Feels a bit better. Still, I don't understand why he did such a thing. He was basically the prospective successor. So why did he have resentment with the young master? Maybe because I selected Barasada. Or maybe he already determined I was competition and tried to cut me off early. But the reason isn't too important. Then, the bigger question is, why did he stay still for a long while after the cursing attempt failed? Ah, that's true. 15 years ago, he broke the taboo of the Storm Castle and tried to curse you, but didn't attack you in the main house. I agree. Mew and Anne, who are far off from Joshua, ordered a mission to kill the kid. Joshua could have done more. On top of that, whenever the young master entered the main house, he turned his horns towards him. Since the second flag-bearer knew that the young master was a contractor, he had a reason to pressure you. Yeah, and I'm theorizing a lot based upon that fact. He couldn't touch me before because he was scared of eldest sister Luna. This is the first one. Lady Luna does seem to care a lot about you. There's a lead to the mystery. Your sister's power is something that dragons fear as well. But there's too much that is left unexplained. Correct. And if I stretch it a little further, there's the second theory. After hearing from Kiddard Hall that the curse failed because of Soderet's power, he decided to keep me alive. Since you were Soderet's chosen one from the day you were born, maybe he changed course to make you his ally? He neglected you too much to earn your favor. Then why keep the kid alive? You remember when we fought Andre Zipfel? Of course. Andre said something like this. I applaud your ambush. However, you and your god will become ingredients for the demon god's orb Jean Runcandle. The 12 gods right now, they are inside me. Luna Runcandle, and what do you have? Even if your father was here, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. At the time, Andre described it as if contractors were ingredients for the demon god's orb. At first, he aimed for Enya and Yuria, and he definitely wanted to feed them to the orb since they were contractors. I'm thinking it's like this. The Zipfels used the orb to eat up the contractors and forcefully undo their contracts. Then, they would contract with whoever they want. He said it as if it were only a stretched theory, but he was already certain of it. After all, the Zipfel clan had already broken Enya's contract in his past life. Oh, I remember those words from the island. Then what you're saying is that Joshua already knew of this 15 years ago and was thinking of taking your contract. Almost. But at the time, we didn't know that the orb existed, and I don't think Joshua would communicate so secretly with the Zipfels. However, tap, tap. Jean lightly tapped the table and continued. He may have known that transferring a contract is possible. A method to take away a contract. Would the demon gods or be the only one that could do that? Gilly and Murakan's eyes widened. Oh, so the second flag-bearer left you alone so that he could steal your contract. It's quite a stretch, but it's likely. After eldest sister Luna withdrew from the battle for hegemony, Joshua received upfront assistance from Mother to strengthen his position in the clan. But the patriarch still doesn't give the second flag-bearer his respect. That's because he lacks strength. Early 9-star at the age of 34. It's incredible, but as long as eldest sister Luna exists, it's not enough to become the patriarch. The thing he needs is a transcendent strength like father's or sister Luna's. A sphere of spiritual energy formed on Jin's palm. Wouldn't he want this power to death? Either he just doesn't have a way to take it away or he's not ready to do so. Certainly, could be true. Your mother would have told him about the fact that Soderet is closer to being the god of swords than magic. There's no way to be certain, but if it's as we theorized, after failing to curse me, Joshua's actions would make sense. Well, we'll only find out from Joshua and his underlings directly. Knock knock. While the three shared their conversation, Kashmir came into the room. Young Master Jean, we have found his residence. His. Kiddard Hall, the one who rendered Jean useless in his past life. Jin's eyes sharpened and flicked towards Kashmir. He had already dispatched the 7-colored peacock to search for Kiddard as soon as he came back to Tychon. Where is he? The eastern region of the continent. He seems to be hiding in the Meltador Empire. After being employed at Zipful Advanced Magic Academy, he had been conducting his research. Kashmir lent Jean the report. On it, Kiddard Hall's personal information as well as a detailed list of all of his whereabouts for the last few years were written. In February 1765, he was appointed to the Vermont Magic Academy Educational Center. In his first year, he expelled 15 students. He faced harsh friction with the Vermont nobles. Wow, there are even records dating 30 years back. That's incredible, Sir Kashmir. It is not I, but my goons who are incredible, haha. Along with his residence, we have the name of the restaurant that he often visits. Jean was getting goosebumps as he read through the report. They completely decomposed this man's identity and brought it back. Even though Kiddard Hall was a famous 9-star magician, tracking his whereabouts from decades ago was not an easy feat. This will be of great help, Sir Kashmir. Truly. However, there would be an important fact about Kiddard that wouldn't be listed in the report. A fact that only Jean knew. The main way to kill Kiddard. We were able to dispatch Jet into this case as well. He isn't even done with training, but he's doing a great job. Thanks to you, we have a prodigy. I'm very thankful that he's doing his money's worth. Alright, the Meltador Empire, that's a pretty far place. Since we can't go there directly through a transfer gate, we should prepare immediately and leave tomorrow. Huh? Tomorrow? Young master, why tomorrow? Kid, you're gonna go now and kill him? His allies asked him with surprised voices, and Jean nodded. Also, I'm going alone this time. Alone? Did you already forget that you almost died to an 8-star? You're kidding, right, young master? Young master, do you have a plan? Hey, Runt, you said that Kiddard Human was a 9-star magician? Yes, Sir Murakan. Before going into hiding, he was one of the most famous magicians, excluding the Zipfuls. Everyone knows about Kiddard of Occlusion. How can the kid kill that guy on his own? Won't it only be possible after forming your party, strategizing, and taking the perfect opportunity? Huh? Tell me, Runt. I'm getting heated right now. Yes? But Sir Murakan, I would like to ask why you are angry at me. That crazy kid thinks he's an indestructible mosquito, and Kiddard is the flame. Plus, I'm his guardian dragon, so who would I vent to? To poor strawberry pie. I understand. Yes, I must take it. But Sir Murakan, if young Master Jean is this confident, don't you think he is certain about something? The three looked at Jean simultaneously. First, Murakan, stop messing with Sir Kashmir. All three of you listen without getting surprised. I have a plan, and even if it fails, there is very low risk. As Jean began to explain, Gilly and Murakan could only blink. Meanwhile, Kashmir clapped and understood the plan. Runt, you think this is even possible? I think that young Master Jin's method is much cleaner and safer than creating a party, Sir Murakan. As young Master Jean said, he'll likely still be able to safely return even upon failure. It's the perfect plan. What do you think, Strawberry Pie? As long as young Master is safe, it's worth a try. But I'm a little sad that I won't be able to see him for long. Then I must agree. While that kid isn't here, I'll keep you company. So no need to be sad, Strawberry Pie. The three ultimately agreed, and Kashmir felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips. I was a little disappointed that I couldn't report his fight with the 2 8-stars, but I might get to report something bigger, Lord Siren. Chapter 136. The Big Picture, 1. With the time to pathfind and use transfer gates, getting to the Meltador Empire took about a week. I could think about it again and I would still be baffled. I would have never known that the one who gave me the curse was Kiddard. Jean stared at the report on Kiddard that Kashmir gave him and kept thinking about the Grand Magician. A 9-star, non-Zipful Grand Magician. In his past life, Jean had heard a lot about him. His name came up often in the Magical Research Association's scholarly articles and press releases. A self-centered, bad-tempered Grand Magician thrown away by the Zipful clan. Despite this, Kiddard stayed at the Vermont Magic Academy Educational Center and led the Zipful Advanced Magic Academy's Administrative Council. All thanks to his deep understanding and natural prowess of magic. He was a great man. But to Jean, he was just Joshua's accomplice. The one who tried to curse him when he was young. I remember the things Master told me about Kittard. An old monster that doesn't give basic respect to those who aren't a genius. And constantly scared that his own magical achievements will be stolen by the Zipfuls. He didn't care about non-geniuses. In other words, he sought for the geniuses. In Jin's past life, Kittard had shown great interest in Jin's magic teacher. "We're here." The ferryman took off his straw hat. The small boat arrived in Romp City, the coastal city of the Meltador Empire. The empty dock presented the entire city in one view. Jean paid his fare and stepped onto the land with rundown clothes. A cheap robe, an old oak wand, dust-filled glasses, and worn-down boots. The appearance of a poor magic student in training. However, compared to his evident poverty, his eyes glowed with confidence and gumption. In order to trick Kittard, cowardice wasn't included. "First, let's prepare a residence and go to the restaurant he likes." Romp City. When Jean first received the report, he liked the fact that Kittard resided in a small city. There was no need to pathfind, which also meant that finding him wouldn't be hard. Jean asked around and walked for about an hour before finding a shopping district. He burned Cashimir's report with a flame spell and spread the ashes in the grass. The sun was bright, and the wind blew nicely. The roads were peaceful. The children playing in the streets stared at Jean and whispered to one another. They were a little scared. The restaurant that Kittard visited often was the Full Ship. It was a common name that could be found in a city with fisheries as its main industry. On the establishment's opposite side was a small inn. First, Jean went to the inn. "Welcome, huh? A magician?" As soon as he saw Jean, the inn owner frowned. Probably because of Kittard. According to the report, he treated other people like servants as he hid here. There was no way Kittard even respected the Meltador residents when he treated anyone below his genius standard as an insect. "I would like a room. We have many empty rooms." Are you related to Mr. Amel?" Amel or Kittard's alias. The citizens of Romp only knew Kittard as a bad-tempered, dirty magician. They didn't know that he was a 9-star. "Who is Amel?" "Ah, I asked because you're both magicians. He came to our town about 5 years ago, and he's not a nice fellow. He seems to be famous. There's no one here who doesn't know about him. He seems to be some hotshot in the past, but I wish he would leave. He's just been ruining the mood the past few years. Anyways, here's the key. 5 bronze coins per day." Jean passed the bronze coins and showed curiosity. "That Amel fellow, I'd like to meet him. I'm no magician but an aspiring student. I'm going to the Magic Academy in the capital of Meltador." "Ah, you seem to lack the funds for another transfer gate. If you want to meet Mr. Amel, I suggest you wait in the restaurant across from here for dinner. He'll probably come out to eat." "Thank you. But I think you should ignore him and just get on your way. You seem to want to learn from him, but he's just not the nicest." "Is his personality horrible?" "Very. Last time, some kids went up to him out of curiosity, and he kicked them away. And that wasn't the only time." "That's a little far." "He's probably a failure in his hometown, which is why he's being a dick in this small town. When you get to the capital's magic school, please ask them to take him away." ***** Translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****. After resting until dinner, Jean went to Full Ship. "It's been a week since I touched a sword. It feels super weird." It was the first time since he left the Storm Castle. Still, he couldn't hide the traces of a warrior. He looked at the calluses on his hands and felt that his disguise was too shoddy. "A cooked fish and beer, please." About 2 beers in, Kittard appeared. As soon as he entered, he stared at Jean for a moment, then went to sit in a corner. Jean trotted towards him, and the other customers glanced. "Are you Mr. Amel?" The other customers were locals, and they had never seen anyone end up well after approaching Kittard. Whether they be a child, an adult, elder, even animals. Kittard didn't allow anyone to approach him after coming to Meltador. "And you, my fellow, are?" Kittard looked up and spoke. The other customers watched intently. In fact, he said, "Fellow." It was the first time Kiddard used words that weren't contemptuous. "I am Huel, an aspiring magic student. I stopped in this city on the way to the Meltador Magic Academy, and I heard that you may be an old alumnus, so I wanted to meet you." Jean spoke while staring into Kiddard's eyes. The other customers watched the exchange nervously. An alumnus? How laughable. Meltador Magic Academy. Huh. I have never associated myself with that trash hole. Very unpleasant. I'll forgive you since you don't know me so well. Ah. I have disrespected you. I Apollo. What are you looking at, you shit bastards? Leave before I toast all of you. Whoom. Kiddard began to unleash his mana, and the other customers frantically left the establishment. Even the restaurant owner threw away the fish and ran away. Jean was flabbergasted. He's over the top. He knows that the commoners can't do anything even if they report it. KRRRK. Cracks began to form on everything that Kiddard's mana touched. Plates shattered and fishes exploded while a weird sound echoed throughout. Jean stared at Kiddard without changing his expression. "It seems that you and I have disturbed the people's dinner here." At that moment, Jean didn't miss Kiddard's eyes shaking. "You aren't surprised by my mana release. It's just massive power that I've never experienced, so it's nothing too fun. How could you do this? This is embarrassing. A massive power that you've never experienced. My mana release is about 6-star. A 7-star like you shouldn't feel any threat from it." Kiddard knew the level of Jin's mana at first sight. Well, Jean didn't hide it anyway. "I said it like that because I felt the concealed mana. I thought I'd be talking to some retired magician, but I didn't think that Mr. Amel would be a grand magician in hiding. Ho ho, I was surprised when I first met you, but you're becoming more enjoyable. Meltador Magic Academy? Aspiring student? You're not good at lying. Why would a talented fellow like you go to a fifth-rate school?" Jean acted surprised on purpose and widened his eyes. "It's no lie. I really am going to the Meltador Magic Academy. If you are a 7-star at that age, you would already be a great teacher. And your meeting with me must be your teacher's doing. Since you are not a Zipful, who is it? Is it Cold Joe?" "No, sir." "And explain that body that those cheap-ass robes are covering. You have a body that deals with weapons." Jean didn't answer, and Kiddard continued. "Do everything. Truthfully. If you don't, then you will become a useless husk that can't use magic." Phew. Jean took a breath and recollected his thoughts. "I made backup plans just in case he attacks, but I'm still nervous." "But Kiddard, I already caught your interest, so you will only want me now. Today won't be the day you die." Jean shrugged as if nothing could be done. "My trained body is from my time spent as a mercenary until last year. When I first started, I held the sword. But with no talent for it, I remained a 2-star. I'm getting very annoyed. I don't have any patience. How can a 2-star warrior from last year suddenly attain 7-star mana?" Jean nodded and frowned. "I wonder the same thing. If I knew the secret of my birth, I wouldn't have become a soldier. My name is Huel Hister. I am the last descendant of the Hister clan." "WH what?" Kiddard stood and stumbled backwards. Not because he was scared, but because the Hister name was that shocking. "You seem to know about my clan. Do you understand why I couldn't register as an official magician and why I seek the Meltador Magic Academy out of other great institutions despite having 7-star mana? Are you serious? You are the last descendant of the Hister clan. The Hister clan. Jin's magic teacher's clan. The one that officially dissolved centuries ago. Yes. 1 year ago, the mercenaries confessed the truth to me. Of me being a Hister, and that everyone in the clan is gone. So, as the group leader ordered, I went to the clan's succession house, and easily attained 7-star. Whoosh. Kiddard immediately dispersed the mana around him and blinked. Am I going to die now? Or are you going to hand me over to the Zipfuls? I think this is a little unfair. I just wanted to be a normal magician living a quiet life. I didn't want to find a grand magician that I don't even know. First, let's relocate. I think we need to have a talk. Jean smiled. Chapter 137. The Big Picture. 2. Kiddard Hall's residence was in a remote forest off of the road. The nice-looking brick house looked no different than a regular house, but underneath it, there was a magic research facility. It was the first time Kiddard invited someone to this place. He brewed some tea after seating Jean in the living room. What in the world is this? A hister. In fact, if the mana got passed down, this child must be the possessor of the ultimate mana. Thump, thump. Kiddard's hands trembled as he held the teapot. On the other hand, Jean sat straight and tall, waiting for his tea. Hister. The Hister clan was an ancient clan of magicians that threatened the Zipfels around the 1400s to 1500s. Yet, as always, they lost to the Zipfel clan and lost their place in history. Now, there were no books related to them, and their elegant magic was discontinued. Despite that, Kiddard knew the name as well as the great magic that came from them. When I was in the Zipfel Advanced Magic Academy's Administrative Council, I found a short history about the Hister clan in the secret archive. What I read was something that all magicians could only dream of. Since then, Kiddard had been researching the Histers. He gathered the remnants of their history by traveling all around the world, going to various academies and auctions. Artifacts, magic tomes, everything related to the Hister clan. However, it was all garbage. Anything of high magical regard or anything authentic were all in the Zipfel's secret archive. Nevertheless, a few years ago, he miraculously found a magic tome while in the Hupester Alliance. And with it, he completed a unique magic that earned him the name Kiddard of Profusion. His newfound magic filled a portion of his puzzle for mana overload-inducing spells. Kiddard, I wonder how you would confirm that I am a Hister, and if you do, I wonder how much you want to take me in as an apprentice. I'm sure you are desperate, just like what you did to my teacher. Kiddard handed Jean a cup of tea, and Jean lightly nodded. Thank you, Mr. Amel. If I knew you were a descendant of the Hister clan, I wouldn't have treated you like that. At first, I thought you were Keliark's son or another grand magician's underling. Honestly, I didn't want to reveal my name. I wanted to keep it a secret forever since I can easily get exterminated because of it. Since you know about my clan, you don't need to tell. Ah, yeah, I know. The moment your existence becomes known to the Zipfels, you will never survive. But you won't hand me over. If you wanted to, then you wouldn't have given me such nice tea. I don't know much about tea, but this one has a nice scent. Kiddard smiled. Fufu. It seems it hasn't been long since you found out about yourself. Do you know about the Zipfel's bounty on your clan? I don't. At least 1 million gold coins. In fact, since you also have the magic, it'll be tenfold. Jean purposefully spewed the drink out of his mouth. Ha! I'm sorry. That's an inconceivable amount of money. 1 million. That would be more than the entirety of the Meltador Emperor's storage. It was genuinely surprising. In that case, it meant that his past life's magic teacher also had that same bounty. 1 million gold. This old man can't even spend that much until I die. First, I'll get out of this brick house, then use that good money to buy an entire island. And then I would make that island my research lab. I don't have a reason not to hand you over. Hence, your destiny lies in my hands. My real name is Kiddard Hall. Before you were even born, I was already a 9-star and making myself notorious. Are you saying that you are the Kiddard of Profusion? Kiddard smiled, satisfied with the response. You know my name? I wasn't active during your time. Kiddard gathered some mana in his palm. King. The mana spun like a whirlpool and let out a screech. It was the precursor of the overload spells that symbolized him in his prime. After becoming a student, I looked up to you the most. While studying, you wouldn't know how many books I've read about you. Why's that? Unlike me, you don't conceal your power or hide from the Zipfel clan. Oh ho! Even after realizing my potential, I wanted to graduate from the Meltador Magic Academy and become a normal low-ranked magician to live the rest of my life in peace. In that place, my talent wouldn't be recognized and appreciated. Not even third but fifth rate. Kiddard's judgment of the institution was precise. The professors and faculty remained at 4 to 5 star. Certainly, the trash of Meltador will never realize your talent. Yeah, I understand now since I also worried and pondered about my talent being stomped on by the Zipfels. Since you're a hister, it must be worse. Jean swallowed his scoff. Before Kiddard developed the overload spells, he tried his best to remain under the Zipfels. Yet he distanced himself from them after developing new magic. But you have attained 9 star without the Zipfels' assistance. Compared to you, well, this is pointless, since I'm in a position where I can't even hide myself. I'm actually very thankful. Thankful for what? Please think about it. While running away from them, I coincidentally met you, and you were doing me a big favor. A favor? Why do you think that? I can technically kill you in 3 seconds and sell you over to them. Well, no problem, though. No problem. If you were blinded by money, you would still be occupying a spot under the Zipfel clan or Vermont imperial family. And as their affiliate, you would be honored and showered with wealth, and all magicians would respect you. Picking his words wisely, Jean spoke some more. But you weren't. You left the comfortable life and kept distance from them. In a book I read about you, it was stated that Kiddard Hall is a bold person with a powerful will and determination who didn't come from privilege. That's what I see. Throughout their conversation, there was nothing Kiddard didn't like about Jean. As they continued, he fell more and more for him. Not because he was good at flattery. Despite facing someone who could send him to his death, Jin's confidence didn't shrivel, and his eyes radiated dignity. Those were the aspects that grasped Kiddard's interest. To be exact, he fell due to the desire to have a successor. Meltador Magic Academy? This boy is a God-given prodigy that can't rot in that 5th-rate school among 5th-rate nobodies. And those eyes that shine with bold confidence. He holds what I wanted when I was young. A long silence ensued. Kiddard needed time to deal with his emotions. I have never dreamt of a family in which my own magic would be passed down. However, how long have I spent searching for someone who could succeed me? If this were a coincidence, the gods must have fallen in love with Kiddard and given him a gift, a meeting that would never happen twice. Thinking this, Kiddard was certain that Jean was the last descendant of the Hister clan. However, there was no downside to checking again. Keying. He raised the mana in his palm and looked into Jin's eyes. You must prove to me that you are a Hister, and you must make a decision. What decision? I'll tell you after you prove yourself. Show me that you are a Hister. Any item or skill is all right. Jean pulled out a tome from his worn leather bag. The mercenary group leader who raised me gave me this while telling me the truth. The author is Shujil Hister, one of my ancestors. However, I don't know exactly who they are. Hand it here. Kiddard instinctively reached forward, but Jean shook his head. I can show you, but I can't let you touch it. What? I swore to myself that I wouldn't let anyone else touch this book even if I die. Please look from afar. If you don't intend to kill me. The words that he prepared stung Kiddard's heart. He didn't even think it was disrespectful. Jean had been leading their conversation all along. All right, in that case, open it up and show me. Fwip, fwip, fwip. Every time Jean flipped a page, Kiddard's mouth opened wider. This encoding, it's the real thing. Jean closed the magic tome and opened his mouth. I am 16, and as you may know, I have 7-star mana. I heard that only pure-blood Histers with the complete mana body can obtain this kind of mana. You said you grew up under the mercenary leader. How'd you know about the complete mana body? That is a term that's been lost in history. I found out about it in the Succession Temple. When I entered, all kinds of archival magic activated and told me everything. Then, they told me that I was compatible with the mana, so I inherited it. I can't prove that part, though. Archival magic. You experienced that too? The Zipfel clan got rid of the Hister clan because their potential threatened the entire clan. However, the main reason was due to their archival magic. To a clan that manipulated history all the time, the Hister's archival magic was a hindrance in their eyes. It was something that even zipful geniuses couldn't imitate. It was more like a glorious phenomena than magic. Is that enough proof, Mr. Kiddard? What is the name of the mercenary leader who raised you? He is a Cly Ben in the Shuttran Kingdom's southern region. He operated a small mercenary group called the Grey Owl Mercenaries, and everyone died to the Zipfuls trying to save me. I came to Meltador so that their death wouldn't be in vain. Smiling bitterly, Jean looked at the floor. All of his lies were true stories that he heard from his old teacher. His teacher, who was 14 at the time of the incident, probably cried every night for the mercenary sacrifices. I'm sorry, Master. I'm using your pain for my revenge. When we meet again, I will return the favor when I have the chance. Kiddard sighed. All right, you are proven to be a hister. Now decide. I'm listening. Do you want to live a meaningless life as a normal magician in Meltador? Or do you want to continue the profusion title and leave your name in history? Jean whispered his answer. Kiddard clenched his fist and shook. Chapter 138. The Big Picture, 3, July 20th, 1796. 3 months had passed since Jean became Kiddard's apprentice. Even after forming the teacher-apprentice relationship, Kiddard continued to look into Jin's past, and he confirmed that the Grey Owl mercenaries were eliminated by the Zipful clan. However, he couldn't dig any further. There was a possibility that he would get caught by the Zipfuls while investigating and lose his sole apprentice and successor. To Kiddard, Jean was a bag of luck that just rolled in. This kid, he talked smack about killing him after becoming his apprentice. But he's still cruising. Sometimes I feel like he has snakes in his stomach. We can't check on him because of the risk of exposure. But according to the seven-colored peacock, their time spent together is gradually increasing, Sir Murakan. Jean and Kiddard were currently being routinely monitored by an agent who was disguised as a merchant that imported supplies. However, since the enemy was a 9-star, he couldn't approach too close. Just enough to check on Jin's livelihood whenever he passed by. The agent joined in on the gossip of the people in Romp. In such a small city, an old freak took in a magic student, so naturally it became the talk of the town. Phew, I'm going to die from anxiety. It might seem that Kiddard is taking care of the young master, but it's possible that he would start abusing him on a whim. Don't worry, Strawberry Pie. That bum Jet said that Kiddard's eyes dripped honey all over whenever he looked at Jean. I think the kid got him good. It sounds kinda weird if you say it like that, Murakan. I can imagine it. That's right. You make it sound as if Lord Jean is wagging his tail for that bad man. At the end of the day, it's just part of the plan. A plan. Quicantle and Enya shook their heads as they spoke, and the little children of Tychon chattered. Jean has a tail? No, Pinty. Only Nobby Runcandle has a tail. I want to see Jean. Me too. Enya's little brother, Pinty, and Yuria. The children bit at their ice cream as their eyes watered. Elisa swooped in, took them both, and left. Since you ate your snacks, you have to exercise, right? Please don't talk about young Master Jean in front of the children. If he's mentioned once, they'll want to see him forever. Oh yeah. Jean will come back soon. Everyone scratched their heads as Elisa left the room. Tata Lathrie's apple cookies are here. Since it's too good for the kids, I was looking to give it to you guys. Lathrie brought in a mound of cookies, and the conversations about Jean continued. This is probably the only place where a dragon bakes cookies. The world is doomed. The apocalypse is upon us. It tastes magnificent. I'll be enjoying this. Anyways, Strawberry Pie, don't think about the kid too much. I still worry often. If the young master faces a problem, we can't really do anything. I agree, Sir Kashmir. I'm most scared of that as well. I should trust the young master, but Kiddard Hall is a 9-star. Would he really fall for the young master's plan? It'd be great if he just falls for his tricks and dies. Murakan grinned, as if he already knew how the situation would unfold. Man, you were the one who vented at me and disapproved of the plan. Kashmir could only swallow those words. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata ***** Huel. Kiddard called for Jean in the warmest voice. For the past 3 months, you have mastered the basics of overload-inducing magic. In other words, you learned a new interpretation of overload that other magicians didn't know about. Yes, Master. I am very thankful. Once I started mastering your overload magic, I felt like my understanding of magic expanded. It was true. The man he wanted to kill was still a genius magician who became a 9-star by himself. Kiddard was more talented than Jean had expected. Mana overload, the most lethal phenomenon that could befall a magician. Because of mana overload, it was easier to compare the levels of 2 magicians than knights. The side with greater mana could just induce the deadly phenomenon upon the other. Usually, magicians would gather mana into one spot when inducing an overload. After condensing mana at the tip of a finger, wand, or staff, they would press the mana into the opponent and cause a shock in their system. However, Kiddard's overload induced an overflow occurrence by sucking in the opponent's mana. It was the best way to respond to the opponent's magic with the entire body. 1. Would absorb the magic and return it as overload. Try unleashing the 3-star overload inducer. Cheating. From Jin's palm, a small mana spiral formed. It was much weaker than what Kiddard conjured at the restaurant, but Kiddard smiled in satisfaction. That's enough to overload the mana of third-rates without their knowing. You're not far from killing second-rates, but to take down first-rates, you have to master extreme overload. Kuhum. While emphasizing extreme overload, Kiddard cleared his throat and glanced at Jean. Yes, that's something you emphasized until now. One of the extreme overload spells doesn't necessarily require returning the mana to induce overload. When are you thinking of teaching me that? With your level of comprehension, we can start now. Really? Yes. However, Huel. Before that, your teacher wants to ask you a favor. Please tell me, Master. Jean already knew what he wanted. Shujiel Hister's tome. Will you show it to me? No, Master. Jean immediately declined. Kiddard glared at him. I understand that the tome is more important than your life. However, it has been 3 months since I became your teacher. Do you still not trust me? It's not that I don't trust you. It's merely my vow. I'm sorry. Last time, I said that was the one thing I couldn't do for you. Ha! A vow. Huel. Honestly, taking the tome from you is such an easy task. Despite this, I'm kindly asking for such an acquisition from my one and only apprentice. Master! Jean opened his eyes wide and stared at Kiddard. His intended surprise forced Kiddard to cough and look away. Oh my! I have made a mistake. But I can only feel a little disappointed. I'm trying to give you everything I have, but you're staying distant from me. Not at all. I'm just a lacking student who is acting selfish. Then does that mean you will show me? Kiddard's old, dark eyes filled to the brim with greed. In the past, he had used the Hister's magic tomes to achieve higher levels of overload. He was a man intoxicated by the Hister clan's mysteries. After taking in Jean as an apprentice, he was eager to decipher the magic tome. Instead of a scoff, Jean fake-pondered for a bit. Ha! In that case, Master, how about we do this? Go on. I will let you borrow my ancestor's magic tome. Oh! However, there is a catch. I don't think there's a point in telling you this, but please offer me a way to stand by my vow. All right, that's fine. I'll do anything that I can. What is it? I want you to also give me something that is worth your life. Kiddard's eyebrows twitched, and silence ensued. Usually, to a magician, there was only one thing that was as important as their life. More so for a high-achieving magician. The Tome of Overload. You're telling me to give it to you. The magic tome that recorded the Grand Magician's greatest achievements. Jean only kept him alive because of this. There were many opportunities to kill him. However, Jean kept himself in check and waited for the day to obtain the Tome of Overload. Just killing him wouldn't exact his revenge. In my past life, I waited a long time just to find you and kill you, but waiting for a small reward wasn't too hard. Will he give it to him? Jean maintained an expressionless face, and Kiddard thought to himself, the Tome of Overload, Huel can't just have it. He would have to inherit it when I'm on my deathbed. Chem. This is a dilemma. Either way, he can't understand the texts, nor could he extract the runes in the tome. Even though he's a genius, he's still a child. And since he can't even run away with it, there won't be a problem. He nodded after making his decision. All right, while I borrow Shujil Histor's magic tome, you can keep the Tome of Overload. It's not a problematic request. Thank you for understanding, Master. I will need some time. The Tome of Overload isn't here, but in the eternal storage room of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella. Until I retrieve it, master the art of extreme overload. Thud. Thud. Kiddard left 2 books on extreme overload on the desk and spoke. I'll be back. He returned after 10 days. It was a complicated process to get something from the eternal storage of Vankella. Welcome back, Master. Did you read the magic tomes regarding extreme overload? Indeed, I have. Kiddard handed the magic tome to him, and Jean handed Shujil Histor's magic tome. Kiddard's face immediately lit up when he got his hands on it. Oh, do you like it that much? I knew it as soon as I saw. This must be about archival magic. This will need time to decipher. Fufu. Thank you, my apprentice. You are welcome to scour the Tome of Overload as much as you please. I don't possess the ability to understand the complexity of your magic, so I'm satisfied by merely holding on to it. Do whatever you want, haha. Besides, you already started to master extreme overload. You should start with applied practice. Starting tomorrow, you should get the feel of overload magic on some bugs. Bugs? Can you also induce mana overload on a bug? It's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Kiddard shook his head. Not that bug. I meant those humans who do nothing but breathe and die. On that note, the people of this village are the perfect test subject. Chapter 139. Extermination. Pardon? Startled, Jean stared at Kiddard. Are you telling me to test the overload spells on the people of Romp? That's right. Why are you making that face on this happy day? I have an opportunity to look at Shujil Histor's magic tome, and you received the Tome of Overload. With each other's life on the line, I feel that our trust has been solidified. No words came out of his mouth. After some silence, Kiddard nodded as if he understood. Oh, Huel, have you never killed someone before? Even in your mercenary days? Jean suppressed the swears and curses that were about to erupt from his throat. He shook his head. Extreme overload magic. For the past 10 days, he learned that it was a magic used to induce an overload to not only a magician, but also a normal person. Apart from normal overload, it was possible to induce a fatal overload with the innate but minuscule amount of mana within a human. Furthermore, Jean was a beginner, so he had no way of controlling the destructive power, which was why Kiddard suggested experimenting on the common folk, to adjust the magic's force. It's not that. I just find it a little surprising. What is? Kiddard quickly turned his head and with a slight anger in his eyes. Aren't they just normal, innocent citizens? If you tell me to use them as test subjects for my magical achievement— Ha! Huel Histor. Listen carefully. Kiddard shouted and grabbed Jin's shoulders. Don't be scared of killing some bugs. You have a talent that the sky has bestowed upon you, and your worth and value is on a different level than them. They become your resources, and that is fate, a violence that he had never seen before. Kiddard breathed heavily, continuing to spew his contempt. Do you know who I was when I achieved 9-star? A common folk who couldn't get any help from anyone. You can't avoid becoming a monster, Huel. If you do, then you can't become the best. Master. Those with monetary backgrounds do worse than this. They can get test subjects and buy expensive equipment all with ease. However, when I was young, I had to flounder about despite having more talent than others. Listening to his complaints about capitalism and privilege was painful, but Jean just listened along. I, like you, was uncomfortable. However, back then, if someone had opened my eyes, I would have instantly known that I am worth much more than the millions of bugs crawling about in this world. I wish someone told me earlier that it's fine to use them however I want. Jostle, jostle. Kiddard held Jin's shoulders and vigorously shook him back and forth. Kiddard Hall of Perfusion would have been in a higher position. Huel, you need not face losses like I did. All you need to do is to learn from my mistakes and failures for free. As Kiddard spat his monologue, Jin's eyes slowly looked at the ground. Just as Jin had seen this side of Kiddard for the first time, it was also a first for Kiddard to see Jin's tired look. A little more, just a little more, and he would concede to these harsh words. Kiddard firmly believed that thought. Huel, if it weren't for me, your talents wouldn't have had the opportunity to flourish. You would have lived the rest of your boring life as a third-rate magician. Now that you possess the Tome of Overload, show me your resolve. If not, I will kick you out. Kick me. Out. It's that important. You must master the technique by killing other bugs, not just the bugs in Romp City. If you can't accept that, I have no intention of keeping you here. Please give me some time to think, Master. Kiddard hid his smile and looked into Jin's trembling eyes. Yeah, it'll be hard to understand at first. But Huel, as you use those bugs, you will understand why the world is split into geniuses and the ordinary. He truly believed that this was for his apprentice. Kiddard had lived with killing his entire life and achieved 9-star. He was living proof that his cruel but logical training method was effective. Jin lowered his head. I was foolish, Master. Honestly, I can't accept it completely, but I will try to follow your lead. Are you lying because you are scared of getting disposed of? No, sir. If it weren't for you, I'd either be rotting away in the Meltador Magic Academy or be killed by the Zipfels. If I don't trust you, I'd have no other path. He's a smart kid. My eyes didn't fail me. Kiddard swallowed those words and stroked Jin's hair. He was actually worried about what he would do if Jin chose to quit. I'll be back. However, we should never have a day like this ever again. I have achieved many things while walking through hell, and I'm trying to give it all to you. My apprentice, you are no different than my clone. Yes, Master. I will keep that in mind. Good. Now, tomorrow night, if you use those bugs without remorse, I will offer you a reward. This master of yours doesn't only have overload spells in his sleeves. From elemental spells to curses, every time you succeed, I'll teach you one. Curses. After hearing that word, Jin's expression almost faltered. I don't want to learn that from you, nor do I need it. There was no need to wait anymore. Master, before tomorrow night, I would like to ask something of you. What is it? Please demonstrate the extreme overload spell. Of course, on my body. Try it out. Before Kiddard could ask why, Jin continued. I want to know where I should induce a mana overload in order to achieve the best outcome, so I can get the hang of it as fast as possible. Kuhaha. Yes, that's the right thought. Process. I'm proud. If you kill over 5 bugs, then the knights from the capital will come. So we would have to evacuate right after. I haven't thought of that. Keithiing. Ching. A sharp screech resounded, and in Kiddard's hand, mana for overload magic gathered to form a sphere. I'll show you now. You need to recover before tomorrow night. Also, as an overload magic user, you should know how it feels at least once. Thank you. You may already know this since you looked into the magic tomes on extreme overload, but this spell's name is Overload Vortex. You basically create a force that pulls and steals the opponent's mana, and with it, you induce an overload. This is the spell you will practice tomorrow. Yes, this is the spell I practiced while you were in Vankella. Now, I will accelerate the spin of this mana sphere, and it'll begin to suck the mana out of you from head to toe. I will concentrate on each part of your body, so focus on where it is the most painful. Jin stepped back and closed his eyes. I'm starting. Screech. Kiddard's overload vortex began to rotate rapidly. From Jin's body, tiny mana particles emerged from his skin and flew into the spinning vortex. Then, a flood of blue particles flowed out of his body. It looked as if the mana wrapped around him. What? And as soon as Kiddard noticed it, he couldn't hide his surprise. I cast the highest level suited for a 7-star so that he could feel the pain clearly, but why don't I feel the slightest hint of mana overload? Ha! Kiddard looked at his overload vortex. Crack. A crack began to form on the sphere. And no way. Huel was far beyond 7-star. No, it can't be. I'll raise the intensity. Scree. Hhhhhhhht. The sphere's spin accelerated, and the light blue mana emerging from Jin's body grew a little darker. Kiddard was using mana close to that of a veteran 8-star. Jin had his eyes closed without any change in expression. The overload vortex couldn't handle the mana that Jin had. The mirror artifact's infinite mana. Kiddard only realized something was wrong when the sphere began to expand. Cullum. When Jin first came to the city, he had already activated the fountain of mana. Just for this moment. KZZZZZK. Boom! The overload vortex disfigured and exploded. Kiddard gathered all of his energy to contain the mana. However, even though he was a 9-star magician, he was still human. He couldn't handle the mirror's infinite mana. It was as if he were trying to block a waterfall with his hands. Kiddard absorbed the mana he used to cast the intense overload vortex together with the mirror's infinite mana. His body began to show signs of mana overload, and the overload began to spread. Kiddard Hall. You would know best of the horrifying suffering brought about by overload. Seacough. Arrrgh. Blood spilled out from all orifices on Kiddard's face as he began to tremble. Jin slowly walked towards him. You must have lived without knowing. Ugh. Who? Kiddard's face was covered in blood. His 2 eyes filled with shock, and his 2 legs shivered, unable to handle the pain caused by mana overload. Thud. Losing his strength, Kiddard kneeled and barely held his head up to look at Jin. Huel. How could you? 15 years ago, you tried to curse a little baby at the Storm Castle. Do you remember the baby's name? Kiddard? Why you? I am not Huel Hister, but Jin Runcandle. Shing. Jin pulled out a blue dagger from his sleeve and looked down at his enemy. He recalled the 28 pathetic years that he lived in his past life. He had to go through hell all because of that damned curse, the damned bladed illusion. It took almost 44 years to find out that Joshua ordered Taemun to tell you to curse me. Please. Cough. No. I didn't have a chance to beg for mercy back then, Kiddard. I was only 1 year old. Jin dyed his dagger with spiritual energy, and Kiddard rapidly shook his head as he began to convulse. Blood spewed out from his mouth, staining Jin's clothes. Jin slowly lowered his torso and took Shujil Hister's magic tome from Kiddard's robe. Your pathetic 80 years can't compensate for my 44 years, but I'll use the tome of overload very well. Save me. Cough. Stab. The darkened blade pierced Kiddard's cheek, and foamy blood erupted from his mouth. Death. Kiddard's body slackened, and Jin walked away. Swinging the dagger across the wall, he left a message. You will not die peacefully like this man. Jean Grey, so that Joshua Runcandle, his older brother, could see. Chapter 140. After his death. 1. Kiddard's death became known at least a month after his passing, and the world was shocked. Although his presence dissipated due to him being in hiding, the death of a 9-star was still shocking. Furthermore, the exact cause of death wasn't known. The location of death was a residence off-road of a forest in Romp City. The citizens didn't really worry or think about Kiddard's absence in the main city for a month. They just assumed that he was researching something with the young boy that he kidnapped. Thanks to that, Kiddard's corpse, that was discovered to have been abandoned for a month, became food for the mountain beasts. Only a few small bones remained. Journalists of the press, affiliates of the Ministry of Magic, and those who had personal ties to Kiddard could only focus on the message on the wall. Jean Grey, the likely culprit behind Kiddard Hall's death. Who is he? Why did he kill Kiddard Hall? And what's the reason for his hiding? Unfortunately, scriptures of Kiddard's overload magic are supposedly in Vankella's eternal storage. While the people loaded the press with these titles, those who knew of Jean Grey had their own separate debate. It's not the youngest, right? Jean Grey's a common name. No way. I know the youngest is amazing and all, but it's against a 9-star magician. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. It's definitely not him. Haha. Right? The Tana twins were about to leave after becoming provisional flag bearers. Despite their denial of Jin's achievement, they couldn't stop thinking that it was him. Our stupid siblings. They talk well for some kids who haven't met a 9-star magician. I can't believe that they're provisional flag bearers after only a few months. TSK. Hey, why Mew? They're kinda cute when they spit some dumb stuff. Enough for me to want to kill them. A frickin' star. I thought that White Wolf tribe incident last time was enough. Mew and smirked and glared at the Tana twins, and this time Mary looked at the girls. Shut up. You're interrupting the meal. TCH. We can't even talk this much. I said. Shut up. Ha! You stayed quiet when the Tana brats were. Mew, and one more word and Mary will kill you. I can't stop her now, since Mother isn't here either. The second son, Deepu shrugged. Lunsha shook. Her head, tired of everything. Ran and Vigo quietly focused on cooking. The pureblood Runcandle children gathered at one table. The only ones missing were Luna, Yona, and the provisional flag bearer, Jean. Clink. Joshua lowered his knife and wiped his mouth. All right. Stop it, everyone. It's been a long time since we had a dinner like this. Do we need to get our faces red and hot like this? I, for one, think that the youngest did indeed kill Kiddard. All eyes fell on him. Even Lunsha, who didn't really care. Joshua, why do you also think that? Why? You think that makes sense? It wouldn't be possible on his own. If that kid, Yona, helped him, then maybe. Mary and Deepu's glared at their eldest brother with hatred. The two had always despised his weird plots. Calm down, brother. I knew that we weren't here just for a meal, but your exposition is annoying. Do you have to doubt a provisional flag bearer? Can you back the claim that Yona helped him, eldest brother? I don't know for certain. It's just a hunch. Do I have to take responsibility for my words? A 9-star grand magician died and there's no clear reason of death. That's hard to achieve for someone who isn't nameless. The assassin organization that Yona was currently affiliated with. You seem to want Yona to have a bad time. Bringing up her name now without reason makes me want to barf. And tying her with the youngest makes no fucking sense. On the death scene, Jean Grey was written on the wall. I think that the youngest requested something from Nameless in order to publicize his name, and Yona wrote the message in lieu of the youngest. Mew and applauded his claim and nodded. Oh, thinking of it that way makes sense. Then Jin's successful mission in the past would also be by Nameless. It's all under an assumption. As Mew said, the youngest had done amazing things since back then. So I don't think there's any downside to opening an investigation. That's right, brother. There were too many questions regarding Jean. I also want to know what Yona thinks about the clan. Thud. Mary stood as she slammed the table. Mew and N were startled and turned to look at her. Lunch aside, another troublesome situation was brewing. Against the business of the second flag bearer, the seventh flag bearer shouldn't be talking shit to you. But remember one thing, brother. If you hurt Yona, Father will not sit still. Deepu stood up and added on to Mary's words. Brother, please show some coolness. If you are jealous of Yona, just put her under your sword. Simply slandering and flicking your tongue at her is not the Runcandle way. Fufu, I don't think you're in a position to say that, Deepu's. If you don't like my style, why don't you just unsheath your sword? Deepu's eyes flicked to Lunsha. For whom? Mary and Deepu's left the dining hall, and Joshua smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the twins, who were the cause of the situation, could only think. Since Jean the doormat disappeared, the higher-ups are getting messy. I don't know how long Mew and N will keep their focus on us. Shit. If Jean were here, our sisters would have teased us less. I can't believe I miss him. The Tana twins were depressed. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada *****. Dante. The world's most boring event, a zipful banquet. Baradin waved a newsletter and sat next to Dante, who came. Only because he was invited. Nonetheless, Dante was concerned as to what expression he should make at the dull party in order to not be disrespectful. So, after multiple greetings and bows here and there, he made an awkward smile when Baradin came. You came, Baradin? It's a wonderful banquet. Thank you for not forgetting to invite me. Hey, why are you trying to save face? I know our clan's banquet is boring as hell. I just wanted to see you again. Sorry. You were bored, right? Me too. I missed that night at the arena. Oh, the arena. That was nice. No need to be sorry. After that day, I also felt pretty empty. There wasn't a single day when I didn't fiddle with the empty chest, commemorating those days. But that aside, did you hear about this? Baradin put the newsletter in Dante's face. Surprisingly, Dante had just found out about Kiddard Hall's death. Right before coming to the banquet, he had only been a shut-in, engrossed in training. He had no idea what was going on in the world. A 9-star magician had been murdered, and Jean Grey's name was left on the crime scene. I'm more surprised at you. You didn't know about this? Anyways, this case, it has to be his doing. What do you think? Dante snorted with certainty. Most certainly. He is a man who would do such a thing. I don't know his reason or method, but it must be his doing. On that note, Dante, can you make some time? Now? No, starting tomorrow. A good chunk of the day. Baradin whispered into Dante's ear. Wanna go see him? Do you know where he is? Well, we can just look for him. Dante chuckled and nodded. The guests and journalists attending at the banquet interpreted the sight differently. Those two just discussed the Kiddard Hall case, right? They were talking and smiling, as if there was something only they knew. Recently, I heard good relations between the Hyran clan and Zipfel clan. The Zipfels must be related to Kiddard Hall's death, and it seems young Master Baradin offered some information to young Master Dante. The Zipfels might be strengthening their friendly ties and organizing the unallied forces. Since the Zipfels took down Kiddard with intent, I should be careful of what I write about them. Asterisk. Meanwhile, the main character of all of this talk searched for an ear cleaner. Is someone talking about me behind my back? My ears tickle. Murakan. What? Are you done with the tome of overload? Arg. Shit, I have a right to live like a human, kid. I've been on this tome for a fucking month. As he said, Murakan had been deciphering the text ever since Jean returned. He could cast the runes to his body only after the process was done. Compared to Tsenmi's photon cannon, the rune characters were overly complicated, so it took more time to decode. But no one else can do the tome work than you. Why do you keep forgetting about Quicantle? She knows how to do this too. We're not that close. In exchange, I'll bring a wagonful of your nice little magazines. The exclusive editions. If you bring anything less than the special edition, I'll kill you. While Murakan huffed and puffed in anger, Kashmir came to Jean. Young master. Yes, Sir Kashmir? I came to tell you that I'll be leaving for about a month. A month? Where to? So, that's, the Vermont Empire. Yes, the Vermont Empire. I must go because I forgot something there. As the fallen prince of Vermont, Kashmir had no reason to return and find something he wanted in the empire. Jean examined Kashmir's awkward speech and soon realized exactly why the other needed to leave for a while. My father called for him. He's headed for the Black Sea, probably because of Kiddard Hall. It seems he wants to talk about it in person. The awkwardness was born from Kashmir clumsily making excuses while lying about being in contact with Siren. He still thought that Jean didn't know about the reports being sent to the Patriarch. Is there anything I can help with? Oh, of course. Well, it's something I must do alone. Haha. Anyways, young Master Jean, I already retrieved what you requested last time, so please spend your time wisely during my absence. Jean wished Kashmir luck and smiled. Chapter 141. After his death, too, Kashmir obtained a nameless pass. It was an object required to enter Samel City, where the main base of Nameless was located. Going to the city without the Nameless Pass was suicide. However, possessing the Nameless Pass didn't guarantee safety in Samel. The city was more dangerous than an unprotected area like the Black Sea, the sacred place for all assassins. There were no common folk in Samel City. Everyone residing there were cadets aiming to become a part of Nameless. The entire city was essentially a training ground, which meant that assassin training was constantly in session. However, apart from normal training, cadets were allowed to assassinate within the grounds, and protecting the visitors wasn't the higher-ups' duty. Hence, using a visitor for assassin training was no problem. Going there with the nameless pass basically means that I will follow their ways. On the other hand, going without the nameless pass meant they were not a visitor but an enemy. A visitor would still survive assassination attempts from cadets and barely return. However, if an enemy successfully escapes, they'd be left on nameless hit list and live the rest of their life in threat of murder. Not many could even think of survival after getting on the list. Jean lay on the sofa, playing with the nameless pass. Where elder sister Yona is. Going to see her wouldn't violate the rules of being a provisional flag bearer either. Yona was not in the Garden of Swords. She wasn't acting as a Runcandle affiliate, but as one of nameless executioners. Additionally, even if he met her, Jean would face no punishment from the clan. After regressing, he wanted to visit Nameless before 1799. Leaving now was a little early, however. The Nameless cadets' assassination attempts were hard for even 7-star knights to deal with. I was going to go when their assassinations have become laughable. But if I meet Kazan again, or meet another poison master, then I can't do anything. Jean intended to visit Samel City because of poison. There are too many poisons that my Runcandle-blessed body can't handle. He remembered all of the moments he was at death's doorstep. The time he met the White Wolf tribe warrior Quasito Truca in his first mission, when he fought Andre Zipfel, when he faced the Zipfel magicians in the Kalin ruins, among others. Yet, the most dangerous encounter was when he fought Beriz and Kazan. When he got hit by Kazan's poison, he would have definitely died if it weren't for Prince Laika. Jean contemplated after Tamyun's death. Kazan will continue to pursue me, and besides him, there'll be many who will try to kill me with poison. Even after I return to the main house, everyone affiliated with Nameless increased their poison resistance through training. Even the cadets in Samel had enough resistance against mid-tier poisons. Those who officially become a Nameless assassin would have achieved significant resistance to deadly poisons. However, Jean didn't want only that. He already had that resistance since he was born. The 1000-poison antidote. I have to obtain it. An antidote passed down to the best executioners of Nameless. Those who drank it got one step closer to absolute resistance. Absolute resistance wasn't recorded in history, but it seemed to be a domain only few had achieved. The first patriarch of Runcandle, Timar. The current patriarch, Siren. The first leader of Nameless, Korin. Obviously, it wasn't something that Jean could just get. It was an item that was offered only to those that the leader of Nameless approved. As the greatest executioners of Nameless. But in my past life and drank it, around 1799. If the events unraveled the same way as in Jin's past life, and would drink the 1000-poison antidote in 3 years. Gifted to her by Yona. At the time, elder sister Yona became the greatest assassin of Nameless in the shortest time in history. In fact, she already had a body close to absolute resistance since birth, so she didn't really need it. As such, Yona offered the antidote to the clan. Nameless leader was infuriated by it, but he stayed quiet due to 2 reasons. Firstly, his concern for Yona was no different than for his own children. Secondly, Nameless would fall the moment it retaliated against the Runcandle clan. Instead, the organization's leader complained to the Runcandles and kept Yona in the organization even after her contract expired. It would be better for her to be there anyways. Well, and drank it back then. But this time, I'll drink it. Jean felt that and was definitely on Joshua's side. And he planned on ruining everything good for his enemies. From stealing the benefits that they reaped to magnifying the harms towards them. He would slowly but surely have his revenge that way. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****. The deciphering of the Tome of Overload was complete. Ugh, finally. It's over, damn. Come over here and give me your back. Thanks. One by one, Murakan cast the characters onto Jin's back while muttering some words. Jean felt that his understanding of overload spells rapidly increased every time a rune character was cast on his back. Overload Reflection, and Overload Vortex among other normal extreme overload spells, as well as an ultimate overload spell called Heavenly Defiance. Satisfied, Jean burst into laughter, and Murakin shrugged. You like it that much? I like this aspect of magic. I can't master decisive killing moves of the sword through rune character decoding. It's also the downside of magic. If you don't have the rune characters, sometimes you can never master the magic. That's why I don't use photon cannon. Well, I don't need that to be strong anyway. I feel like I got some good weapons after photon cannon. I saw them while deciphering, and they're pretty useless spells. If you master the Heavenly Defiance spell or something, you'll dominate. Even a herd of 7 stars. Heavenly Defiance was essentially a massive overload vortex in the sky. It sucked mana incomparably more than the overload vortex that was only on the caster's hand. Moreover, it shattered the basic rule of overload. Even if the opponent was of higher mana level, the user could still induce a mana overload. If Kiddard had unleashed a Heavenly Defiance instead of a regular overload vortex, he would have been difficult to defeat even with the fountain of mana in hand. I kinda stressed the barrier on the mirror to get this magic, so it has to be worth something. My god. You think a seal from Soderet's Prime would loosen just because of a 9-star magician? Use that thing more comfortably. Still, it doesn't feel right. If the seal breaks, the world ends. I have to use these as a last resort. And if I just rely on the mirror, my growth will only be delayed. Good point. Murakin responded boringly, but he was genuinely astonished. He should have realized how great the infinite mana pool is when he killed Kiddard. But this kid isn't falling for the temptations of comfort. In his 3,000 years of activity, he had seen many geniuses who ruined their lives due to cutting corners. Getting stronger efficiently was important, but there was no definitive easy way to get stronger. Anyways, why don't you try it out? Heavenly Defiance? Yeah. Wait a moment. Let me release some spiritual energy. It'll take time to cast anyway since you're new to it. It was a 9 stars ultimate spell. Plus, you lack the mana, and we're indoors, you crazy kid. It's spacious enough. I'm starting. Jean closed his eyes and started to cast. Murakin quickly covered his body with spirit energy. Since he also had some mana, he had to prevent himself from being affected by the massive mana vacuum. Huhush. Kaong. The mana that emerged from Jin's hand began to form a massive circular shape on the ceiling, and it took approximately 15 seconds to cover the entire surface. After he finished his cast, the mana spun quickly, and the room began to rumble. Oh, Lord Jithiyure! The moment Murakin looked up at the Heavenly Defiance, Enya entered the room. Exposed to the spell, foam began emerging from her mouth. Shit! Jean immediately cancelled his spell and ran over to Enya. Murakin pointed at him and laughed as the young run candle helped Enya up. Are you okay, Enya? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were nearby. Enya flicked her thumb up with sparkling eyes. It's the best. Huh. It's the best. Just now. Crazy cool. It was hard to tell if it was the Heavenly Defiance or the current situation that she found cool. Nevertheless, Jean was relieved that Enya wasn't badly hurt. Phew, that's a relief. If you had gotten hurt. Wait. Stay like this for a sec. No, forever. I feel like I succeeded in life. Ack. Quicantle smacked the back of Enya's neck, causing her to lose consciousness. Common sight. Shit. You let her play with you? My goodness. I told her not to do so no matter how much she loved you. At that point, Murakin was rolling on the floor, laughing like a hyena. Jean explained the situation to Quicantle. This is my fault, Miss Quicantle. I will apologize to Miss Enya when she wakes up. An apology? No need. Enya needs to get into her right mind. Anyways, I heard you're gonna Samel City where Nameless is, right? To get the 1,000 poison antidote. Yes. I want to leave by the day after tomorrow. Do you know what kind of place that is? I do. The entire city is basically a massive training ground, and even visitors aren't free from the threat of assassination. At your level, I'm sure you're capable of holding off the Nameless cadets. However, as you survive longer and longer, you will encounter stronger assassins. The best will come if you defeat them too. Oh, I've never heard of that. Of course you haven't. Because anyone who escapes with that kind of knowledge would probably die knowing, since they retain knowledge regarding Nameless and could potentially spread it. Usually, they die before encountering the best executioner, or they'd return after finishing their business. During Quicantel's era, Nameless was a famous assassin organization. And among her allies, she was the most knowledgeable about Nameless. Even your sister can't stand a chance against the real assassins of Nameless. So, when you feel like you've been pushed into a corner, show them this. Then you might just live. Chapter 142. Nameless. 1. Jean boarded himself on a carriage to Samel. It had been 4 days since he left Tychon. At Samel's location, the southern region of the Khan Kingdom, it was already autumn. A wind carrying the good autumn atmosphere lightly shook Jin's hair as he leaned against the windowsill. In the midst of the unbelievably peaceful moment on the way to an assassin's cove, Jean remembered Gilly's unhappiness right before he left. "It's your birthday soon, and I'm so disappointed that I won't be able to celebrate with you if you leave now. Young master, you're definitely making great achievements as a provisional flag bearer, but please make sure to allocate time for some leisure." After seeing Luna and Taemyun, Jean thought about Gilly a lot more. I should be nice to her. On that note, I don't know much about her either. Luna and Taemyun were a different case. Taemyun never spoke about her past since Luna bore no curiosity. Gilly was the opposite. From his past life to the current, whenever Jean asked about her past, Gilly would either avoid the question or flat out ignore it. I heard that she was the smartest member of the McRollan clan in history, and I don't even know why she became my guardian. The McRollans, one of the clans loyal to the Runcandles. They were a famous martial arts clan that was a prick in the finger for the Huphester Alliance. Gilly was the youngest daughter of such a clan. Why would such a person like that become a Runcandle nanny? Jean had heard that question even in his past life. At some point, he wanted to send a person to find out why, but he knew that it wouldn't be very respectful towards Gilly. She'll tell me soon enough. It was just that she didn't have the chance in my past life. When I get back, maybe we'll go on a vacation. Thump, thump, thump. The carriage continued forward. Organizing his thoughts, Jean looked out the window and at the coachman. For someone steering a carriage, he's too young. His lower body is well built too. A normal coachman would decline any request to Samel City regardless of the pay. Jean had been rejected at least 5 times before he got someone to take the job, which was why he speculated that the coachman was a nameless cadet. "Hey!" "Yes, sir?" "How long until we arrive?" "About 2 more hours." "Is this the right path?" "Yes, it is. Don't worry, and take a nap. People still live in Samel City, so coachmen like me go there every now and then." Verifying his claim, Jean nodded. He is a cadet. If he were a real nameless assassin, he wouldn't have used these kinds of tricks. Every inhabitant of the city was either an assassin or an assassin cadet. However, not all of them were the top-tier assassins that lived up to Nameless. Amongst the cadets, there always had to be more gravel than gems. I'll only be able to see nameless assassins once I actually arrive in the city, and this coachman won't attack me until we get there. Maybe. As he expected, nothing much happened in the next 2 hours. Jean arrived at the entrance of Samel City at approximately 2 in the afternoon. At first glance, it looks like a regular city. Well, the entrance looks like it belongs to one, at least. A normal pathway led to the heart of the city, and 2 guards stood at each side of the not-so-high gate. If he were to offer something different, the guards wore white fabric clothing and didn't hold any weapons. They didn't need to look threatening, since no human would intrude upon Samel City without intention. The white color was a symbol of Nameless. Everyone in the city, from cadets to the best executioners, all wore the same white clothes. The only exception were the visitors. "Stop your carriage." The guard spoke, and the coachman pulled on the reins. Jean got out of the carriage and immediately pulled out the Nameless pass. The guards exchanged glances with each other. "What's your reason for coming to Samel City?" They didn't ask him who he was or where he was from. Their tone wasn't threatening either. "Just for experience." It'll be a fun experience. Enter. You may retrieve your pass when you leave. I have something to ask before I step foot into the city. What is it? Do the rules of Nameless apply after you receive the pass, or only when you enter the city? That's SHHHK. Before the guard could finish answering, a dagger flew towards Jin's back. Jin, who had his senses heightened, quickly dodged it. Definitely the coachman. With his momentum, Jin threw himself towards the coachman, who was drawing another dagger, and kicked his thigh. Crack! The sound of bone breaking resounded after Jin came into contact. He then swung his elbow towards the coachman's chin. The man fell to the ground, and Jin shook his head. I guess it's the former. Will you guys attack too? With eyes widened, the guards shook their heads. No, we are mastering assassination, not martial arts. The moment you destroyed that fellow, we already failed. Enter. Thanks. And this fellow will be kicked out, correct? Since he attempted murder without wearing the proper attire and failed. You know our rules well. It isn't a well-concealed secret, so it's nothing incredible. Tell him to not be so disappointed. Seeing as he was clearly inept during our ride, I think this job isn't fit for him. Maybe he can become a real coachman instead. Ting. Jin flicked a gold coin towards the fainted man. The man would be very disappointed, but Jin felt that he actually saved his life. After all, a pathetic one like him would only face death in Samel City. And tell him that this is for the ride. Jin trotted past the entrance and into the city. The guards glanced at his back. An interesting and merciful fellow made a visit. Jin could only be astonished as he walked in. Whoa! Before he left, the seven-colored peacock gave him some information. Contrary to the views and beliefs of people, Samel was a quiet and beautiful city. The roads didn't have a single speck of dirt or mud, and each building was spaced evenly and perfectly. They looked as if they were new. Each and every person who wore the Nameless uniform remained quiet. They didn't even dare to glance at the visitor. Everything white glimmered in the afternoon sun. It's more beautiful than I imagined. Goosebumps rose on the back of his neck. This beauty hid blood. The reason as to why Nameless symbol was the color white was because the assassins were confident that they could execute their targets without staining their uniforms. Those who managed to make progress in this quiet city, without being caught by anyone, would then earn the privilege to live in the Nameless manner. Visitors are merely special training dummies. Otherwise, they kill each other day by day. At first glance, the cadets ranged from teenagers to young adults to middle-aged people. There were even children, 4 or 5 years younger than Jin, and among them a talented one definitely existed. However, it was rare for one to ever show mercy. Age, experience, origin, none of that mattered here. Every cadet's goal was to kill others, climb the cadet ranks, and head to the Nameless manor. No matter what angle you look at it, this place is worse than the Runcandle clan. Seeing the children in this brutal city, Jin conjured an image of his sister, Yona Runcandle. Elder sister Yona said that she was sent here at the age of 12. Realizing Yona's talents very early, Siren debated whether to send her to the Hidden Palace or Samel City. Both were places to escape the world powers and places to colonize. Between the two, Siren wanted the Hidden Palace more. However, he sent his youngest daughter to Nameless for one reason. At the Hidden Palace, Cirrus was already chosen to be the successor, but there wasn't anyone yet for Nameless. Even until now, when Yona was already 23 years old. Which was why Jin could count the number of times he saw Yona with his hands. In my past life, she came back and became an assassin for the clan. It was far from an honorable flag-bearer. She became an unofficial flag-bearer who had to hide her presence at all times. Although she had some freedom in the Garden of Swords, Yona normally lived in hiding and often erased her presence. The reason was unknown. Whether it was due to her personality or she thought her presence brought misfortune. And seeing her live like that, Jin felt empathy. Yona wouldn't know, but I was also pushed to a corner and suffocated. Though, the treatment between us were polar opposites. It was an opportunity for him to have a nice talk with her, along with the request to have the 1000 poison antidote. Jin walked along the path as he smiled bitterly. First, he needed to find a room to reside in. Samel was a moderate-sized city. Due to the lack of visitors, there weren't many inns. However, Jean didn't think of going to an inn. An inn has a high risk of assassination. I won't last long tracking the inn owner, workers, and other guests. He already experienced how painful that was at the Cosmos Arena. He barely survived even from inexperienced pirates. It's better to choose a room from an average cadet. Peons like the coachman wouldn't attack Jean out of fear. Instead, Jin's life would be threatened by the cadet homeowner. I have to choose wisely. A cadet who thinks they could kill me anytime, but never will. ****** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****. Meanwhile, at a dock in the central region of the Khan Kingdom, Baradin and Dante were tracking down Jean after the Zipful banquet. Hey you. Yeah you. Come help me for a second. Have you seen someone like this? Ahem. Have you seen someone like this? If so, I will be very thankful. Using Heron's political power, they dug through all of the recent TransferGate usage records, found 45 instances of Jean Grey, and met 10 different people who bore the same name. It would be easier if the Hyran and Zipful clans worked together, but that would destroy the meaning of a secret trip and the opportunity for the three to gather. The two made that decision. We are certain that this Jean Grey came here as well. But what if the Jean Grey in the Khan Kingdom isn't the one we're looking for? What do you think we'll do? Go to the next town over? That's what. At least one of the 45 must be him. Else we'll have to start all over again. A commitment that no one else would willingly make. Chapter 143. Nameless. 2. You want to borrow a room? That's right. The man looked down at Jean with an expressionless face. A man who easily towered over 2 meters with a scary face. For the other cadets, the pure white uniform at least made them look nicer, but not for this man. He resembled a martial artist or a mercenary instructor who used an axe, more than an assassin. While scouring the streets until sundown, Jean chose this man, and his standards were his footsteps. An assassin was a beginner if Jean could hear their footsteps without the need to focus, intermediate if he needed to focus a little, and advanced if he couldn't hear them at all. As for those who required the utmost focus to detect, they would easily go to the nameless manor. With that in mind, Jean determined this man to be an intermediate cadet. After facing the coachman and the guards, beginners were off the list, and confronting an advanced assassin from the start was a little too much. Wouldn't it be better to stay at an inn? I don't like it because there are many customers at night. I'll pay more than enough for each night. So please. I feel very offended. The man's eyes narrowed. Not because Jean just asked for a room out of the blue, but because the man interpreted the request as a tease. Something along the lines of, you can't kill me. Seeing that you entered with the nameless pass, you must be an offspring of a clan, and you must have incredible skills for your age. I understand that you're confident, but this is Samel City. There is no such thing as a fair fight. I know well about that, so I avoided going to an inn. If you will not offer your room, I'll search for someone else. I'll let you in. I won't take any payments, though I may take your life instead. Don't forget that this is all on you. Thank you. After a 5-minute walk, they arrived at a 2-story residence. Jean chose to use a relatively small room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered, he asked for dinner. Don't worry about your food being poisoned. I never thought of you as that much of a beginner. Thanks for the meal. An efficient meal with some meat, eggs, and vegetables. Very fresh produce, as the cadet said. Jean quickly finished his plate before the man and stared at him. Even if he's an intermediate, I should never lower my guard around him. Jean looked carefree, but it would be a lie if he said he wasn't nervous. The man could release poisonous gas under the table, go for Jin's throat with the fork, or throw the poison needles hidden in his sleeve. Anything could happen if Jean lowered his guard. Even though he possessed better physical skills, he had to think of all the possibilities against a trained assassin. 2 needles in his sleeve, and he's always keeping the middle of his mouth empty while he chews, so he has needles or a poison flask in there. However, I can't only check on those. His knowledge of assassins' basic principles from his cadet days helped him. When against assassins, you must think of them as illusionists or scammers, young master. If the opponent's eyes give away that they saw a hidden weapon, they'll use another unexpected hidden card. It was something the beginner class instructor told him. Also, before Jean left for Samel City, his companions provided advice that often applied. Especially Quicantle, who knew well about Nameless, offered many points of advice which Jean constantly thought about. There is one thing you need to keep an eye on when in Samel. When a door suddenly opens, never take your eyes off what you're looking at. The moment you instinctively turn and look, it'll be the end of your life. Kriya Ake. How could he have such great teachers and companions? Thankfully, even when the front door opened, Jean could keep an eye on the man. What is this kid? He knew that the door was going to open. On the other hand, the assassin expected Jean to turn his head. He planned to suffocate Jean with the tablecloth, which was covered in chloroform, while he was looking away. However, he couldn't execute it. Even after 3 seconds since the door opened, Jean maintained his upright position. Squeak, squeak. The open door swayed and made a squeaking sound. Nobody came through the door. Just some evening wind blew past the two inhabitants. It's their special training method. Instructors would dress as cadets, open doors and walk past, especially for houses with visitors. It's a principle of the assassins to catch an opportune moment by staying alert 24/7. Had Jean come to Samel without hearing this from Quicantle, his visit would have been more fatal than expected. For a while, Jean stared at the man. Should I close it? Jean asked cluelessly, and the man nodded whilst suppressing his surprise. He's not an easy kid. He's an unnerving one. Maybe he's from an elite clan. That would be more dangerous for me than him. I'll observe him for a while and take the opportunity. I shouldn't take him lightly. If he forced an attack on Jean, the nameless instructor who opened the door would kick him out immediately. Because that was not the way of Nameless. May I go rest upstairs? Do as you wish. On the second floor, Jean started to investigate his surroundings. He took note of how many possible paths external intruders could take, whether there were any traps or assassins in position. He didn't simply scan and check for one or two things. There's nothing that could pose a problem on the second floor. One window limits the possibility of invasion, and even a slightly large physique would prevent such entry. No special contraptions on the ceiling, floor, or walls either. After finishing the hour-long inspection, Jean lay on the bed and thought about the instructor that opened the door while he ate dinner. Nameless is beyond comprehension. Are you telling me that all of the instructors are on that level? How can a person move like a ghost like that? While he was eating, Jean had his senses heightened, enough to detect even the movement of dust. He also expected that his concentration would be marred by the door suddenly opening. Despite all that, he wasn't able to detect the instructor's footsteps. It was as if nobody turned the doorknob and the door just opened on its own. Even Jean couldn't replicate such ghostliness with his spiritual energy. That instructor could kill me whenever they want, even if this wasn't Samel and it was my room in Tychon. Even if all of my companions guarded my room, my survival wouldn't be guaranteed. Goosebumps crawled up his spine. I shouldn't be proud of identifying an intermediate cadet's schemes. If I encounter an instructor-level assassin, I'll be dead before I can even show them what Miss Quicantle gave me. He finally started to feel what kind of place he got into. However, there were still many things he didn't know about, and if they remained unknown to him, Jean, who had gone through so many conflicts, would fall to the ground in despair. I think that's him? Isn't it? Is it? Sitting upside down on the ceiling was a woman who had been watching Jean this entire time. Even while Jean inspected the second floor, she stayed right on his tail. And the moment Jean sat on his bed, she took position on the ceiling. The woman had been observing Jean while maintaining a half-step distance for about an hour. Is it him? Is it not? Is it? Air. Should I just ask? No. If it isn't him, I have to kill him. He definitely looks like him, though. Jean sighed and unsheathed Bradamanti to clean it, and the woman smiled with glittering eyes. Her name was Yona Runcandle. the best executioner of Nameless, Jin's sister, and the instructor who opened the door. It's Bradamanti. It is the youngest. Wow, nice to see you again. Unable to suppress her happiness, she clapped. Clapping? Jin instinctively stood and took a defensive stance. He simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound, the ceiling. At that moment, Yona already repositioned herself behind Jin again. Phew, that was close. As if she were weightless, the bedding that she stood on didn't have a single wrinkle. Jin quickly spun in place to analyze his surroundings, but like a shadow, Yona stuck right behind Jin. My youngest brother. Couldn't you just act like you didn't hear it? The current leader of Nameless didn't favor her for nothing. Yona's abilities were something that even the leader couldn't do. Am I hearing things? What was it? What the hell was it? I'm sure I heard a clapping sound on the ceiling. Am I hearing things because I'm so sensitive? I can't even use magic or spiritual energy. Contrary to Yona, Jin was going crazy. He had been dripping cold sweat for an hour, but he still couldn't identify what the sound was. Is it the instructor from before? No, even an instructor can't conceal themselves in this space. Ultimately, Jin concluded that he was hearing things. Otherwise, it would be an incomprehensible scenario. Phew! He slumped back onto the bed but still couldn't let go of his alertness. He wouldn't be sleeping tonight. You'll never be able to find me since you didn't open your mind's eye. But that's incredible. How much have you grown since the last time I saw you? Yona knew Jin to be a 5-star. However, seeing him in person, his aura was at least 7-star. That was incredible enough, but she didn't forget that he prevented all attempts of murder on the first floor. I'm certain even eldest sister Luna couldn't do that at your age. Well, she would just take no damage from poison needles or daggers and just counterattack, but she would never prevent such attacks from happening. Proud of her brother, she wanted to give Jin a big hug. Yet, after debating on whether she should reveal herself and praise the youngest, Yona shook her head. There's so much I want to tell you, T. Let's play a little more until the day you leave, shall we? Chapter 144. Nameless. 3. 4 days had passed. Every day after waking up, Jin ate breakfast with the man, roamed the streets, returned by sunset, and ate dinner. The carefree days made him feel like he came to a remote vacation spot instead of Samel. Whenever he roamed the streets or resided in the house with the man, there wasn't a single assassination attempt. Jin's days were very peaceful. The place he resided in was an intermediate cadet's home. The cadets in the streets were worse than his landlord. The fact that he came back alive from the house reminded those below that Jin was not someone to mess with. No one's going for me after the first day. Feels a little weird. Flip. Flip. Leaning on a tree, Jin flipped through an encyclopedia about different poisons and poisonous plants from Samel's library. As much as a visitor could borrow it, it didn't have much information in it. However, since Jin didn't know much about poisons, he was very intrigued. A pair of eyes hiding behind a tree across from him watched him intently. Out of everyone in the family, he seems to like books. Yona was very busy, supervising her younger brother. Aside from the fact that she hadn't seen him in a long time, Yona had her own reason to watch him. Jin's skill level. She had to identify that in order to send assassins at his level. And based on her observations, his skills were unbelievable for a 16-year-old. Not only is his aura spectacular, but his ability to detect danger is also remarkable. Like a veteran who survived death multiple times. Even for a run candle, that much experience was rare. Usually, if they didn't push themselves on the verge of death because they were a run candle, then experiencing life or death situations was hard. He would have overcome those situations at least once or twice at the age of 16. What kind of life did this kid live through? Just as Yona said, pureblood run candles usually went through similar experiences during their flag-bearer conquests. However, she felt that the youngest didn't just experience it once or twice. She wasn't wrong. In fact, Jin had overcome more challenges and hardships than any other run candle. Although Yona didn't know it, Jin had the experience of someone who had lived until their mid-40s, including his past life. And since he was a weakling in his past life, he had to live through many more things the hard way. Very interesting. Intermediate or intermediate advanced wouldn't be enough. I should send some advanced assassin groups. Yona lightly giggled and left the forest. Jean looked at where she was last. And then he thought to himself. Something was over there again. It's been so many days since I've started sensing these. Ever since the clapping sound. I think I'm going crazy. Asterisk 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 translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada asterisk asterisk asterisk. You? Can't you leave my house now? The next evening, the intermediate cadet spoke in an exhausted voice right after serving dinner. Am I perhaps eating too much or disrupting your daily life? Jean asked with widened eyes, and the man shook his head. No, it's not that. Then why? The man sighed deeply. I gave up trying to assassinate you. At first I thought you were a fearless child, a child who grew up as an offspring of a clan only knowing the good side of the world. Something pathetic like that. And I was very wrong. I see. They awkwardly smiled at each other. But for 4 days I tried to find an opening. I couldn't get a single opportunity. For days. So I admit, I am not at a level to kill you. It would be right for me to leave after hearing that reason. But why give up without even trying? Failing an assassination attempt on a visitor causes deductions. Usually, I'm supposed to finish you off by the end of day 1, but you didn't offer any openings. And I'm about to be promoted anyway. Do I show sympathy? Jean thought for a second, but then just shrugged. It was a meaningful 4 days for me. I learned a lot by staying alert this entire time. I hope you learned something new as well. And for once, the man laughed out loud. Kuhaha. I didn't think you'd answer like that. I learned a lot too. My skill level stagnated for a while. But this experience really stimulated me. I give you my thanks. The man offered his hand. I'm not trying to kill you here. However, after you leave my house, I hope you get out of Samel safely. Jean grabbed his hand after pondering for a bit. I hope you become a nameless assassin and come work for me someday. I won't ask for your name, though I will return the hospitality. For the first time in the man's house, Jean had a comfortable meal. Immediately after, he packed his bags and left. It was a dark night with no moon or stars in sight. Now I don't feel bad about going to the inn. Even at the inn, the inexperienced insects wouldn't bug him. Thinking this, Jean started walking. However, not even 5 steps away from the house, he instinctively felt something and looked below his feet. This is? A trap used to catch large beasts. If one stepped on the middle, a sharp steel trap would grip onto one's ankle. About 30 of those were scattered across Jin's path. When against assassins, you must think of them as illusionists or scammers, young master. If he didn't think of Garen Altamiro's advice again, Jean would have been caught by the traps. Above. Shing. Jean unsheathed Baradmant and looked at the roof of the house. Someone had their head peering over the side. An advanced cadet sent by Yona. The cadet bit on a long tube preparing to shoot. Poison dart. The traps were to slightly falter Jin's focus for a split second so that the blow dart could actually hit its target. The dart was shot before Bradamanti could be fully unsheathed. Thankfully, Jean could deflect it with the half-unsheathed sword. However, he couldn't counter it. The cadet then pulled on a string that was tied to all of the traps. The dozens of bear traps in the front yard all flew towards Jean. The steel mouth would bite into his skin and inject its poison the moment it touches him. Holy shit! The sight resembled a pack of alligators charging towards him. Clang! Cocklang! Kong! Jean fully unsheathed Bradamanti and deflected all of the traps, swinging the sword as fast as he could. As the blade left pale white afterimages, some of the traps remained on the blade. That was the cadet's goal. Should the assassination fail, the cadet planned to neutralize Jin's sword to buy time and escape. They already failed as soon as the dart was deflected, so the cadet had no intention of killing Jean with the traps. The cadet thought that Jean would get rid of the traps on his sword first, instead of chasing the culprit. They also wished the sword would break. You bastard! Yet there was no way some bear traps would scratch Bradamanti. a blade forged from 1,000-year-old steel. With the bear traps clinging onto his sword, Jean chose to jump onto the roof. The blade now resembled a bat more than a sword. Jean threw the metal stick towards the cadet. Wong! Bradamanti let out a ringing sound as it traveled through the air. Because of the traps, the blade couldn't cut anything. However, the massive stick hit the cadet's thigh and then fell to the ground. Clang! Jean jumped off the clay rooftop and onto the cadet, who lost balance. Gotcha! The two tangled together and fell on the roof. Jean immediately got on top of the cadet and wrapped his fist in aura, ready to strike his opponent's face. I admit failure, the cadet shouted in a frantic voice. What? I admit failure, my fellow. So please stop. You've won. Would you stop in my position? I won't kill you. Thank your cadet status. Crack. Jean struck the cadet regardless, and their nose and cheekbones flattened out. Blood splattered everywhere, yet Jean didn't stop. Until the cadet fainted. What a mess as soon as I left. He haphazardly cleaned the blood off his fist. There were 6 traps biting down on his sword, so he couldn't use it before he got rid of them. I should get rid of these. I'll need at least 3 minutes. Jean stopped his hand extending towards the traps and looked around. They were on the roof, so there was no place to hide the body. There were also many other spaces for other people to conceal themselves on the adjacent roofs. First, I need to move somewhere safe. Since this guy placed those traps, they knew I'd leave the house today. Jean concluded that the advanced cadet definitely heard the conversation he had with the intermediate cadet. He had mentioned that he would leave after dinner, and the advanced cadet chose to attempt the assassination then. That guy didn't backstab me. More so some higher-up ordered him or something. Or maybe, after evaluating my skill level, someone ordered to hunt me down. Right as he thought so, Fwy yayet, fwit, arrows flew towards him from both sides. And as expected, they were poison-tipped arrows. Jean could barely evade them, but he couldn't extrapolate the source due to more arrows flying towards him. Arrows continued to rain towards him, and he couldn't even deduce how many people were shooting. He had to get on the ground. He needed at least the building wall to block the arrows coming from one direction. Shit. I feel like there's something else waiting for me on the ground. However, he had no choice. If he didn't want to turn into a porcupine, he had to get on the ground. Jean gritted his teeth and jumped off the roof. Yona smiled, satisfied. Hee suffer a little, youngest brother. After being chased like this for a week, you'll awaken your mind's eye. It's already half open. If you don't survive and die, it'll be a little sad. But it can't be helped. Hmacham, Yona hummed a tune as Jean sprinted away. She truly wished for Jean to grow stronger. Chapter 145. Nameless. 4. The assassin's pursuit continued throughout the night and into the morning. Just as Jean said himself, the first advanced assassin, who blew poison darts at him, was merely the beginning. Right after Jean jumped from the roof, the streets filled with poisonous fumes. His vision marred by the gases, Jean got lost in the alleys. Whenever he paused to catch his breath, a blade would fly right past his face. Another flurry of arrows followed him as he escaped the alleys. Deflecting and dodging all of the projectiles, Jean thought he was dead when 3 advanced cadets ambushed him from the sewers. Not only that, when he finally found the inn, as soon as he opened the door, fumes began to leak out. And through the haze a dagger flew out. It was pretty surprising for Jean, but he couldn't do anything about the half a breath's worth of fumes that he inhaled. Pant, these crazy bastards. Jean escaped into the forest where he previously read his book. 2. He spat out a mix of saliva and blood before shaking his head. If it weren't for his body, he would be suffering from a fever and spitting. Blood clumps into red spit. Even though this is a little organized, it's too organized. I don't know who's sending all these people, but I'll find them and beat their ass. Kararararararkay. Gritting his teeth, Jean clenched his fists. His eyes burned with passion and fighting spirit. At the end of the forest, the sun began to rise. However, Jean couldn't be sure if the pursuit stopped by the morning. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his robe was ripped and torn everywhere like an old rag. Even so, he was surprised that he didn't have a single nick on his skin. Phew! After spending 5 minutes scouting the area, Jean leaned on a tree. He could never dream of knowing that Yona was on top of that tree. You're the best. Flap. Yona dropped a piece of paper and concealed herself. What's this? Jean instinctively caught the paper out of the air. Playtime resumes in the evening. At that moment, Jean was at his limit. He would have cut the tree down. Barely holding in his anger, Jean chuckled. Ha. I thought it'd be the best of the best executioners of Nameless, but it was just Elder Sister Yona. Well, that's a little better. If I survive these attacks, I can more righteously and bluntly ask for the 1,000 poison antidote. Asterisk. Since Yona herself sent the message, Jean relaxed for the afternoon. After locking the inn door and taking a deep nap, the fatigue dissipated. The minuscule amount of poisonous fumes got cleansed. Everything left his system as he breathed during his sleep. This would never happen if the poison were from a more trained Nameless assassin. Now that I think about it, Elder Sister and received the 1,000 poison antidote because she entertained Elder Sister Yona for a while. Well, they played a little differently though, and very annoyingly approached Yona then. She targeted Yona's heart that had a unique personality and often faced loneliness. At first, Yona didn't trust her too much. But slowly and surely, her heart opened and obtained the potion. I loved you so much for so long, and you won't do anything for me? And obtained the potion by forcing Yona to feel remorse. After her acquisition, she distanced herself from Yona, saying that she couldn't deal with her personality. Every sibling knew that. Elder Sister Yona's depression at the main house had many reasons, but her scars and bruises from Elder Sister and weren't small. Even I knew at such a young age. Of course, Jean had no intention of playing with Yona to achieve his goal. Splish, splash. Before coming into his room, he quickly washed his face in water that he gathered in a bowl. He tied his bangs so it wouldn't hang over. Then, he shoddily sewed the holes in his robe and examined his equipment. It'll begin as soon as I open the door. If I open it without care, it'll be like a bee's nest. Was it because he already experienced it the previous night? He felt like he could verse more skillful assassins. He got used to an entire city going for his head. But I won't be wasting time like yesterday. Be thankful that I'm only using my sword, you cadets. Jean thought that he could resist as many cadets if he used magic or spiritual energy. He was handicapped this entire time. Kriawalk. Shoo. Sich-K. CRK. As expected, as soon as the door opened, the traps installed in front of the door activated. Poisonous darts flew towards Jean. He moved out of the doorway. Having already expected Jin's movement, the assassins in the hallway held their breaths to conceal their location. I have no intention of losing to your pace today. Boom! Jean wrapped the knob of his sword with aura and knocked down the door. The thin wooden door shattered, and a hole big enough for a man to pass through formed. I spared your asses yesterday, but starting now, you are risking your limbs trying to kill me, wholeheartedly. He let himself get chased because he didn't want to kill any cadets. Although he showed mercy the previous night, they had pushed Jean to the edge. Whether they were cadets or moving on orders. Either way, they were trying to kill him. Jean darted out of the hole and lightly cut the waist of a cadet. Before he could hear a scream, Jean twisted the blade to deepen the wound. If you don't find a doctor soon, you'll be finished. The other cadets surrounded Jean and began throwing sharp projectiles. Deflecting them would be easy, but the most threatening in the swarm were the hooks. These hideous hooks, made with the talons of eagles woven together, clung onto anything it touched and never let go. And its tensional strength was off the charts. It didn't break at the swing of the sword covered in blue aura. Every time I see that, I feel like I'm being treated like some beast. At first, because it didn't break easily, Jean didn't know what to do. It was the main cause of the tears in his robe. However, he didn't plan on falling for it twice. Something I can just stab and withdraw. Why did I think to just swing at it? Thinking of stabbing something flying at the speed of an arrow wasn't common. Ting, tiding. Jean began to lightly stab each grapple like quick jabs, and the cadets licked their lips. Unfortunately, they did not have sword skill or physical ability like that of Jean. The reflected grapples with the jaws open flew towards the cadets. Ear-splitting screams echoed. Ka-arg! Erk! The small hallway then filled with blood and bits of flesh. Jean walked on and over the cadets to head to the first floor. They're a little worse than the guys from yesterday, probably trying to elicit hubris or something. The ones on the first floor will probably be the special ones amongst the cadets. The best cadets who were 1 or 2 steps away from the nameless manor. Just as Jean expected, the assassins stationed on the first floor and outside the inn were very talented. I should never move in the trajectory they want me to go. I'll lose if I do. Wherever the attacks fly in, I shouldn't dodge them. Just charge through. Instead of being chased, make him chase. Jean presumed that the assassins would act upon that principle. If I destroy everything in my path, they'll naturally just follow me. Since they treated me like some giant beast, I'll return the favor. Slash. Crash. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, he shot blade crescents everywhere like a madman and bulldozed through the first floor. Every pole or wall he encountered, he burst through it. Of course, this was through all of the projectiles, but it was better than the day before. Once caught in a blade crescent, a head would be lost. Nobody gets startled. If he escapes the inn, then the squad on the roof will snipe him. The squadron leader signaled his thoughts, but not even 10 seconds later, his prediction was proven wrong. As soon as Jean burst out of the inn walls, his plan was to bulldoze through anything in sight, including cadets' residences and small shops. Oh, and my house. The Jean assassination squad couldn't register the situation, and the beginner cadets suffered great damages in their property. They attacked him first as an organization. Not just a cadet's assassination attempt, but a planned action with dozens of people involved. And Jean thought that was too much. Are these cadets resilient, or will my aura deplete? Or will the leader of Nameless take action? Let's see what happens, elder sister Yona. Every time another brick house collapsed, Jin's smile grew. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata *****. Ha who? Jean slowly got exhausted. The aura on Bradamanti got significantly fainter, and his body felt heavy like steel. So, after the pursuit settled down, he hid himself in a restaurant and caught his breath. Shit, it seems the leader likes elder sister Yona more than I thought. At this point, Jean thought that the leader or one of the best executioners would come for him. Then, he could use Quicantel's present and reason his way out of the situation. However, it was Yona who sent the cadets to pursue him. The leader of Nameless would respect all of Yona's decisions. Even causing this much of a ruckus, Yona would just write a 100-page self-reflection and face no other punishment. Knowing this fact, Jean would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. At this rate, the cadets will find out that my aura is weak, clench their teeth, and then give it their all. What should I do? Do I have to use magic or spiritual energy? Using Miss Quicantel's present now would be too premature and humiliating. After thinking for a while, Jin's eyes burned with anger. Hey, you guys hiding over there, come out, before I bring you down with the ceiling. Seeing that you're shit at hiding your footsteps, it seems you guys aren't the ones who are out to kill me. If you leave, I'll let you live. The next moment, Jean was met with unexpected faces. Huh? What? Why are you guys coming out from there? The ones behind the pillar were Dante and Baradin, who were scratching their heads. Chapter 146. Nameless. 5. Hey Jean. Baradin waved his hand crazily with a big smile across his face. Greetings, old friend. Dante grinned and tried to approach Jean. However, Jean held out his sword and stayed cautious. I'm a little sensitive right now. I would like you to explain why you showed up at this location at this exact moment. Are you not glad to see us? I'd be a little glad to see you in a bar, but this isn't that. A little disappointed, Dante looked at the ground. Baradin grabbed Dante's shoulders and held him up. Only a little glad. That's too harsh. Letting down both of his friends, Jean was startled. Is that important right now? No, was I too harsh? His conscience was confused. Thinking that it couldn't be helped, Jean lowered Bradamanti and sighed. You wouldn't say that if you knew just how much we struggled to find you. Exactly. I had to use my slush fund in order to obtain the nameless pass. Jean sighed. All right then, go ahead and tell me how you found me and for what reason you came. So basically, Baradin rambled on about their journey to find Jean, about sifting through the usage history of all transfer gates in the Vermont Empire and finding 45 different Jean Greys, the days they spent tracking down each and every one, meeting 14 Jean Greys before finding the one they wanted. When we arrived in Central Con, I had a good feeling, so we sought every single coachman in the area since this was the place with Samuel. And you killed Kiddard not so long ago, so I just knew you'd be here. And our predictions were right. Do you now know how much we've been through? Listening to their story, Jin's head went blank. Fucking hell. What kind of tenacity is this? It was the first time he questioned someone's resilience. Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. Then what was your reason? The reason why we went looking for you? Yeah. Just 'cause we want to see you? Because the night at the arena was nostalgic? Don't you think we need not a major reason for us to see each other's faces once more? Yeah. That's plausible, all right? There doesn't need to be a reason. Then lastly, why come to Samuel and hide in the corner of a restaurant? Oh, that. I just knew that you were messing with Nameless. And I didn't want to get tied into that mess. We arrived 3 hours ago and were about to go look for you. But then the town got a little noisy, and after understanding the situation, you were destroying and terrorizing the city. And we were so hungry. We spent all our money to get the Nameless pass, so we don't have money to eat. Then your reason why you're at a restaurant is to fill your stomachs? Dante shook his head. We have no intention of eating for free. We were planning to ask you to pay. Coincidentally, you stumbled in on us. Yeah, not a single thought to steal food. You know that, right? We're not that kind of people. Silence ensued. Seeing the sauce on Dante's and Baradin's mouth, Jean smirked and chuckled. The two culprits then burst into laughter. I'll still pay for it. Jean took out a dozen gold coins and handed it to the two food robbers. Of course, we should pay the price. Then do the money's worth. Their grins disappeared and they looked at Jean. Money's worth? I'm saying let's beat those guys together. Baradin, watch your back. Ha! Slash. The cadets swarmed through a flurry of daggers. Clang. Jean bolted past Baradin and deflected the projectiles. Dante drew his sword and took a defensive stance. Did I almost die there? Wow, I guess this really is Samuel. You knew I was going to block it for you, so shut your trap and prepare some spells. They're about to release the fumes. Baradin grinned and began to gather mana in his hands. Jean was surprised at how fast he gathered inconceivable amounts of mana, and Jean could confirm that Baradin could multicast 3 spells at once. I saw a bit of it when he tried to heal Dante, but he really is multicasting 3. To cast 3 spells simultaneously meant that he could get out 3 times as much output from a static amount of mana. The mana in Baradin's hands slowed down into fire, wind, and ice elements. On top of that, I don't know what Dante did, but his blade got sharper. Starting to move, Dante showed more refined yet aggressive movement than when he met Jean at the arena. At Dante's current state, Jean would have to use either magic or spiritual energy in order to beat him. He did train there more years than Jean, but it was still hard to believe that he made that much progress in 3 months after their time at the arena. Dante, don't kill them. I didn't think of doing that anyway, Baradin. The attack of the advanced cadets continued, but compared to before, Jean fought them with comfort. Instead of thinking that I'm expending all of my own energy and using all of my skills, they need to think about these other guys. Revealing his magic and spiritual energy would be problematic, but if he used his alternative skills, even the advanced cadets wouldn't stand a chance. Hush! Fush! From Baradin's hands, a wind blew out the restaurant and took the poisonous fumes with it. Simultaneously, a trail of flames sped across the floor then spread outwards towards the cadets. Dante defended against the cadets who jumped through the windows. There's no end if we fight them here. Let's bulldoze out of here. Then what shall we do? It seems the entire city wants your head. Just do what I was doing before. Since you guys are with me more cadets will come. Maybe a high-ranked executioner will come for us. We were watching from the sidelines because we didn't want to get involved. But now there's no point. Think of it as punishment for intruding with my private business. Ultimately, Dante and Baradin could only join the fight. However, they didn't really dislike it. When they first began their search, they had a feeling they'd be intertwined with some problems. Though the problem was a little bigger than they expected. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata ***** sitting atop the nameless manor. Yona sighed. What the hell? What are those guys? Unable to hold in her anger, she threw a tantrum with a strange envy. Yona, what's wrong? A man walked over to her and lit a cigar. A pale white uniform, and a black belt that only one person of Nameless could wear. The leader of Nameless, Owl. I was having fun with my youngest brother, but some weird kids interfered and interrupted my plans. I'm so pissed, Leader Owl. And they seem to be close to him. I haven't even had a proper conversation with him. So you're throwing a tantrum? Yes. It's the first time I'm this mad. Touch that much? You wouldn't know. I was so glad to see him. I was gonna help him open his mind's eye. Those fuckers. Oh, and don't tell anyone that he's a provisional flag bearer. Yeah. I do know. Owl awkwardly shook his head. The successors of the Zipfel clan and Hyran clan. It's the first time I've seen Yona this mad. But she won't kill them, right? He thought too soon. I'm gonna kill them. Oh, Yona. You can't do that. Why not? I'll kill them. Jean came to me for the first time, and they ruined everything. Everything. A white-haired magician and a child with a sword. Their faces are already engraved in my brain. Do you really need to kill them? The entirety of Nameless may be put in a difficult spot. I can't let this slide. I yielded everything until now. I killed people I didn't want to kill, even when people came to visit the main house. Owl licked his lips bitterly. When the world powers had been moving ominously, Owl thought he evaded the fate of Nameless extinction after getting Yona to succeed him. If it weren't for her, this era or maybe the next would have been the last. That was Yona's presence in Samel. However, her personality was far from universal. Although she was 23, she had a very pure aspect of her. Putting pure into other words, she could make anything happen. And in her mind, important things and unimportant things could change quickly. She's dangerous. If she moves on her own, they may never get out alive. If I need to keep them safe, I either need to kill Yona or make her disabled. But I don't want to think of that. It wasn't because Owl was lacking compared to her. It was because Yona's prowess made her the most talented assassin in history. Born to assassinate. The second coming of the god of death. The Nameless executioners called her that. And a small population who knew about her called her a different name. The Chaotic Blade. Thankfully, Owl knew well about controlling her. Then how about we play a game, Yona? Go on. Instead of cadets, we send 3 executioners. If they die, you win. And if they survive, you lose. Of course, in Yona's position, she wouldn't gain anything. However, she fell deep into thought. Then the chance of Jean dying is very high. I don't want him to die. He plays along with me so well. And he's too precious. If you let them live, then I won't bat an eye. Your brother lives, and his companions live as well. I don't want that either, Icham. She didn't think for long. Sure, let's do that game. But in addition, you can't intervene. If you help them in any way, don't worry about that. Hee. Then I'll see you later. I'll go pick the assassins. Yona flashed a big grin, and Owl made a bitter smile. But Yona, do you know how many houses fell today? Nope. 37 houses got destroyed. This is because you sent those guys to your brother. So you have to write a self-reflection. Alrighty. Yona hummed a tune and jumped down from the rooftop to the balcony. Phew, I stopped her from acting on her own, but can they really hold off one of ours? Even if the executioners killed Dante and Baradin, the Zipfels and Herons wouldn't have a reason to immediately take action against Nameless. Since they were often involved in city destruction, the teens could be blamed for the crimes in the city. However, if the pressure gradually increased, the run candles would take Yona before the situation could escalate. Then, Nameless would either fall or become a follower of a kingdom and lose their sovereignty. Even though Nameless was a great assassin organization, the world powers that lost their successors wouldn't remain still and definitely retaliate. I didn't think the future of Nameless would become this dark. I must see Jean run candle without Yona knowing. Lighting a cigarette, Owl devised his next move. Chapter 147. Accidental Victory. 1. Morning of September 8, 1796. The three finished their face-off against the advanced cadets and sought an inn. The strange thing was, after destroying part of the city, they went back to the restaurant and left the gold there. Though the restaurant where they met was half destroyed and burnt to a crisp. Bluerk. Baradin threw up as soon as he relaxed his body. The result of breathing in the fumes the cadets planted in the streets. The magician didn't have such a durable body like Jean or Dante. And even for a magician, Baradin was a little weak. Baradin, are you all right? Here's some water. Take deep breaths. The fumes need to naturally circulate out of your system. Dante pounded his hand on Baradin's back with a worried expression. While he threw up, Baradin constantly cast healing spells on himself, and every time he felt a little better, he flicked up his thumb. I feel like this is a common sight. Those guys are a dynamic duo. They reminded him of Murakan, who chose to fly because he was bored of transfer gates, and Gilly, who had a fear of heights. Jean shook his head. His cold sweat isn't stopping. Jean, is there anything we can do for Baradin? Yeah, Jean. Worry for me. Treating me would be better. Jean stared at Baradin. I never know what he really wants. Apart from Dante, Jean knew that Baradin was doing it on purpose. No matter how weak he was, he could instantly eliminate such poisons with his own recovery spells. What's his intention? Pausing his thought, Jean walked over to Baradin, pulled out some herbs, and began to mince it with his dagger's handle in order to make the antidote he learned from the book. Here. Wow. Receiving the antidote, Baradin happily looked at Jean. His eyes sparkled. He swallowed it whole and nodded in approval. Now I feel more alive. You knew how to make this stuff too. Whoa, you feel better? All thanks to Jean. Fufu. It's the first time I took an antidote from my friend. He really forced the word, friend, into the sentence. Baradin's acting was to simulate friendship. If he hadn't done so, then Jean would always remain distant from him, so it couldn't be helped. Of course, Baradin didn't only think of Jean as a friend. However, he didn't want to miss moments where he wanted to be a little closer to Jean. Get some good rest. There won't be any attacks before the sun sets. How do you know? I'm playing a game with a higher-up of the city. The rule is that there won't be any attacks in the day, but she sends groups in the night. What do you earn if you win? Experience and growth. You came to Samel and risked your life just for that? Why? Can't I? Jean answered calmly. Baradin interjected and Dante clenched his fist thinking, that's the Jean I know. Jean didn't really bet his life. With Quicantel's present, he had a last resort at hand. He also didn't come just for the experience and growth. However, he had no intention of sharing the 1,000 poison antidote with the others, so he didn't need to mention it. Neither was it an item that he was guaranteed to obtain anyway. It's not that I don't like them or anything, but I can't share that. If he acquired anything else, then he could possibly distribute it. Although they tracked him down like stalkers, they joined his cause to fight the cadets on. Just a few gold pieces. No one else in the world could move them with such a small reward. Thanks, guys. On Jin's mindless comment, the two shuddered. Did ya hear that? Did you hear what he just said? The two exchanged glances simultaneously and felt that their visit was worth it. Jean turned around and began to meditate. Once again, I can feel that experience is the most effective way of training. Just fighting cadets for a few days makes me feel close to opening my mind's eye. Use the eye of the mind to observe. Something Jean heard hundreds of times from Luna during his own cadet days. After multiple years since the start of his mind's eye training, Jin's understanding became clearer and clearer. He was desperate, but he wasn't late. Dante would be surprised if he found out that Jean was close to opening his mind's eye. Normally, knights would unlock their mind's eye halfway through their training as a 7-star. Yet that only applied to those with talented senses. Mind's eye was something that knights had to train endlessly even until 8 to 9-star. It was the basic ability and sixth sense of those who fought. Masters or talented knights. Jean slowly approached it before hitting 7-star. His prowess and Luna's training as well as the many life-or-death situations helped him to this point. Life-or-death situations. He said it with such ease, but no one would believe that a 16-year-old 6-star knight survived battles against a herd of Samuel's advanced cadets. Go ahead and sleep. I'll take care of your equipment. Thank you. So cool. The two lay down and began to snore. Their stamina had been depleted from the unexpected battle. Dante is still pretty weak, but he'll get over it. Starting tomorrow, I'll use them and protect them somehow. Using them was simple. The three meshed well with each other, so they easily filled each other's gaps. However, Jean had to consider how to protect them. Elder sister Yona will probably start sending more skillful cadets. We have to prepare for when a real executioner comes. These two are just good at sword skill or magic. They don't have much experience on assassinations. He felt it the past night. The two only survived because they just overpowered the cadets. Once the stronger assassins come, it would be too challenging for them. Pondering for a solution, Jean sensed something approaching. He looked around. Footsteps. The moment he looked forward, a man with a white mask stood in front of him. The leader of Nameless, Owl. However, since he unstrapped his black belt, Jean couldn't identify who he was. Owl just stood and stared at him for a good few seconds. Murderous intent flickered in the leader's eyes for no apparent reason. A glare that could break even stones, trees, and other objects. Jean instantly knew. He knew that this man could target him 100 times and kill him 100 times. Only the most fierce and capable warriors possessed such transcendent glares. He made his footsteps known on purpose, to see if I could detect him. Is he one of the best executioners of Nameless? No. Excluding Yona, an executioner would have no reason to test me. A distant servant greets the 85th leader of Nameless. It looked as if he showed full respect, but Jean was still seated. Owl was a little surprised, but he maintained his stance as he looked down at Jean. Lord Siren recently acquired a gem. Truly someone to talk about marriage with the hidden palace. However, despite knowing it's me, I think it's a little too much to remain seated on such occasions. Jean almost uttered pardon. Like an idiot, it wasn't surprising that the leader of Nameless knew his status. However, marriage talk was not important. First, Jean had to think of why he visited him and what he could earn out of him. I tried to see if the owner of the Pure Whites would take my life. The moment I die, the ones fated with misfortune wouldn't be the run candles anyway. I presume you came to make me take responsibility for the city I destroyed the past few days. You easily knew that I would never kill you. After messing with my land, you are also very blunt. Since you brought up my father's name, I felt great respect and consideration from you. Even though he was a provisional flag bearer, there was no need to mention Siren's name and try to threaten a run candle. Especially for someone who needed to play tug-of-war with the Runcandle clan, Zipful clan, and Vermont Imperial family. As long as he treats me like Jean Runcandle, it'll be easy to coerce the conversation in a direction that I please. Only disadvantageous if I talk in fear. Although he didn't know the relationship between Yona and the leader of Nameless, he knew the ties between the Runcandle clan and Nameless. Jean planned on using that to gain control of the situation. Fighting sword to sword with him would be impossible, but it'd be different in a game of compromise. Especially in a situation where he felt like the leader of Nameless desperately sought him. Jean never thought Owl confronted him to take responsibility for the city's destruction in the first place. If it were that, then he'd send the strongest assassin, looking away from the fact that Jean was a runcandle, or call him directly to the Nameless Manor to punish him. However, Owl came to him secretly like a burglar. For what reason did he come so desperately and guarantee that he will not cut my throat? As Owl's harsh glare pressed all over his body, his brain ran and thought of every scenario. If he didn't do so, then the conversation would go into the leader's favor. If it isn't for the demolished city, it must be about elder sister Yona. Jean opened his mouth first. If you have something to say about elder sister Yona, then please tell me anything. Haha. Owl let out a low-pitched laugh. However, it reeked of bloodlust. Jin's senses became hyperactive, reacting even to the slightest bit of dust. Even Lord Siren doesn't toy with the weakness of the Land of White. How dare you, a mere youngest son of Runcandle? HPH. Jean instinctively grabbed his throat. He couldn't breathe at the fighting spirit he felt for the first time. Siren's fighting spirit had a strength that shook the heavens. Talaris's was the essence of bitter frost. And Luna's reminded him that there was nothing in the world that she couldn't cut. Every great being he encountered, they had that kind of fighting spirit. However, Owl's fighting spirit was like a dead night where nothing could be seen. A darkness where it couldn't be differentiated whether one's eyes were closed or open. While his consciousness slowly faded away, Jean thought about his words. Weakness? Elder sister Yona is nameless weakness. Owl was mistaken. The reason why Jean tore down the city. The reason why he was so blunt. The reason why he had such hubris despite being a child. It was because he knew that Nameless relied on Yona. It won't be too bad if I start threatening instead of compromising. Cough, cough. Jean let out the stifled air and sat straight up. Chapter 148. Accidental Victory, 2. Owl lightened the pressure he placed upon Jean. The bottomless darkness soaked the atmosphere, but Baradin's and Dante's snoring didn't change one bit. Owl already used some needles to paralyze them. Now, instead of his fighting spirit, he could immobilize Jean with just his glare. Jin's body trembled regardless of his resolve, but he didn't feel any fear. He shook because his body couldn't take all of the energy being emitted by Owl. I didn't say it on purpose, but he's furious just because I brought up elder sister Yona's name. It means it's sensitive information, basically resulting in the leader's wrath. In fact, Owl revealed his own weakness. Even now, all he did was glare at Jean, and he didn't look like he was going to take Jin's life. I kinda get it, he concluded his calculations. All thanks to the past few days that Yona presented to him. The leader of Nameless is incredibly strong, but when it comes to assassination skills, elder sister Yona is one level above him based on Nameless principles. When Jean first spent his time in the intermediate cadet's house, Yona observed him in the cramped second floor. For over an hour. Afterwards, she constantly stalked Jean close by, indiscriminate between open or cramped spaces, without being spotted. That was a skill incomparable to assassination, and Jean had been mistaken thinking that he was just weak or Nameless best assassins was a little better. It wasn't that at all. If basic assassination were the goal, the leader of Nameless could take Jin's life without him knowing. However, even the leader couldn't make a feat like Yona had. Not just in Nameless. No one in the entire world could mimic Yona Runcandle's skills. Jean suddenly remembered Luna's words before he became a provisional flag-bearer. Among the siblings, is there anyone you feel a threat from? Nobody for a one-on-one. Maybe Luncia or Deepu's. Or maybe you in the future? However, Yona is really dangerous. Elder sister Yona? Because of poison? No, she's an assassin. Assassins can take anyone's life if they lower their guard. At the time, Jean thought it was just a reminder about the danger of assassins. However, he just realized the hidden meaning behind Luna's words. I wouldn't care if I rip you apart right now, but just to be considerate of Lord Siren, I'll turn a blind eye for you. Owl responded in a soft voice. Jean stood and bowed. He mentioned father because he had a reason to guarantee that he'll never kill me, even if I slander elder sister Yona. Jean liked the fact that there was less of a reason to die at Owl's hand. Moreover, he became more certain that the leader came to save him. The leader of Nameless came so he could save me from my sister. The deaths of Dante and Baradin from Yona's horseplay would be problematic for the leader. Jean willed down his smirk. He liked his ability and position to throw threats, but a weakness was more effective when it was held in hand than shaking it provokingly, with the attitude that he could squeeze and make it explode whenever he wanted. Unfortunately for him, he caught another weakness aside from Yona, Baradin, and Dante. I apologize. I was naive and provoked you. I will receive any punishment. You thought I wouldn't know? With an expression that tells me that you know why I'm here. No matter how courageous you are, that demeanor is impossible unless you are certain of your survival. That was Nameless. Leader. Jin's mask became useless, but he didn't really care. Exaggerated respect and etiquette would be futile against these types of people. It was a poor choice of words that disrespected you. I don't want to make such mistakes twice. I'm certain that you have come for Dante and Baradin who are lying over there. Correct. Killing you, a provisional flag-bearer, wouldn't be much of a problem, but they're a different story. If you obey my words well, then I'll dismiss your mockery from before. I'll also forget about your relationship with those two. I'm listening. The leader alleviated his anger and lit a cigar. Starting tonight, instead of cadets, white-masked executioners will come for you. You three must stick together and make sure to seek the town square while escaping. Hearing the orders, Jean extrapolated that the leader could no longer control Yona. If the leader wanted to save Dante and Baradin, then he just had to exclude them from being targets. However, he chose to come to Jean and offered him advice instead. May I ask why? You still have the courage to scorn me? No, sir. I will do as you say. And when the day after tomorrow comes, make sure to escort the two successors out of the city. At all costs. If they do not listen, take them down and throw them out. So I should be alone. You understood well. The executioners will come thrice. Owl's simulation went like this. Since Yona had 3 opportunities, he would help the teens for the first 2 times, but the final time would be to not raise suspicion. If Yona found out, Nameless would be flipped inside out. So if Dante and Baradin ran away, she would forget about them. Since the one most important to Yona, Jean, remained in the city until the last day of the challenge. Yona will send an intermediate, advanced, then a master executioner, since she intends to help her brother's growth instead of killing Baradin and Dante. The 3 could never survive a master executioner. Neither would Jean alone. If Dante and Baradin leave, it doesn't matter if Jean lives or not. Well, it'd be nice if he survives and makes Yona happy, but that's too much to ask. It was still possible that Yona would step in and save Jean before the master executioner kills him. Owl honestly thought that was the only way. Organizing his thoughts, the leader rubbed the light of his cigar on his finger. Sir, speak. You have just told me to face death. Since you told me to survive where it'd be challenging even with my companions. So you are saying that you can't do it? No, sir. However, I believe that I should also have a reward for risking my life. At least, in the case where I successfully execute your orders. Owl nodded. All right, I'll heed your request. What do you want? The 1,000 poison antidote. You crazy bastard. Is that not possible? Unable to express Jin's shamelessness in words, Owl burst into laughter. That wouldn't be possible, even for Lord Siren. Maybe that was too far. I was going to get it through elder sister Yona anyway, but if the leader were to give it to me directly, it'll be guaranteed. And I won't need to deal with him if I get it from my sister. But now that I think about it, it's too far-fetched. Knowing that his request had been rejected, Jean wasn't too disappointed. It was just a crazy thought that was worth a try. Request something else. If you speak more nonsense, I won't give you more opportunities to speak. Jean enunciated what he wanted, syllable by syllable, and Owl's eyes widened. All right, you can request that in exchange for risking your life. However, you must keep the 2 successors alive. Owl would fulfill Jin's request only if Jin satisfied his conditions and survived. Thank you for understanding. I will keep your promise. Jin internally screamed in happiness. The moment the leader accepted the deal, Jin deduced that he was unstoppable in Samel. About to leave the inn, the leader glanced back at Jin. And let me offer you some words of wisdom. I will listen with gratitude. There's only a few who we can't kill with ease, but we do not senselessly kill everyone. Do you know why that is? Having already decoded Owl's intention, Jin looked up at him. Owl was gently scolding him, who toyed with the leader of Nameless. Because a weapon that could fatally wound a man is more frightening when held in hand. And wielding such a weapon without care could result in a commotion. And Jin was dropping more hints to the leader whom he owed. Ha! Then why did you? Owl halted mid-sentence and stopped in his tracks. He shook his head. Wait, Jin Runcandle, that kid, did he not know that Yona was our weakness? Since I didn't ask about the city's destruction first, he already predicted that our meeting was about Yona. He remembered his expressive self that overreacted when Yona's name was mentioned, and for the first time in a while he felt embarrassed. A feeling of shame and failure washed over him. He lost to a child in a game. The ruler of the city, the man deemed as the king of assassins. I can't even look at him anymore. Shit, I'm an embarrassment. Even if he's a pureblood, he's last in line and only a provisional flag bearer. Of course he doesn't know a lot about Yona. Jin sarcastically bowed and hid his smile. Terrific. Owl's short, deep compliment echoed in the room, and the moment he stepped out of the inn, he disappeared. As he returned to his chamber, the leader felt disappointed. The youngest son of the Runcandle clan was fated to die at the hands of Yona's master executioner. Baradin and Dante's paralysis disappeared, and they couldn't even conceive what happened while they were asleep. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukidokata *****. Even the Lord couldn't have known that the provisional flag-bearer was friends with the successors of the Zipfels and Herons. We've obtained some interesting information we can report. There's also something between Yona and the provisional flag-bearer. Since we witnessed the situation, the evidence will soon start pouring in. A group of men were having a discussion. They were in an advanced cadet's home. The house owners had a chain around their throat, suffocated to death. The group were Joshua's henchmen. We aren't done just because we got some information. And since the level of the assassins after the youngest son's head is increasing, watch very closely. Don't forget that he can't die yet. However, they forgot that Nameless best executioner resided in the building across them. The executioner had been stalking them since they came into the city, watching them every single moment. Chapter 149, 2 Long Nights, 1 Short Night, 1. The first batch sent to the 3 teens were advanced executioners. The progression from intermediate, advanced to master executioner, as predicted by the leader of Nameless, was horribly wrong. Atop a tower, the leader and Yona watched the 3 get chased around the city. Yona, are you all right with this? You sent advanced ones from the start. Your brother might actually die. Is that what you want? Jin's super strong. I know his achievements are unbelievable for his age. However, that is different from... And the fake friends stuck to him need to die as well. If they don't die, we decided that I would give them personal training. Owl gripped his forehead. Amongst the assassins of Nameless, Yona's training was the most terrifying and painful. Then they would attack with all they've got. I wonder if Jin and the others can take them to the town square. He sighed. Whether they died or not, Yona watched them with flaming eyes, especially Baradin and Dante. Then, she gave a short giggle before continuing to glare down at the chase. Uaea, this doesn't really compensate for the food Jin paid for. There seems to be no end to them. And how is this an assassination? This is a hunt. Isn't this Samel? Why are those bastards just chasing us in public? Isn't it an assassination as long as there are no witnesses? There hasn't been a person in sight. It's as if the entire city is after our heads. The 3 rushed through the streets like mad bulls. The assassins right behind them wore white masks, signifying that they were ranked nameless executioners. "Why are you so heavy for someone who looks light?" Jean had Baradin in a fireman's carry. The magician would never be able to outrun the assassins. "Sorry, I have a lot of stuff in my bag." Shouting those words, Baradin lifted his wand and began to cast a spell. Giant's Hand, 6-star earth spell. As soon as he finished casting, the mana from the wand soaked the ground. The rocks and dirt formed a massive hand and blocked the path behind them. Among the 10 assassins, 5 were obstructed by the hand. Crash! However, the hand that smashed the ground didn't harm a single one. Swoosh! Swoosh! The executioners hopped like crickets onto the rooftops to evade the spell, and threw daggers towards the 3. It looked as if they were only lightly flung, yet the blades pierced through all surfaces, gates, bricks, and pavement. A true display of an executioner's throwing dagger. Holy shit! The daggers melt through everything. Watching the attacks unfold, Baradin screamed, and goosebumps stretched across his body. Dante quickly glanced at the poison incomparable to any other. He gulped. Thud, 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 thud. Jean and Dante's footsteps quickened. Soon after, they were confronted by a dead end where 2 buildings met. Dante, break through. I got you back. Understood. And dodge immediately. There has to be a trap. Creak. PSSSHHHT. The sound of sword clashing bricks occurred with the sound of activated traps. However, the traps behind the wall were not darts, daggers, or arrows. It was the hooks that ripped Jin's robes. Oh! Living up to his name as the prospective successor of the Hyran clan, Dante swung his sword to cut through the chains of 2 hooks. Sparks flew everywhere. However, the chains did not disconnect and instead curved towards Dante along with the 3 other grapples. Not even a second later, Jean clenched his teeth and threw himself towards Dante. Ting! Ting! If it weren't for Baradin on his shoulders, he would have deflected all 3 grapples. Even after Jin's feat, 1 grapple went from Dante's throat. However, he wasn't just anyone who overcame the generation above him to become the prospective successor. In that short moment, Dante copied Jean and stabbed the grapples. I dodged an injury, thank you. Jean forgot that he told Dante about the grapples. Before Jean could respond, the assassins behind them threw more projectiles. However, they didn't know that Jean led them to a dead end on purpose. I was so surprised when I checked my pockets after the leader left. A map. The leader not only had a conversation with Jean, but also put a map in his pocket. One that showed the path to safely evade the executioners. A path that intentionally led towards a dead end with a path straight to the square behind it. Towards their destination without Yona's suspicion. Behind the remnants of the wall, they saw the pathway straight to an open area. And in this main street, there wasn't a low building, wall, or sewer where an assassin could hide. Almost like a pilgrimage route for the priests of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella, the road was wide and clean. Essentially, no matter how ghost-like the executioners were, assassination attempts were impossible. Unless they were as good as Yona. Completely open terrain. We should lure them there and fight them off. Affirmative, we won't need to run away over there. They're all dead now. The 2 grinded their teeth. However, Jean thought differently. It's still a road, not the central square. There must be a reason why the leader told us to go there. Even though the 3 were very talented, Jean could still not use magic or spiritual energy, and their opponents were 10 advanced executioners. On top of that, they were the ones handpicked by Yona. It won't be too bad to fight these guys. See their capabilities firsthand. Just because he thought differently didn't mean that he didn't want to fight. It was an opportunity to check Baradin and Dante's improvement and return the favor to the assassins who treated them like hunting game. Baradin. Yeah. We'll protect you. So cast one of your strongest light spells. Bonus points if you wipe them all out at once. Clang. Clink clang. Dante and Jean deflected the projectiles and entered the main street. Just give me 10 minutes. I know a perfect spell for this. What is it? The executioners ran around Jean and surrounded the 3 teens. Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre by the Emperor of Magic First Form. Whoa! The name is astounding. Jean almost stopped in his tracks when he heard Baradin's reply. He learned that. Dante just thought that the name was obnoxiously long. He didn't know about it at all. Of course he wouldn't. Only a small number of magicians knew of it. 200 years ago, the Zipfel patriarch Lyell Zipfel, who was called the Emperor of Magic, used it once. Yet, in the long history of magic, his life and achievements filled multiple pages. Jean had seen his past life's master cast an incomplete version. And Jean knew where the tome for its final form existed. Here they come. Jean regained his composure as the executioners charged in. Just because they were assassins didn't mean that they were only trained for assassination. They were all at least 6-star warriors, and the leader had to be at least 7-star. Cackling. Clang. The two swords clashed with 10 others. Jean stuck right next to Baradin's barriers and guarded him, and Dante lured the others into the open area. 7 on Dante, 3 on Jean and Baradin. The executioners planned on dealing with Dante first before moving on to Jean and Baradin. However, Dante didn't seem to be pushed back at all by the 7 warriors. A blue aura whirled and whipped around him, indicating Heron's decisive killing move. I heard that he shut himself in for training. Did he finally master that? Every time a blade entered the gaps between the rings of aura, sparks flew. The bright blue rings blocked the blades like armor. The move was called Imperial Blade, Dragon Blade Armor, just a barrier in an abnormal form. Every time the armor received an impact, the aura belt would absorb it and return it to the opponent. So, no matter what direction, if the attack wasn't enough to pierce the armor, the attacker would take damage. Kurg! 2 assassins fell backwards with their shoulders and thighs stabbed. The others gripped their swords and swung sparingly. Jean was kind of proud of his friends. A barrier that counterattacks. I should be careful of that move. And is Baradin actually casting that spell? The amount of mana gathered in. That barrier is a little disquieting. Compared to Dante, Jean made light footsteps while pressing onto the 3 executioners. There was the mid-level 7-star, but he was also being pushed back. Even though Jin's aura was only 6-star. As expected, my body is waking up. The blessed body of a run candle. Every time he swung, his body's immense power supported his lacking aura, which made his progress possible. A strength that truly marked the best clan of swordmasters in history. Clang. Jean swung with all his might, and the executioner's sword snapped. Even the squad leader was surprised and put some distance. Behind the mask, the executioner's eyes quivered. Fighting isn't your main profession anyways. Don't be too sad. Just as he was about to smirk, Jean! Dante desperately called for Jean. His dragon blade armor clearly diminished. His stamina was wavering. They had been running from the pursuers since the evening, and he used his decisive killing move for the victory. This idiot should have rationed his energy while fighting. It wasn't that Dante didn't control his stamina. He decided that everything would be alright even if he went too far since Jean was there, the warrior he trusted the most. The same applied for Baradin. The magician nodded to Jean to signal that the spell was complete and that he could go help Dante. As soon as Jean bolted away, the squad leader swung at Baradin's barrier, and it shattered like glass. Jean cleared the attackers on Dante. Fosh! Flames erupted from the cracks of the barrier. Chapter 150. 2 long nights, 1 short night 2. Bong. Pop plop pop. The problem was that the flames from the spell were pathetic compared to its grand name. The first flames were almost fierce, but it instantly dissolved in the air. Then, small bubbles of flame just floated about. Ha! What? Those reactions didn't come from Jean and Dante. It was from the executioners who, until now, hadn't shown a single bit of emotion even when Jean pressed the attack as a 6-star or when Dante used his decisive killing move. The outcome was so disappointing that the executioners, who had emotion training, gave a reaction. They expected some terrifying spell since 2 of them were guarding the magician with their life. Pop plop, plop pop pop, psssshsshh. These cute flames extinguished. Like snow melting in water, the flames disappeared in thin air. The heat probably couldn't even melt a candle. Shit. A short silence befell them. However, it was enough time for Dante and Jean to shame and blame Baradin for the embarrassing spectacle. Baradin's thick skin was gone as well. His ears turned bright red. I know that it wouldn't be at full power, but this is kinda harsh. If one didn't retain an extremely unique talent, not even a 10-star or Genesis Knight could completely cast this pretentious spell. However, since Baradin was a pureblood Zipful, they expected at least 10% of the spell's effect. You done. The leader spoke for the first time, suppressing his disappointment. The other executioners laughed silently and exchanged glances with one another. As much as they were humans, they wanted to return the ineffable humiliation as their fighting skills were ridiculed by Jean. And the executioners were embarrassed that they couldn't take down some kids. It would be news that would put Nameless to shame. However, the squad leader wasn't a person who would make the same mistake twice. That black-haired kid probably has something up his sleeve. It can be a variable in close combat, so we'll finish them off with projectiles before they can get there. He signaled the others, and the assassins surrounded Jean, even the ones that were injured by Dante. If they couldn't continue their mission despite their injuries, they wouldn't be ranked as advanced executioners. Jean quickly examined Dante and Baradin. Dante's stamina's depleted. Dante's heavy breaths proved Jin's point. There was no need to ask. And Baradin, this fucking bastard, he's already showing the early stages of overflow. A river of blood flowed out of Baradin's nose as he writhed in embarrassment. He was suffering from mana overflow after failing to cast the extravagant spell. However, Jean was relieved to see the unicorn's horn that peeked out of the heavy backpack. Regardless, they needed at least an hour for the mana overflow symptoms to recede. Essentially, the two were incapable of battle. It's been a while since I last cast it, so I may have messed up the chant. It's really complicated. Cough, cough. Baradin spat excuses with his croaky voice, and Dante consoled him. As for Jean, he felt like his insides were going to explode. I guess it's my fault. I shouldn't have let them fight in the first place. However, they weren't done for just yet. Dante, take Baradin and run. I'll take down these guys and follow you. Will you be okay on your own? Yeah, I'm fine. But you guys might die if you don't run like your life depended on it. Understanding Jin's words, Baradin and Dante sighed. In open terrain, Jean would never take damage from the enemy. As long as they didn't all run in at once, Jean held an advantage. He just needed to deflect all weapons from all directions. And since it would quickly become a chase anyway, there was no chance of them getting surrounded again. They were able to get to their destination because they could outrun them in the first place. Pray that I can parry all of their attacks and run, Jean shouted as he swung his sword at the enemy. Blue blade crescents flew towards their formation, and the executioners temporarily scattered. At the same time, Dante picked up Baradin and sprinted away. If even one dagger were to fly past Jean and hit either of the two, the Zipfuls or Herons would lose an heir. That would honestly be favorable for Jean, who would become a future patriarch. However, Jean chose loyalty over a favorable future. He didn't want them to die as of the moment. If I somehow protect them until they get into the town square, then we'll all survive. There was a reason for the leader's advice. Jean had faith in his words. Ka-aza. Dante ran while screaming his lungs out, and the flurry of daggers continued. Clang, clank, ting. Jean followed right behind them and parried each and every flying dagger. If it were a month ago, he wouldn't know if his feat was possible. Jean definitely became aware that he improved a lot recently. My mind's eye is almost open. He thought back to his Clearstone training with the Tawna twins in the secret training room for the intermediate class, where steel marbles flew everywhere because of the Tonus mistake. He recalled the weird sensation that he felt back then. Whether a steel marble flew near or towards him, the trajectories that became visible in his head. All the suffering I went through in this city wasn't for nothing. I guess this is thanks to elder sister Yona. He didn't even obtain the 1000-poison antidote, but since he almost died multiple times, he was thankful for the fruits of his labor. I will survive until the day after tomorrow and receive the potion from my sister, then make the leader keep his promise. Of course, he didn't forget to keep Dante and Baradin safe. ***** Translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada ****. 2 long nights had passed. On the second day, the chase progressed the same as the previous. Although there were 20 assassins instead of the previous 10, it was easier than the day before. It was thanks to them abstaining from fighting as soon as they found the road to the town square. I didn't know they'd stop attacking as soon as we got through that road. It's a weird yet cool tradition. If it weren't for that tradition, us too. 3 would have died. Baradin, the center of Samel City. That was the special area where nameless high-ranked executioners' families resided. Nameless executioners never unsheathed their blades at that location unless it was an emergency or there was an invasion. Hence, it was the only peaceful area in Samel. A tradition that even Quicantle didn't know of. It was an unspoken rule established after her prime. What do you mean by that, Baradin? We said we'd call him Lord Holocaust Fire Bubble of the Emperor First Form. Stop teasing. People can make mistakes. People can tease others. Jean smirked, and Dante coughed awkwardly. Ehem. Anyways, I think escaping to the town square would have a limit. When does the game with the higher-ups end? I don't think this deal will just end with us cheating our way out. But I'm also curious about this higher-up that you know. The two looked at Jean with sparkling eyes. Clearly, they wanted to know more about the deal he made. It wasn't a deal, but more so an order. Jean looked away. As promised to the leader, I have to send these guys out before the evening. And when the day after tomorrow comes, make sure to escort the 2 successors out of the city. At all costs. If they do not listen, take them down and throw them out. Thanks to Owl's map, they were able to progress throughout the challenge. And that was pretty incredible. Although they cheated a little, no one would believe that these 3 young adults survived dozens of advanced executioners for 2 days. However, the 3 would never be able to survive the incoming wave. Tonight, the best of the best will come. And the leader will not appreciate these 2 who are still here. Jean didn't want to send them out. Today's the last day. You 2 should sleep well for the evening. Whoa. It means we'll suffer one last time. If you gain something from winning, you have to share it with us. You'll share it, right? Just like the time at the arena. Sure. I'll give you a souvenir. Jean swallowed his follow-up and smiled. *****. Owl. Please answer my question truthfully. Yona. What is it that you want to ask? You helped them. Owl hid his surprise and tilted his head, feigning innocence. What do you mean? It makes no sense. How did Jean and the 2 weirdos go to the nonviolence zone twice in a row? This must be your... Haha. It can't be. It's obvious that you're lying, Yona spoke while giggling, and goosebumps climbed up Owl's back. Ahem. Anyways, did you write the self-reflection on the destruction? Heh. Since you broke your promise first, I'm taking action. You do not trust me? Nope. And starting today, you'll stick right next to me since you might help them again. Ho ho. It was a dejected laughter, but Owl wanted it this way in the first place. That obedient kid will send them off. And Yona going after him is better than some other executioner. Since she likes Jean, she might show mercy. However, he couldn't be certain. Yona's personality reeked of chaos, so she could choose to kill her loving brother anytime. It's dinner time soon. Time to kill some children. Will you come with me? I shall. He. They silently went towards the inn where Jin's party resided. They took position on a rooftop across the inn. Owl felt soreness on the back of his neck and experienced light suffocation. Why are those 3 still together? He could see clearly across the window without curtains. The 3 were together. In fact, Jean was awake, and Baradin and Dante were fast asleep. Why, Yona? They're gathered nicely before their death. Just wait a moment. Their eyes widened. They saw the object in Jin's hand, the present that Quicantle gave. And surprisingly, Jean clearly displayed it in Yona's and Owl's view. Yona glared at Owl. Your title is the leader of Nameless, and yet you gave him that. To save them? And no, I really didn't. Yona. Cold sweat drenched Owl's face. Chapter 151. 2 long nights, 1 short night, 3. A dull light glimmered from Jin's palms. The object curved like a scimitar was at least 2.5 handspans long. Its tip was as sharp as a needle. The entire thing didn't fit inside his hand. It was eerily cold to the touch and very heavy. A silver dragon's claw. He had that. How? Owl gulped. Yona's questioning glare flickered with anger and embarrassment. What do you mean you didn't do anything? How in the world did Jin get his hands on such a valuable item? The main house in no way would have supplied him with it. The Runcandle clan's storage wouldn't even have that. If the Runcandles already had such an item in stock, then they would have already sold it to the leader of Nameless. Defeated, Owl shook his head. I swear that it was not me. As you know, we only have 2 claws in our secret storage. And apart from that one in his hand, ours are broken. A dragon's claw was a material that blacksmiths and artifact craftsmen could only dream of obtaining. Any equipment that used a part of a dragon's body inherited a minuscule fraction of the dragon's god's ability. As such, scales, teeth, bones, and insides, anything part of a dragon was valuable. Obtaining such material was like catching a shooting star in the first place. Even though items from lesser dragons were considered luxuries due to its lack of usefulness, the demand for equipment from a dragon's corpse never stopped. However, to Nameless, a silver dragon's claw was considered and valued far beyond any valuable material. This was very classified information that even the most knowledgeable dragon corpse traders didn't know. Then how did the youngest obtain? We'll find out soon enough. First, it seems I have won the bet. Since your brother has revealed that thing, this assassination is a failure. I'm sure it's disappointing and aggravating, but you have lost. And I'm sure you wouldn't think that killing them is more important than a silver dragon's claw? I know who you are, but I'm sure you wouldn't. I know, but it's not done yet. Jin might not give it to us. If that were the case, then he wouldn't have taken it out. Let's go see him. With the claw in his hand, Jin walked to the window and teasingly shook it in their view. He didn't know where they were, but he knew they were watching. I didn't kick out Dante and Baradin, but I saved them. So I've won our bet, leader of Nameless. After 30 seconds, Jin turned around. Yona and Owl were standing across the room. If he didn't expect it, Jin would have fainted from surprise. I get goosebumps every time I experience it. How can you silence your footsteps like that? However, it wasn't the same as before. He slightly felt it when the 2 jumped down from the roof across the street. If he hadn't trained his mind's eye, he would have been oblivious. Jin maintained a calm expression and bowed. Nice to meet you for the first time, 85th leader of Nameless. And long time no see, elder sister Yona. Jin answered as if he had never met Owl, and Yona let out a cough behind her leader. She didn't want to confront Jin. Where did you get a silver dragon's claw? Owl directly dove into the interrogation. Jin instinctively looked at Baradin and Dante, and he finished them off with paralysis, preventing them from listening in like last time. A bitter cold climbed up his spine, but he didn't need to be scared anymore. I can't tell you. However, please just think of it as a present received from a silver dragon that I came to know throughout my journey. Despite the disrespectful response, Owl couldn't say anything. In fact, his eyes actually glimmered in interest. It seems that you not only received it, but also heard how we use it. That's right. I was told that I would be spared in any scenario if I showed this. The executioners of Nameless consider our type's claws more valuable than any divine artifact. Why is that? If you use it well, you can even kill someone who's impossible to assassinate. They have their method of using it. They can stop the victim's time for a blink. Executioners at the highest level only need that much time. Then there's no one they can't kill. A human toying with time. Is that simple? I mean, it's even hard for Ulta to do it. It's very limited. And their method seems to require a sacrifice. Essentially, the claw bought an instant of time for the Nameless assassins. For an assassin like Elder Sister Yona or Leader Owl, that split second would be the game ender. Not just for assassinations, but for fights as well. Even if it were Luna or Talaris, they stood no chance against Owl, who owned about 4 claws. And in a position where almost nobody was aware of Nameless utilizing the claw, then it would be more effective. However, making an opportunity for an assassination even with the claw would still be difficult. It's just as you said. If you hand that to me, I will dismiss all of your misdeeds. Isn't killing me, stealing it, and destroying my body more effective? The Silver Dragon told me it was the most clandestine secret of Nameless. If you were not a run candle, or if those two were normal people, I wouldn't have hesitated to make such a decision. I hated my background ever since I was born, but today I feel thankful for it. Jean displayed Quickantle's claw to Owl. Before I offer this to you, I would like to ask something. Speak. I wonder why real executioners instead of cadets targeted me today. Was Elder Sister Yona keeping me in check, or were you testing me? Owl smiled and looked down at Jean. He knew that Jean was forcing a question that he already knew the answer to. I'm losing to this kid twice in 4 days. Is he asking me to say that I made a bet with Yona with my own mouth? It was a threat. If he didn't answer truthfully, then he would blow off their secret. Yet it was also to keep his side of the deal. Yona and I made a bet. I bet that you would survive, and Yona did the opposite. Since I won and obtained a silver dragon's claw thanks to you, I'll offer you a prize. Thank you. Then I'll take my leave. I'm sure you two have some catching up to do. Once you finish, come to the Nameless Manor. So I don't need to feel threatened by executioners anymore? That includes me and Yona. No assassin of Nameless will try to kill you. This will go on for 10 years after you leave. So long as your clan doesn't invade us, this promise will stand. Jin's eyes widened. 10 years. Jean never expected his name to be off the hit list for that long. That's good to hear. Then if I go to war with my siblings, I won't need to worry about Nameless. Between flag bearers, using external help was laughable. However, Jean thought that Joshua, Mew, or N would definitely commit something like that. At this point, even Jean would really want to get rid of himself. Owl left the room, and Yona pressed her fingertips together. Then, she spun her hair with her index finger and swayed between a frown and smile. My youngest brother. Yes, elder sister? Jin's response radiated coldness. Yona grew desperate. I had no intention to keep you in check. Really, I just really want you to grow. So you sent a dozen professional executioners on top of stalking me every day? I did. I had no other alternative analyses of your behavior other than competition for the throne. Alrighty then, who are those two? Showing interest, Yona looked at Dante and Baradin. Paralyzed. She didn't know who they were. It's Baradin Zipfel and Dante Hyran. I see. You failed to kill me, and the leader guaranteed my safety, so you wouldn't kill me now either. Now all you need to do is to tell everyone that I'm accompanied by those guys. Why do you think that? Then the probability of your death will skyrocket. Because you hate me. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have sent planned attacks with executioners to me. Our reunion doesn't even break the rules of flag bearers. So why did you attack me? A bit of genuine anger was fused into his words. Jean didn't really know who Yona was. However, because of her, he dealt with the threat of extremely talented assassins on him, so he couldn't just gloss over it. His pain was worth far greater than the 1,000 poison antidote. I just wanted to play with you. I even wrote it on the... You treated me like a toy. No, I would never. I didn't even feel a hint of regret from her earlier. What is this? Did she really think she was only playing with me? Yona's eyes watered, and Jean could only feel sorry. I mean, you were the one who tried to kill me. So why are you crying? I don't know. Tears are flooding my eyes. So what else am I supposed to do? Are you not the best nameless executioner? What happened to the emotion? Suppression training? I didn't do such a thing, since I could kill people so well without it when Mother first introduced me to Leader Owl. Jin's face grew dim. What? Yona was introduced to the organization at the age of 12. Even if she was a run candle, she was still too young to be treated like an emotionless killing machine. Still, their mother, Jean, would have never known. Yona's first murder was when she was 8 years old. The victim was a cousin who visited her at the Storm Castle. Yona never had a nanny. Neither did she go through cadet training. On top of that, she never had a meal with her siblings in the 2 years she stayed in the main house. All because of Siren's decree. The battle for hegemony was important, but he couldn't let all of his children die before they left the Storm Castle. Sniff, sniff, giggle. Jean felt a chill as he watched his sister sniffle and giggle simultaneously. A big and heavy weight pressed on his chest. Chapter 152. Yona Runcandle 1. It didn't take long for Jean to realize that the weight in his chest was sympathy. At the age of 12, no, she might have been nurtured to be a killing machine even before then. They only exchanged a few words, but Jean felt that Yona was a young woman filled with emotions. Someone with many laughs and many tears. However, her emotions were twisted somewhere. In Jin's past life, she lacked more remorse than the Tana twins after killing anyone. To her, most people were just moving chunks of meat. She didn't even consider the infinite possibilities of a life to experience. A monster, but not a real monster. Inside the heart of the Yona in Jin's past life, who lived in the shadows after being neglected by and, as well as the Yona who was currently stuck in a loop of laughter and tears, were emotions that everybody else had. Love for her siblings, fear of being hurt, the desire to make a friend, a small wish to play with someone. All of those feelings were locked away. Just because she had the potential, she became the most evil assassin in history. Ha! Something hot and sharp climbed up through his chest. It ripped through his abdomen and strained his heart. It scratched at his throat, screaming to be let out. It was anger, directed at the ones who killed his sister's humanity since she was 12. Jean and his family. Are you mad because I stuck around you without telling you? I didn't watch you bathe or anything. It's nothing like that. Besides that, you were always beside me. Yeah. The entire time? Yona glanced at Baradin and Dante. I was about 10 steps away from you for 5 hours max. This continued even after you're free. After those guys came. It wasn't as if Jean didn't expect it. Nevertheless, he was shocked after hearing it himself. He only detected that she was nearby thrice after coming to Samel. Once was when Yona dropped the paper, and another was just a moment ago when Yona and Owl were together. The other was when he opened his mind's eye and dodged the executioner's attacks. Jean, am I scary? Or do you not like me? Jean shook his head. Not until a moment ago. Not now, though. Hee. Yona giggled. Feeling a little better, she took a step closer to Jean. I also thought of the possibility of your death. However, it's true that I wanted you to grow. If you died, I'd be a little sad. Then I'd forget about it, and you'd be at peace. Her words pierced Jean like shattered glass. Did you ever think that it was fair? What is? Me watching you? I said it before, but I didn't watch when you were. Not that. You've been treated like a killing machine since you were young. That's unbelievable and disgusting. Even for a pure-blood run candle. That's bad. That's bad. Yona tilted her head, as if she didn't understand. Have you ever killed someone? That's not the problem. I was born like this anyways. Don't be sad. What do you mean you were born like that? Jean stopped talking and fell into thought. It's true that the clan is inhumane, but the treatment towards elder sister Yona is incomparably disgusting and toxic. It's probably related to the reason why she's already more talented than the leader of Nameless. It was impossible even for Leader Owl to be in a room with Jean for hours on end. More so, observing Jean from a 10-step radius for 20 hours. Sister, are you a contractor? Nope. There was no god related to assassination or concealing footsteps, but the closest one was Soderette. He asked because she had abilities that transcended human possibility. Then how are you able to make such feats? If your words are true, then you can basically kill everyone. You don't need to know, Shem. And there are some people I can't kill. A lot if I'm alone. If I have a planned team, then maybe I can count them with my fingers and toes. In other words, there were only 20 people who could survive a planned onslaught. Although she didn't account for them escaping, it was still hard to believe. So you can't tell me? You have secrets too. Jean was about to deny her suspicion, but Yona looked at Jin's shadow, as if she knew all about Jin's power over shadows. Does she know that I'm Soderet's contractor? Or is she just looking at my shadow? There was no need to ask. Yona sensed Jin's spiritual energy. That was because she was scared of her own spiritual energy. Jean would never know, but the power was constantly telling Yona to kill him. Yet Yona ignored the whispers. You're making me flustered. Just think of it as my excessive love for my little brother. You wouldn't know how surprised I was when you came. Even the nice eldest sister Luna didn't come to visit me. You're making me sad too. Does eldest sister Luna hate you? I don't think she likes me. I broke a few promises. No, actually, a lot. Jean drenched his handkerchief in water and handed it to her. Here, for the tear marks on your face. Yona took the soaked cloth and wiped her face. Her eyes glimmered. I wish you appreciated me. We haven't spent enough time together to fuel such love or empathy. I don't have any of that, but I love you this much. That's because you have fantasies about me, and it's true that you tried to kill me. It would be a sign of love for you, but that was a threat to my life. Then what should I do? I don't know. Give me the 1,000 poison antidote. He couldn't say that. He couldn't let her see his true selfish intentions. He didn't want her to offer him an excessive compensation for his measly affection. He also couldn't grasp how to deal with their relationship. He did feel sympathy for her, but hearing her story, even Luna gave up on her or kept her distance. Breaking a promise with eldest sister Luna means that elder sister Yona killed a family member before. If not that, eldest sister Luna wouldn't have given her such a harsh, silent treatment. Sifting through his memories, both in his past and present life, when he was at the Storm Castle, Gilly often attended funerals of his cousins, uncles, and aunts. The cause of their death was never revealed. At the time, Jean thought a distant cousin died, so he didn't pay much attention. Although they were cousins, he had never seen their face. Do I have to give death threats for you to love me? That would make a normal relationship more distant. Then do you want the 1,000 poison antidote or something? Take that and play with me more. I already knew that my siblings would come to me only for that. It would be a lie if he said he didn't want a nod. However, Jean initially denied it. He wanted to request it, after sorting out his relationship with her. No thank you, and I'm sure you don't want requited love from me. You do not exchange affection through those conditions. Even if you gave me the potion, my love would remain the same. You wug. Yona pulled her hair. What do you want me to do, then? Are you saying I can never be friends with you? Even though I love you so much. Tears began to dribble down her cheeks again, and she began to shout desperately. Jean hid his bitter smile. The cadets aren't outside, right? I heard that a curfew was instated for 2 days for our fight. Yeah, no one's out there. Why don't we take a walk? He needed time to organize his thoughts. How he should treat his crazy sister whom he feels sorry for. Path filled with moonlight. A relaxed night for the first time in the city of Samel. Too many destroyed houses. 'Cause you broke everything. I wrote 100 freaking pages of self-reflection. A little more this way and we'll get to this place I like. Visitors aren't allowed. Wanna go? Sure. For the entire walk, Yona blabbered on about something, while Jean gave heartfelt reactions. Thinking that this would be her last memory with her brother, she walked very slowly. Every step, Jean felt more and more regret. After many paths that should have been filled with cadets, a green hill emerged. The location that Yona said was a little more this way had been a 2-hour walk. What's up there? A flower field and cliff. A little scary when you say it. You think I'll push you off? That'll be so foolish of me. And you wouldn't die off that high cliff anyways. I was joking. They hiked up the hill with smiles, and they saw a beautiful patch of wildflowers. It was a flower Jean knew well. Green roses. Just like its name, They were roses that were indistinguishable from weeds due to their tiny petals. It was a common plant across the land, so it was often treated like a weed. Could be found anywhere, grew all year long, and was not useful in cooking either. It was just like a weed. Whoa! The moonlight offered beauty into the roses. Watching each and every petal sway in the wind, it felt a little eerie. It's pretty, right? Yeah. I didn't know that green roses were a sight to see under the moonlight. Green roses are often viewed as weeds, but it's my favorite flower. It doesn't die easily even if you step on it or don't give it water. Even if it dies, a new flower blooms on top of it. The reason was, Jean swallowed his words and looked around. Yona plucked 2 roses from the ground and began to weave them together. If I do this, the petals spread apart and make a pretty shape. You get to see something new about them. It's harder than it looks, you know? If you force it, then the flower breaks, so it's a meticulous process. Yona weaved the 2 roses together into a hook and handed it to Jean while giggling. Oh! Jean remembered something from his past life. It wasn't the first time he received this little gift. It was the first time in this life, but in his past life, back when he was treated like garbage even though he was a pureblood, someone always left these in his room. 2 roses weaved together with their petals spread out. He thought it was one of his servants, but Gilly insisted it wasn't her. Take this and let it go. Either way, you didn't die and opened your mind's eye. I can't believe it was you. Ha! Chapter 153, Yona Runcandle, 2. Jean met Yona's eyes. So she's the one who always visited me. He struggled to remember when exactly he started receiving the weaved roses. When he was 20, maybe 22. Since then, someone kept leaving weaved roses in his room. There was a time I really wondered who left them in my room. However, it didn't take long for his curiosity to disappear. The hellish training ended with no progress, and the days of hopelessness continued. The curiosity couldn't halt all of the misery in his past life, where he had to train several times more than others to attain merely 1 star. For several years, he couldn't even have the time to think about who left the present in his room. Sometimes, on bad days, he even shredded the roses into pieces. Jean didn't feel a glimpse of appreciation from the flowers. And on the day he was excommunicated, when he mindlessly shoved his hands into his pockets, he had a pair of green roses in there too. He remembered the hopeless laughter it brought about. He wanted to keep that green rose forever, but he lost it while roaming the lands. Possibly when he got mugged or when he went on a short adventure with his master. Jean took the green roses with quaking hands. Tying it together like this, it's truly beautiful, just as you said, right? It's something I give to people I especially like. He wanted to thank her, but his throat was too hot and clogged. For so many years, without a word, there was only one reason as to why she did it. If she openly paid him attention, then the other siblings wouldn't leave Jean alone. Yona always stalked Jean in his past life. Whether it was for her own entertainment or due to genuine love, she always offered a rose to him. Other than Gilly, there wasn't a single person who didn't neglect Jean. None. Those were his darkest times. What's wrong? Jean shook his head, suppressing his emotions. I take back what I said about having no memories together. I take it all back. Really? Yes. And this time, I should give you more attention. Yona was no longer an ambivalent person. Ha! They shared stories with their legs dangling off the cliff's edge. Just as a conversation between normal siblings would, their stories continued until morning. So you even tried to kill the leader? Just because he kinda insulted you? My goodness. Yeah, it was when I was 14. I got caught, so I got locked in a room and was forced to write a self-reflection. After that, I tried 2 more times, but still failed. He lives up to his name as the leader of Nameless. His assassination ability falls off of you, though. I think I can do it if I try a lot harder. Anyways, how the hell did you get a silver dragon's claw? Before that, if I didn't have it, would you have killed me? 50-50 chance. How unfortunate. If you just answered yes, then I would have introduced you to the silver dragon. Huh? You can't do that. I want to meet the dragon. Are you too close? Yeah. I'll kill it. I'll harvest all the claws and use it all. I said it multiple times before, but please spare my companions and allies. They could all become your friends too. Hee hee. But Jean, you aren't scared of me at all. Other than father and leader Owl, it's the first time I had a relaxed conversation like this. You're more like a flower shop owner than an assassin. It should be your career after retiring. Wow, a flower shop? You won't make much. Well, I can just fund you every now and then. It wouldn't be too bad as a hobby. When you get the chance, I suggest you study about flowers. I'm sure you have lots of time. A flower shop. Of course, you can't kill the customers. Yeah. Anyways, we should go to the leader. I need to leave Samel tomorrow, so I have to claim my prize. Yona's expression instantly darkened. Where are you going? I'm gonna kill. Please, please stop. Instead, I'll give you a special address. Send a letter. If you promise to not kill any of my allies, I'll invite you to. If you give the address to anyone else, I would never. Yeah, never. Oh, I forgot. I had a mission today. A mission? The best executioner forgets those. Go deal with it. Laters. Yona skipped down the hill, and Jean smiled as she sprinted away. After spending some time weaving roses, he walked towards the nameless manor. Compared to the previous night, the streets were filled with cadets. If there was anything different, it was that they bowed to Jean whenever they were near him. It was because the leader deemed him as nameless 10-year savior. If he wanted to, he could set up a house and live in the area. Jean took a carriage to the manor. The executioners at the manor bowed to him as well. No one stood in his way. You're here. As soon as he entered, Owl greeted him. The executioners beside him disappeared without a sound. Yes. It seems you cleared things up with Yona. Knowing damn well that I was waiting. He wasn't asking for an excuse. In fact, there was a light smile on Owl's face. It was true that he relied on Yona as the leader of Nameless. He was fond of her as her teacher. He could only be proud of Jean, who spent time with her all night. On top of the fact that he brought a silver dragon's claw to him. Although you are insolent and caused great damage to the city, I've grown fond of you. I will say this ahead of time, but I have no intention to enter Nameless after becoming a flag-bearer. Ho-ho, it already seems like the master of the Hidden Palace took a liking to you. I have no thought to interfere. Weren't you going for something bigger from the beginning? The bigger reward. Becoming the patriarch of Runcandle. No one would expect the youngest son of Runcandle, a newly appointed flag-bearer, to become the patriarch. Especially since there were 12 competent siblings older and more experienced than him. However, Luna, Owl, and Talaris thought it was definitely possible. It was something only few could conclude after meeting Jean. The thing you requested 4 days ago. It's ready. When Owl first caught Jean, the young Runcandle requested something in return for keeping Baradin and Dante safe. However, I believe that I should also have a reward for risking my life. At least in the case where I successfully execute your orders. You didn't really follow my orders exactly, but the two ultimately survived and you brought the claw, so I decided to compensate. Seriously, when I saw the three of you together, I felt a strain on the back of my neck. I didn't know you liked suspense. Are you talking back to me just because you and Yona got close? I'm just trying stuff to get to know you as well. I told my sister to open a flower shop instead of returning to the main house. Owl's eyes glimmered. Other Runcandles would use Yona's weakness to use Nameless. However, Jean was different. Not only that, there was no nuance of using Yona at all. Owl grew curious whether Jin's words were genuine. That's something that she'd definitely appreciate. However, there's no way your clan would let her go like that. I will create an excuse for her immediate return. So you'll take responsibility? A mere provisional flag-bearer. Definitely. I can delay her return by at least 5 years. Although he didn't get it this time, Jean thought of requesting the 1,000 poison antidote from Yona. He could also offer her a wonderful present in return. Enough love and genuineness to not feel that he used her. If Jean received the antidote, then Owl could go complain to Siren. A pureblood run candle essentially stole from him, so Owl could then ask for Yona's delayed return. At least 5 years. It seems you heard something from her. Instead, just once, please offer me help when I need it. Not to Jean Runcandle, but to Jean Grey. All right, if you keep your word, then I shall. You already played with me twice, so I'm sure you have something up your sleeve again. Then I'm thinking of leaving Samuel now. I'll take Dante and Baradin, so we will not be of any interference now. Jean bowed and turned. Owl bit on a cigar before asking, but is that really okay? Your request, I mean, definitely. It may be more than you expect. It may have an aftershock. It may harm you. Jean smiled with certainty. There's no way. I was just lucky to have a nice catch after mindlessly throwing a net. Snurrer. Who? Snurrer. Who? Dante and Baradin continued to snore on the bed. In fact, Baradin scratched his bare stomach. They're sleeping obliviously. Jean shrugged and put his hands into his pockets. He put his shoddily woven roses onto their faces. However, his hands touched an unidentified object in his pocket. A stick. A black stick. Staring at the object for a few seconds, Jin's eyes almost left its sockets. It's the 1,000 poison antidote. Yona left it there. But when? His question was answered when he sifted through his other pocket. A letter. It was your birthday a few days ago, so this is your birthday present. If you relax just because you opened your mind's eye, you'll lose to me without anyone knowing. If you drink this and perfect your mind's eye, there won't be a single assassin who could kill you with poison. It's hard to poison me too. Since I kinda threatened your life a few times, several times, I might as well give you another life. Although it's late, happy birthday, my precious brother. Oh, and I never had a mission. Teehee. Yona lied about a mission in order to secretly take the leader's precious antidote. At the same time, what in the... Joshua's knights, who had been watching Jean, couldn't hide their shock. Chapter 154. Union at the Black Sea. Yuk. Who? While blood splattered everywhere, the guardian knights of Runcandle could only feel hopelessness. There were 27 to 8-star guardian knights, the ones who kept an eye on Jean under Joshua's orders. As soon as they escaped Samuel, they had been targeted as Samuel's prey. They couldn't resist. 9 executioners, the top 10 excluding Yona, gathered. The guardian knights couldn't handle them. They weren't as notorious as the Black Knights, but still they definitely lived up to their notoriety. Check their attack positions. They must be the best of the best. Shit, don't split up. We'll die if they surround each one of us. Although they were mind's eye users, they couldn't read the executioner's footsteps. Flash. Every time something suddenly flashed in the corner of their eye, guardian knights fell to the floor. The leader of the guardian knights raised his voice. Is Nameless not scared of Runcandle? I don't know for what reason you're attacking us, but we are the Runcandle clan's prospective successors. Stab. A dagger pierced through his back. The other guardian knights could only grit their teeth. Complete. Disperse. I will report to the leader. The second best executioner, Vizin, spoke these words only 3 minutes into the fight, and their pure white uniforms remained as white as snow. I wish you would erase all records of my visit to Samuel. Meaning that, excluding the people of the Khan Kingdom and the cadets and executioners of Nameless, I wish they forgot the existence of Jean Grey or Jean Runcandle. That was what Jean requested the leader of Nameless. Erasing the fact that Jean Grey or Jean Runcandle ever visited Samuel, which was why the best executioners slaughtered Joshua's knights. Since no one other than the people of Khan and the associates of Nameless should know of him, Owl repeated Jin's request with his own mouth, then spat cigarette ash. Jean. He said it like his thoughtless throw of the net caught a big fish. But he probably knew this would happen. What a scary kid. Owl concluded his thoughts, and Vizin arrived. Mission complete. Total guardian knights killed, 24. The corpses will be dealt with within the hour. Well done. I am worried about the Runcandle's reaction to this issue. although we have a valid reason. Killing that many Guardian Knights will stir up some tension. Don't worry, Vizen. I will speak with Lord Siren myself. I will leave for the Black Sea within 2 days, so take care of the manor for the time being. Understood. ***** Translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada ***** Cold sweat poured down Cashimir's head. The man who bought the misunderstood image of a miraculous being with a royal status, handsome profile, and ghost-like swordsmanship. When he went near the Black Sea, he thought Khan would escort him. However, Siren didn't send Khan. As such, Kashmir wore the blood of monsters for the past week without any road to follow. He couldn't even remember how many monsters he slaughtered before arriving at his destination. After excessive effort, he arrived at the center of the Black Sea, where Siren was. However, why are they here? He was sure Siren only summoned him, but Kashmir saw a total of 4 people. Ah, you have arrived, Ghostblade. Firstly, Guardian Knight Khan. He was speaking out of respect, but Khan honestly thought Kashmir deserved it. Kashmir got to experience the labor of delivering a letter firsthand. A speechless glare pressured him to write more satisfactory letters. What's this? Siren, why'd you call that married man? I wanted to have a nice chat, but there are too many unwanted visitors. The master of the hidden palace, Talaris. She examined Kashmir before clicking her tongue, showing scorn for the man who struggled through the monsters of the Black Sea. Ghostblade Kashmir? Lord Siren, it seems the Runcandles have formed a good rapport with the free city of Tychon. The leader of Nameless, Owl. He had arrived 30 minutes before Kashmir. Lastly, a man who sat in the air with his legs crossed as he stared at Kashmir. The strongest knight of the generation, Siren Runcandle. As soon as their eyes met, Kashmir quickly lowered his head. I apologize for my tardiness, Lord Siren. Sit. And Talaris, the unwanted visitor isn't the Ghostblade, but you and Owl. Ah. It seems you had planned a meeting prior with the Ghostblade. Surprisingly, Talaris and Owl stepped away after Siren's words, giving Kashmir enough room to stand in front of Siren, the master of the hidden palace and the leader of Nameless. The only person who could move them with words was Siren Runcandle. All the while staring down at the Ghostblade, Kashmir could only feel gratitude. Lord Siren really cares about me. The pain of fighting the monsters for the past week all melted away. Kashmir stepped forward and glanced around. Madame Talaris probably came for some marriage proposal. But why the leader of Nameless? Did young Master Jean misbehave in Samel? It was nice that Siren made room for him. However, it felt like he was sitting on thorns. Talaris and Owl were glaring at him for taking their spot. Since Kashmir and Owl are here, I can't even talk about marriage. The master of the hidden palace and the Ghostblade. It'll be hard to bring up stuff about Jean and Yona. On the other hand, Siren was a little proud. Kashmir was definitely far below the other two. Nonetheless, 3 very famous and hard-to-meet people came to him regarding his youngest son. I originally summoned you for a drink, but there seems to be 2 extra guests. Please understand. We will have a drink after these 2 leave. At Siren's words, Kashmir felt equal to the master of the hidden palace and the leader of Nameless for an instant. And the 2 grand beings were shocked. It was the respect of the absolute power. He didn't want Kashmir to hold back on his words because bystanders were listening. No worries, Lord Siren. So, how's the youngest doing? Just as I departed for the Black Sea, young Master Jean left for the leader of Nameless City in order to train for any assassination attempts or poison. Except Kashmir. Everyone's eyes rattled. Why does that damned kid constantly visit dangerous places? How will he marry my daughter if he dies? I know Jean is an incredible kid, but Lord Siren is showing this much interest in him? Siren's eyes flicked to Owl, ordering an explanation. Ahem. The Ghostblade is correct. I came to discuss the young master's visit to Samel. However, it is not something I can speak of with the presence of the master of the hidden palace and the Ghostblade. Just speak. As you know, the hidden palace and Runcandle clan are basically one. Besides that, the master of the hidden palace is one of my few close friends. And the ghost blade is close-mouthed. Owl thought for a bit before speaking. He now considered the hidden palace and Tycoon City as allies of the Runcandle clan. He proceeded to summarize Jin's visit in detail. Everyone concentrated on every word he spoke. Of course, he left out the part about Dante and Baradin being present. Hearing that the youngest son messed around, survived, and opened his mind's eye, Siren smiled. Right after Owl mentioned that he had 24 Guardian Knights killed by Jin's request, Siren burst into laughter. From his bellows, small earthquakes occurred throughout the Black Sea. I see why you came. Were you scared of taking responsibility for that? Although it is embarrassing, yes. It wasn't 1 or 2, but 24. He has already started to open his eyes to clarity. That annoying runt. Siren's joy was erased from his voice, but he still looked satisfied. Almost so that annoying meant successful. Only Kashmir was nervous, thinking that Jean may have done something wrong. Don't worry about that. It would remain the same even if you killed 200. Milord, you lighten my chest. However, Lord Siren, I have one more thing to say. What is it? I wish you'd read this paper. This isn't something that I can reveal to the others. Hand it over. Siren's eyes narrowed. I have received the 1,000 poison antidote from Sister Yona. So, in exchange for this, please compromise with the leader of Nameless to delay Elder Sister Yona's return to the clan. For the antidote, up to 5 years shouldn't be hard. Oh, and on top of that, I didn't use any tricks or anything. It should be appropriate to return it. But the leader of Nameless told me to relieve myself from the assassinations from Nameless for 10 years. So greed for the antidote outgrows my fear for Nameless. It was in a petty manner, but I kept my promise. I trust that you will keep my promise with the leader of Nameless as well. Thank you. A letter that Jean left when leaving Samel. Why? Is there something wrong, Siren? Did my daughter's fiancé misbehave? Talaris opened her mouth out of curiosity. Owl, is this true? Yes. In fact, he played with me more times than mentioned in that letter. A man like you to a kid like him? I know he's smart, but that can't be true. And there's no way he collaborated with Yona. Owl sighed and shook his head. I wish it were like that. It seems that you weren't the only one who has been played. Still, milord, he is your child. Unlike me who has been wiped clean, you have something to be proud of. Ho ho, we will discuss this matter later. I will send you an official invitation, so I'll see you at the Garden of Swords soon. I will inform you of the specifics at a later date. Siren, you're leaving the Black Sea again? I don't know what's happening, but you aren't going to punish my son-in-law. Who the hell is your son-in-law, Talaris? Humph, I'm sure you can answer that yourself. What did Jean do to receive a big punishment? Siren lightly shook his head. He didn't do anything. Thank goodness. A silence ensued. Siren fell deep into thought, and Talaris was relieved. Owl was concerned about how long he wanted to delay Yona's return. Ghost Blade. Yes, Lord Siren? I am also curious about what news you brought. I couldn't listen to you because of Owl. I was about to tell you as well. Regarding the death of Kiddard Hall that shook the world not so long ago. I came to tell you that it was at the hands of young Master Jean. What? Ha! Talaris and Owl shouted simultaneously, and Siren nodded with an emotionless expression. I see. Now then, unwanted guests should clear out. I must have a drink with this man. I know what you're going to talk about, so I don't count. Let me join in. Don't make me disappointed. Talaris knew that Jean was a magic swordsman, so it wouldn't be a problem if she found out how Jean killed Kiddard. The only one who didn't know of Jin's secret, Owl, had to leave. Alright, so the master of the hidden palace is friends with Lord Siren, but the ghost blade is closer to him than I am? I mean, I'm kinda curious about how Jean killed Kiddard too. Owl was a little disappointed, but it was fine since he achieved his goal. He decided to just be satisfied. Chapter 155. Reward 1. 7-star swordsmanship, 7-star magic, and 5-star spiritual energy. He was about to achieve a body that has 1,000 poison immunity despite him not drinking the antidote yet. When are these guys gonna go back? Jean, Baradin, and Dante. It had been 2 days since they left Samel City. However, Baradin and Dante didn't think about letting Jean go. Isn't it time to split now? The hell do you mean? It was a pain in the ass to find you, and even more of a pain after finding you. If you had a heart, then you would play with us for a little longer. Baradin's right. You too. Aren't you guys prospective successors? Isn't this the time where each passing day is precious? Nope. Since my clan is well established, I can become the patriarch without doing anything. And Dante is basically confirmed. Do you know how much Lord Ron Hyren loves that fellow? Dante let out a cough in embarrassment. Yeah, I know that much. But unlike you guys, I need to get moving. I need to get stuff done as a provisional flag bearer. You killed Kiddard Hall not so long ago. I'm sure that's enough. I'm telling you, I'm not responsible for his death. Hey, look at this guy, lying again. It seems Jean is in a difficult position, Baradin. I don't think we should question him anymore. This guy is constantly drawing lines on us. Haven't you thought of yourselves who excessively crossed every line in existence? And according to Dante, he says your aura is almost at 7-star. You're way beyond normal achievement. Enough to be a flag bearer this instant. But if I become a flag bearer, wouldn't the days spent with us decrease? It's already very sparse. Jean realized something after being with Dante and Baradin for the past few days. The flow of their conversation constantly led towards what they wanted to say. Just because someone's aura is at 7-star doesn't mean they're a 7-star knight. What's important is swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship is better than a normal 7 stars. Right, Dante? I concur. This is true as well back at the arena. Honestly, to the point where I wonder why you are still a provisional flag bearer. Didn't your third eldest sister, Lady Mary Runcandle, achieve 6-star at the age of 19? As Dante mentioned, the children of Runcandle usually became flag bearers when they became 6 to 7-star knights. After becoming a flag bearer, they would learn the Runcandle clan's secret techniques, one by one, to mark their insane growth. The decisive killing moves of Runcandle had the potential to outclass all Swordmaster clans altogether. I'm not as famous as elder sister Mary. Jean Grey, as a swordsman, is still not well known. Honestly, for Jean, that fame and popularity could be established in a few months. However, he had to make himself the perfect magic swordsman by the end of the 5 years that Siren gave him. He couldn't explain that to the two, so he kept avoiding the question. Oh, then Samel was also included in that reason. You were trying to make your alias known by surviving the land of the assassins. That's right. Want me to help? With what? Who am I? I'm Baradin Zipfel. When I go back, I'll tell the clan press to spread the word that these things happened in Samel. Then I shall help as well. I will request it from all the press that shed light onto the Hyran clan. I'm sure you would want to become a flag bearer as soon as possible. It's fine. Don't do it. Jean instantly rejected their offers of assistance, and they pulled out different cards. How about we go on an adventure? Dante and I will hide our identities and help you out, like a baggage carrier of some sort. Oh, that's a good idea. If we work together, we can probably defeat any bad guy. If we give all the credit to Jean, we can stack fame much quicker. And then we'll put it all in the news. Jean Grey and his servants, seekers of justice. With a title like that. Then we should start looking for a scummy villain. There's a ton of those. The Kings of Mummet, West Vermont's Mad Jack Glow, the cultists of the Dark Magic Association, Vankella's Knight of Destruction Wyrick, the leader of the Orange Tiger Tribe Fanta. The three of us, going off for an adventure to take care of those horrible villains. My heart is beating out of my chest. As Jean blocked out their nonsense, the two raised their voices at the fantasies. Well, someone's excited. Jean had no words, for he was so baffled. However, he didn't hate looking after the two idiots. On that note, he mentioned a ton of villains to gain experience. I honestly think that they've been around for a long time, so they're getting forgotten. From Baradin's list of villains, they were middle to high-tier enemies. For the era's most evil beings that even the world powers couldn't deal with, he didn't even mention them. Barely listening to their nonsense, Jean shook his head. You guys having fun? Tell me if a novel of your adventures is published. I'll make sure to read it. Are you not going to join us? Obviously. An adventure. An adventure. Do you not yearn for excitement? My life is filled with enough excitement and adventure. Air. Jean, we can't yield this time. We really want to do this. Jean sighed. For the past 2 days, they had been dragging and pulling on Jin's conscience, which helped him understand why they came to Sam'el for him. They'll never give up after thinking of it once. Thankfully, he slowly mastered the method to manipulate these morons. I understand your intentions, but I can't right now. He emphasized right now. Why not? Does that mean you are available later? They took the bait. Jean smirked and looked at the two. Yeah. I honestly don't hate hanging out with you guys, but I have things to do. You know? I have something arranged already, so I gotta go. I can't just cancel something like that for 2 days just for you guys. Of course, there was no prior arrangement. The only ones waiting for Jean were his allies back at Tychon. An arrangement with whom? You don't ask things like that, Baradin. Respect my privacy. Anyways, we'll go on an adventure later. Later when? I'll send a letter. To where? He felt like an uncle dealing with his nieces and nephews. Getting children off his back with baseless promises was possible, but they were 19-year-olds. Give me your address. Baradin quickly handed a paper with his address. This is my summer house. Anything that happens here is never reported to the clan and never interfered by the clan. I don't even have such a thing like a summer house. When I get a letter from Jean, I'll definitely contact you. Don't worry. Since it turned out like this, let's use my summer house as our hideout. I'll tell your names to the butler so you can come in anytime. Surprisingly, Baradin's summer house was on an uninhabited island in the West Seas. To avoid supervision from the clan, he purposefully purchased land under the rule of the Hidden Palace. His position was pretty strong as the prospective successor. Still, his siblings and opposing forces kept an eye on him. Hence, he allocated a secret resting space. And you can just tell me about this place? You wouldn't tell this to my siblings. Same way I wouldn't tell your siblings that I'm friends with you. A warning. Jean shrugged and stuffed the paper into his pocket. Well, that's true. All right, is that it? I have to go now. Tell me where you're going. I told you my little hideout. And now? Dante and I can track you down whenever you need help. Baradin and Dante didn't know that Jean resided in Tychon. Still, you have some morals. If you just used the Zipful's power, finding my location would be a piece of cake. I at least know that we aren't allowed to be friends, especially you and me. The moment I investigate you with the clan's power, I'll lose my freedom. Then I won't be able to meet you, or I'll have to fight you when confronted. An unfortunate reality. As for me, my grandfather doesn't know of my friendship with Jean. He just knows that I have a new friend who he doesn't know of. Jean felt a little guilty at their disappointment. I feel guilty if you put it like that. Well, I'll buy us drinks to celebrate our newly established hideout. ***** Translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata ***** After drinking for a while, he finally returned to Tychon late at night. And as always, his allies in Tychon welcomed him warmly. However, Kashmir still had not returned from his visit to the Black Sea at Siren's order. I'm sure he's struggling and suffering. Knowing Father's personality, he wouldn't send Sir Kashmir any guide or escort. Jean went to Quicantle first. He had to thank her the most. Thank you, Miss Quicantle. Thanks to you, I returned safely. Goodness, what's this? Did you make some progress at Sam'el? Oh, that is the 1,000 poison antidote. Jean revealed the antidote, and Quicantle stood up and shouted. I wanted to show you before I consume it. My goodness, how'd you obtain it? I knew they would treat the silver dragon's claw like some divine object, but I'm sure they wouldn't exchange it for anything. Jean explained what happened in Sam'el, and all Quicantle could do was blink. The more I see you, the more surprises you have. Not satisfied with this antidote, you even beat the leader of Nameless in his own mind games. And you got an opportunity to receive his assistance. This was all thanks to your claw, Miss Quicantle. Without it, it would have been impossible. Had I been empty-handed, I would have needed to use my secret powers. I was able to avoid such awkward situations. Fufu, that's enough gratitude. I'm proud. My 100 years didn't go to waste. 100 years? That's the time it takes for my claw to regrow. Oh. She gave it so willingly, so he didn't think it cost much. However, a dragon's claw was no different from a human's fingernail. She sacrificed her fingernail at the possibility of Jin's death. It's a long time for a human, but it's nothing for a dragon. Don't feel too guilty. Hand the antidote to me. I'll purify it so you can absorb it quicker. You have made such a big sacrifice for me. No, if it weren't for you, Enya would be dead. On that note, I am more indebted to you. So don't get all subservient, you runt. As Quicantle handled the drink, Jean wondered why he was so loved in this life. Chapter 156. Reward 2. The refined 1,000 poison antidote became a wine. Jean drank it whole and his vision went black. He fainted right then and there. When he opened his eyes, instead of Quicantle, Enya was at his side. Ear. Ah, Lord Jean, you've finally awoken. Enya? Where's Miss Quicantle? And what do you mean by finally? Jean thought he lost consciousness for only a short while. However, it was odd that Enya was watching him instead of Quicantle. Miss Quicantle is in the room over there. And you were knocked out for 5 days. What? 5 days? Indeed. I thought you actually died. While you were half dead, your entire body turned black and then normal again. Probably did that dozens of times. It was super cool. It only took him 5 days due to the run candle's blessed body. A normal knight would require at least a month to fully absorb the antidote. Quicantle knew this but didn't tell him. She thought that not knowing would be better in any case. So I presume you are immune to all kinds of poison? Congratulations, my lord. You don't know how wonderful it is for me to see you make achievement after achievement. Anyways, everyone, the Lord has awoken. Enya ran out to the hallway and shouted, and one by one, more people sought Jean. Gilly, Murakan, Quicantle, Elisa, and Jet. While everyone gathered, only Kashmir was absent. He was currently fighting his way through the monsters of the Black Sea after ending his little drink with Siren. Oh my goodness, young master. Great work. And congratulations. You said you'll be off of Nameless radar for 10 years, right? You should still be careful during that time. The 1,000 poison antidote is an absorbable elixir, which is why it's passed down to the best executioners of Nameless. Quicantle sat on the bed. I thought you'd be out for at least a week, but you got up in 5 days. There was also an intent for you to rest, so don't think of it too badly. I don't feel bad at all. Consuming it without knowing is better. If I knew about it, then it would have been really nerve-wracking. Congratulations, young master. 1,000 poison immunity. You've achieved what most knights dream of. Hey kid, drink this as a celebration. Murakan handed him a goblet filled with an unidentifiable black liquid. The hell is this? This? Don't think this is something a human can drink. Sizzle, sizzle. Bubbles burst and smoke rose from it. What else do you think it is? It's poison. While you were asleep, Jet got it from the Vermont black market. Drink up. I want to see the immunity for myself. Murakan, are you crazy? Seriously? Experimenting on me as soon as I wake up. However, all of his companions around the bed looked like they were awaiting results. Even for dragons who lived thousands of years, immunity was not a common sight. Even Gilly only acted like she was stopping Murakan. HAAA, all right? Gulp, gulp. With a burning sensation in his tongue, the poison slithered down his throat. Cough. Tastes disgusting. Whoa, my lord. How do you feel? Wow, he's actually fine? My stomach is getting a little hot. But that's it. What kind of poison is this? He rinsed his mouth with a glass of water from Gilly. It was something that could end a 7-star with one sip. Haha. And you gave me that? I might shed a tear because I'm so thankful. Yeah. You're messed in the head. Quicantle said that there's no poison in the world that could instantly take you out. Jean turned his head to Quicantle. It's true. There's no poison that can kill you instantly. You have complete immunity over the one you just drank. And above that, if you get excessive exposure, then it'll be dangerous. Instead, for poisons that could kill others with a single drop, you can take an entire gobletful. Despite that, it still wasn't an absolute 1,000 poison immunity. That was something that only Timar, Siren, and the first leader of Nameless, Korin, achieved. However, that was only a speculation. Nothing was confirmed. Still, Jin's poison immunity was very strong. From now on, no poison-tipped weapon or poisoned food can threaten you. I'm sure I don't need to explain that in depth. Killing Jean with poison basically became impossible. Next time I meet Kazan, I won't need to back down because of his poison. Not only him, but other poison users I'd face in the future as well. As he thought about his brighter future, he forgot about being used as a human experiment. The heat in his stomach was now neutralized. Jean felt it being carried away by his breaths. Satisfactory. It was all worth it. All right, now then, a meal. No matter how curious you are, why would you give poison instead of a meal to someone who woke up after a 5-day coma? It was lunchtime. Kashmir was still absent, but they exchanged many stories as they had a nice familial meal. The main story being Jin's adventures in Samel, and Enya constantly smacked her lips in jealousy. Lord Jean, since you are super strong, can I go with you on your next mission? I'll go anywhere. I want to grow with you. Well, she has to gain real-life experience now. Just enough to carry her own weight. Don't you think, Quicantle? Your contractor needs to be buckled up. I don't like it, but you're right. I shouldn't be keeping her in the nest, worrying about everything. Isn't Miss Enya training with Miss Quicantle and Lord Murakan? I heard she hit 4-star. She was being underestimated because of Jin's excessive achievements. However, achieving 4-star at the age of 16 wasn't an easy feat. Only nationally recognized magicians could grow that quickly. Enya didn't attend the Vermont Magic Academy as an honored scholar just because she was Ulta's contractor. Since she only learns from theory with application, her growth is slow. And she hasn't killed anyone before. Killing? Does Miss Enya really need to experience such things? Clink. Quicantle loudly set down her fork. Jean Runcandle. Everyone here is your ally. That means that we will also offer a hand when you become a flag bearer and join the battle for hegemony. It will be an all-out war. Do you mean Enya to be deadweight when that happens? She spoke with the intention to make Jean feel shame. However, she was actually scolding Enya. After coming to Tychon, Enya hadn't done much other than magic training and playing with the other children. Of course, she was only 16. However, in the current state of the world, enough skill in self-defense was mandatory. Someone who got someone's back in a fight. And Quicantle felt a little jealous of Murakan. As guardian dragons, they only watched Jin's rapid growth together. Despite looking like this girl is Ulta's contractor with a genius's talent. And the opponents we will face are Runcandles and Zipfels. She needs to get stronger. Enough to support you even after you become a flag bearer. Understanding Quicantle's intention, Jean nodded. I have never thought of that. Alright, I was thinking of facing magicians in the next mission. Since I'm just testing out the new overload magic, I can go with Miss Enya. Hoo-hooah. Enya beat her chest as her eyes glimmered. Her unique way of showing happiness. Adventure. With Lord Jean. The two of us. Then when should I plan the wedding? Jean spat the water he had been drinking. Quicantle sighed. Calming Murakan, who was laughing his heart out, was Gilly's job. Enya, I will not tell you to act more respectable. Even Lord Ulta gave up on that. Please act with common sense. I wasn't scolding Jean. I was scolding you. Do you understand? Haha, I was just joking. I'm sorry. Her words held genuineness, but Jean just laughed it off. It wasn't that she was like this for only a day of two. He kind of felt that Enya acted like Yona. Since she lived through the bullying and discrimination in the Vermont Empire, she would definitely have scars on her heart. And her excessively easygoing personality probably comes from there too. Jean, too, experienced the horrors of society, to the point where he couldn't keep track of how many times he wanted to end his own life. So, whenever Enya acted bright and happy, he didn't feel great. Oh, and young master, I have something to tell you. I should visit the main house soon. I don't know why, but the patriarch has decreed an order. Father did? Why would he summon a provisional flag-bearer's nanny? Just like the flag-bearer, the nanny also became an outsider with the provisional flag-bearer. After shortly thinking about it, Jean was struck with an idea and met Gilly's eyes. Maybe he summoned you for a reward? A reward? Young master, you are a provisional flag-bearer. Some of Joshua's knights died at the hands of nameless executioners because of me. I'm not too certain, but I think it's a reward for that. With a provisional flag-bearer status, I basically won an unofficial battle in the battle for hegemony. Jean unraveled his theory, and his companions were shocked. My goodness, that's what happened with Miss Yona? And you asked for such things from the leader of Nameless. Joshua, that Batar. I mean, did you expect young Master Joshua to have knights on your tail? I wasn't completely expecting it. However, I did leave a warning after killing Kiddard. I thought he'd definitely send someone. So after the leader of Nameless agreed to help me out, I gave him the subtle request to deal with them. I'm sorry, young master. Why the sudden apology? I should have acted after thinking it through. I merely waited for your safe return without doing anything. I feel embarrassed to show my face to you. Don't give me that. Have a nice trip. If it were a punishment, then he would have called me directly, so it must be a reward. And I'm sure you know what it means to win a battle for hegemony. Yes, if it really is a reward, the patriarch will take something from young Master Joshua and offer it to you. If flag-bearers were to fight, the one who would come out on top would get to take the loser's knights or materials. However, that didn't apply to all fights. It was only for victories with special meaning. And since Jean defeated the second flag-bearer as a provisional flag-bearer, it was a special victory. I'm excited to see what Father took from him to give to me. Chapter 157. Reward 3. While Gilly left for the main house, Jean ordered an investigation on the remaining members of the Dark Magic Association. The association was in its prime 200 years ago, and just as their name suggested, they were crazy people who worshipped dark magic and beasts. Their history was decently long, and during their peak they had the ability to throw the world into chaos. And the one who hammered them down was Lyall Zipfel. The one time she used Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre by the Empress of Magic First Form was when she wiped out the Dark Magic Association. A history that Jean learned when he studied magic. After contracting with Soderette, Jean actually researched the Zipfel clan's old patriarch for a while. Contrary to its name, the ultimate destruction spell, Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre, had ties to darkness, which made it definitely related to Soderette. Baradin said it was Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre, but that was just some erupting flames. Lyall was Soderette's contractor 2 contractors ago. She wasn't the 1,000-year contractor, but she was one of the best, excluding Timar and Jean. The one who guided Jean to the book. With Ring of Erupting Flames Massacre final form was none other than Soderette. My contractor, after becoming plenty strong, we shall go find Lyall's magic tome. That is, when you can pass the test she left before her passing. Something Jean heard after being Soderette's contractor for about a month. Was it because he watched Baradin, though pathetically failed, cast the spell? He wanted to go find the tome immediately, but finding a tome belonging to one of the greatest magicians in history wasn't going to be easy. Instead of some legendary spell that I can't handle, refining my current spells is more important right now. Keying. In Jin's palm, an overload vortex let out a shrill, vibrating noise. After Gilly had left, Jean had been hooked on practicing his overload magic. Young master, Jet, seek your presence. As soon as Jet came in, Jean deactivated his spell. With 2 hands, Jet handed a crumpled sheet of paper. The document had the cumulative forces and location of the Dark Magic Association as well as their most recent activities. Southern region of the Vermont Empire? They're really active there. Jean asked, raising an eyebrow. He didn't expect them at such a location. And there are over 50 of them there? I can't believe the Vermont imperial family is just letting this happen. And if what's written here is true, they aren't staying put or anything. Yes, they trash and loot cities while letting beasts loose in the empire, but it seems the imperial family isn't particularly reacting. Something smells fishy. Isn't it obvious? Either the unfair officials are being bribed or the weak leaders are trying to fake an accomplishment. Well, the ones dying are always the poor. In the Vermont Empire, widespread intervention is pretty rare. However, they're inside the mainland, so I'm sure there's some reason. Shall I go and find out? No need. I'll find out when I get there. Having a basic idea on what they're doing is enough. The remnants of the Dark Magic Association consisted of 3 to 4-star magicians. There were some 6 stars here and there, but they weren't enough to threaten Jean. After all, Jean was confident in fighting 57 stars simultaneously. He physically felt that he was strong. However, he had no intention of stopping where he was. Oh, and Lady Gilly has returned. Whoa! As soon as she returned, Gilly flashed a big smile. Young master, Gilly, how was your trip? You'll be very surprised about what I brought and what I'll tell you. Hee. I felt so refreshed when the patriarch slapped young Master Joshua across his face. Huh? Father slapped Joshua's cheek. Indeed, in front of my and Lord Owl's eyes. Oh, I forgot to mention that Lord Owl was present as well. I would have never guessed, so I was very surprised. But that cannot overtake my happiness. The leader of Nameless was there as well? Tell me more. So it went like this. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukid Okada ***** 4 days ago. Garden of Swords. Siren had left the Black Sea and sent Owl an official invitation. He also sent the telegram to Tychon to summon Gilly. Both of the invitees arrived, and Siren had a short discussion about Yona with the elders. After the meeting, he called Gilly, Owl, and Joshua into his room. Joshua. Yes, father? Thanks to you, Yona's return has been delayed for 5 more years. Do you have anything to say? No, father. I don't even want to mention that the second flag-bearer showed mistakes towards the youngest provisional flag-bearer, and I'm sure I warned your siblings about one thing. What was it? You said to never lay a finger on Yona. Slap. Siren slapped him. Slap. Slap. Even from slaps without any aura. At every moment of contact, bits of flesh and blood splattered all over. You cowards would have never disobeyed my law. However, it turned out to be so. I apologize. Return the black light cuirass. It seems that it doesn't fit you. Yes. Joshua immediately removed his sweater, and when he took off his shirt, the black light cuirass revealed itself. Watching him take off the shimmering black chestplate, Siren clicked his tongue. Years passed since Rosa gave this to you, but the luster is the same as when you received it. Did you not know that your mother's intent in offering this armor? Clink, clink. Removing the breastplate, Joshua fixed his clothes. At that point, Gilly was looking straight down, not even letting out a sound. The next time I leave the Black Sea to meet you again, be prepared to lose your flag-bearer title. Leave. *****. Jin's eyes deep-end. Isn't it crazy? Young Master Joshua had to self-reflect. For a while, and you received the Black Light armor. Black Light cuirass. The ultimate armor that was forged 30 years ago in the Minche Smithy Association founded by legendary blacksmith, Pecan Minche. At first, this little group only created the armor for the Zipfel clan. However, after Zed took over the Zipfel's 5th tower by waging war, the Runcandle clan obtained the armor, and it had been sitting in storage ever since. Rosa then bestowed it upon Joshua 17 years ago, helping him out when he was losing severely to Luna. I understand why Father intentionally punished Joshua in front of Gilly and the leader of Nameless. Also the reason to bestow the black light cuirass. Why do you think so? Are you not happy, young master? I didn't think you'd be this calm. I am elated, but the fact that Joshua got struck. Father is assigning some homework through the armor. During my time as a provisional flag bearer, I should return to the main house after fighting the strongest foes, enough to break the chest plate. It's closer to an assignment than a reward. So that's what he meant when he criticized the unchanged luster. He also warned the leader of Nameless to never use elder sister Yona for compromises. Since he will crack down on the second flag bearer anytime, he's implying that he can do it to Leader Owl as well. I felt that too. It seems the patriarch treats Lady Yona with care. I never knew. She didn't have a nanny and went to Samuel at an early age, so I thought she had been kicked out. Same for you. He also warned me through you to never even think of using elder sister Yona. Oh, goodness, so that's what he intended. Jin's speculation was spot on. Siren purposefully called the three of them to one place for a reason. Elder sister Yona definitely has something. Seeing that father reacted like this, it must be her special powers or something. You also have a secret. He remembered some of Yona's words. I think she definitely has something big that she's hiding. But it isn't something to uncover right now. Realizing and addressing it is enough. Organizing his thoughts, Jin nodded. Now I just need to find opponents strong enough to break my new armor. I can't disappoint father. Phew, I only celebrated like a fool. I didn't know that. Such a reward would carry such heavy burdens. Jin smiled at Gilly. No, it's your job to be happy at these things. 1 week later, Kashmir returned, and Jin and Enya prepared to embark for the Vermont Empire. Kashmir looked dead from fighting the Black Sea's monsters for a month. However, feeling a little accomplished, his 2 eyes only glimmered. Goodness, it's been a while since I've seen you, but you are leaving once again. I heard you are wiping out the remains of the Dark Magic Association. My father gave me some homework to do. It seems that relaxing will be hard. Besides, did you forget anything? Pardon? Forget anything? You said you forgot something at the Vermont Empire, so you left for an entire month. You also emphasized that it's something you needed to find on your own. Jin asked as if he didn't know, and Kashmir cleared his throat. Jin already knew that he left for the Black Sea at Siren's request from the day he left. Yes, I found it and stored it in Vankella's eternal storage room. That's weird. I don't know why, but you reek of a pungent monster blood. Smell. And you said you went to the Holy Kingdom of Vankella. I don't think they would have let you in. Monster's blood, haha. Your jokes have improved over the years, young master. Anyway, I'm worried for Enya. Because of me? Yes, that. I'm sure you have stated that the Dark Magic Association was active in the southern region of the Vermont Empire, and that even though they are ravaging villages, the Vermont imperial family isn't doing anything. That's correct. I don't really understand why, so do you have any theories? The Vermont Empire is known for its security. Enough for normal pirates or bandits to immediately be dealt with by the defense forces. However, they intentionally refrain from intervening with stronger foes. Why is that? They're leaving them as the Royals' hunting game. I think the defense forces are leaving the Dark Magic Association alone so that the Academy magicians can set achievements. As much as Kashmir was a former prince of the Vermont Empire, he knew well about the inner workings of the nobles. I'm worried because of that. If Enya were to meet the nobles who bullied her, she might recall some unwanted memories. Chapter 158. Impersonator. Tata. 1. October 17, 1796. Noon. Jean and Enya arrived at an inn in a small city in the southern region of the Vermont Empire and unpacked their belongings. It does feel weird that I'm in the Vermont Empire. I remember the first time I met you, my lord, and escaped on the Tychan merchant ship. And since we made fake identifications and made disguises, please don't be too worried. Also, make sure to address me as brother instead of lord. Jean had to use Jean Grey, the alias he received when he became a provisional flag bearer, for his identification. For Enya, the seven-colored peacock created an identity named Austin Gray. It was because, technically, Enya should not exist in the Vermont Empire. And since she was technically a wanted defector, she cross-dressed. Jean failed to hold in his laughter. It was inevitable after seeing Enya put on a loose masculine robe and a mustache. Bro, do I look funny? I can't honestly say no. Please try to lower the tone of your voice. And now, I will begin to drop my honorary speech since we're brothers. So you should speak comfortably to me as well. Kaharhar. Like this? Is this enough? Perfect. Contrasting with their too bright and cheery attitudes, Hosen City carried a dull and heavy atmosphere despite it only being midday. Everyone walked with a dark expression, and even the dogs had visible fear in their eyes. The nearby market was also quiet. The city's environment was so devastated. No one really sold anything. It could only be like this since the Dark Magic Association is rampant. From the inn, they would find a long trail leading to the central southern region by horse. Currently, the Dark Magic Association resided there. And when night came, they split into groups of 3 or 4 and attacked the city. They continued their robbery and harassment, which was why armed soldiers were stationed here and there, but their expressions were not so different from the citizens. They were stationed only because of the Emperor's orders. They looked tired and exhausted. Anyway, bro, the remnants of the Dark Magic Association must be really bad guys. Did you hear what that soldier was saying? They even indiscriminately kidnap children. I can't believe this is actually the Vermont Empire. This must be weirder since you've lived in the capital. There aren't many other cities with better security than Vermont's capital city. So now we demolish those filthy villains? Maybe. Let's wait until they show up. However, when night came, the first people who came were a group of noble magicians. An extravagant and fancy gold carriage passed through Hosen's transfer gate. Citizens gathered to gawk at the carriage. Jean and Enya mixed into the crowd. It's the Academy magicians. They must be here to chase them off. A golden eagle, the symbol of the Magic Academy, adorned each flag. They're leaving them as the Royals' hunting game. I think the defense forces are leaving the Dark Magic Association alone so that the Academy magicians can set achievements. I didn't want it to be like that, but Sir Kashmir was spot on. And they even came on the day we came as well. What the hell? Jean clicked his tongue and fixed his hood. Enya looked surprised as soon as she faced the carriage. She didn't have a single good memory from the Academy. Why did they? It seems they're here to do good things. Don't be scared, Austin. They aren't worth anything. Jean spoke in a calm voice. The girl who didn't budge when embarking on a journey to fight the Dark Magic Association froze as soon as she saw the Academy flags. Jean felt a little bitter. Yeah, thanks. When he was mastering magic in his past life, Jean didn't get along well with the Academy magicians as well. Their pretentiousness from privilege and elitism was unbearable. Although not every magician from the Academy was like that, he knew just from the pointless gold painting on the carriage that Academy magicians thought like they were at the top of the world. Well, I don't not understand anything. It's true that some talented and privileged people got together. I already know how much they bullied Enya for being a normal citizen. And since she's an honor scholar, their jealousy and hate would go through the roof. Jean thought that Enya was at least several hundred times more talented than they were. After all, she was chosen by Olta, who was obsessed with royal bloodlines. Seeing their poor gold coating on the carriage, it probably isn't an official magician. Probably a very proud novice magician. But from what I can see, they can't defeat the Dark Magic Association. Huh? Even if they are novice magicians, they probably can cast some amazing spells. For star on average, the Dark Magic Association is just 53 to 4-star and a sprinkle of 5 stars. That's why they don't stand a chance. These remnants are veterans who rolled in from the streets. And novices like them usually only know the theory but never real experience. Compared to the foe, they lack in manpower and experience. There were a total of 15 carriages. If there were 2 people in each carriage, then there were only 30 magicians. Still, the Academy Council probably knows what they're doing, so they probably mixed in some professionals in there. Just as Sir Kashmir put it, they will gather them up without leaving a dent. A modest 7-star at that. If it's 2 Academy 7 stars, then I guess we won't need to do anything? Jean shrugged and smiled. We'll find out soon enough. Let's go eat and have a simple glass of beer. Oh, sounds good, bro. The Academy's novice magician's entrance seemed to reach far and wide. The depressed area instantly became lively. The closed restaurants and bars opened, and even the darkest alleys had small lights illuminating every corner. Noble novices were known to spend extravagantly. Since they were also heroes who saved the city had to open back up. Jean and Enya selected a nice bar with a good balance between food and drinks. Bro, can I really order anything? Of course. Aren't there expensive things on the menu? Austin, shouldn't you be a little more self-conscious that including me, our companions are very rich people? Why ask such questions? But I'm not rich. Now that I'm out here, I don't feel like splurging money. When we go back, open a personal account either in the Tycoon Central Bank, United Steel Dragon Bank, or Vankella Eternal Storage. I'll make sure to allocate some allowance for you. I will serve you with my life, big brother. Also, please promise to give me an autograph. Yeah. On a normal scale, about 5,000 gold coins would consider someone as rich. Nevertheless, without this sense of money, Enya got excited. She ordered all kinds of things. Oh, a robe and wand? You fellows must also be some magic students. Followers of the novice magicians, I presume. Jean shook his head at the disrespectful banter tossed by the restaurant owner. Since they didn't look like they were from around the area, he made sure to fit in a little. We're just travelers who just coincidentally stopped by. Since we are not affiliated with the Academy, there's no need for special service. Ah, I see. Ho, but this fella ordered all of our special dishes, so this calls for obligatory special service. You're richer than you look. The owner smiled and returned to the kitchen. Brother, that sounded really infuriating, but you went along with it. Before I met you, I thought the Runcandle clan was filled with angry and toxic people. Jean scoffed as Enya whispered into his ear. He merely approached us without context, and he's offering us some extra stuff. If I were any other Runcandle, it would have gone differently. His limbs would have been removed by now. Jean responded into Enya's ear and smiled. So it's true that it's filled with angry toxic people. Except you. Okay. But why did you change from bro to brother? Since you said you'd give me allowance, he. TSSSSSSSSSSS. Say. The sound of oil and fire clashing on the pan echoed throughout the restaurant. The splendid aroma was a default. The two were about to clink their beers. Kriawak. Another customer entered the establishment, and the moment the door opened, Jean had a bad feeling. He sighed. God damn it. I'm not hungry anymore after hearing all that flattery. Without pig face and snorting hi, rubbing his hands together and smiling. How is that okay? Agreed. Still, the upperclassmen told us that street food here is worth eating. Let's get our hopes up. Hey, owner. Oh, yes. The owner ran out to the front and bowed to the two customers. Unlike Jean and Enya, they had white robes with gold strings weaved in and out of the silk. With high-quality wands in their hands, they were two of the Academy novices who came to Hosen. I knew that eating comfortably was not an option. It would be the move to leave before he could get mixed into any kind of mess. The novice magicians contemptuously glared at him and Enya, even while they ordered. Easy to target magic students with worn clothes, like a cat who couldn't pass a flopping fish. Jean placed 3 gold coins beside his beer glass. Even though he wanted to leave quickly, he had to pay the bill. Austin, let's just leave. However, Enya's attitude was weird. With clenched fists, her eyes shook. He could feel that she was trembling beneath her robe. Maybe? Really now? Those are the novices who bullied her. Jean met her eyes. Austin, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Ah, brother. Yes. You're right. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's. If you want, I can beat them up without breaking a sweat. He wanted to say that, but relieving Enya was the first priority. How much did they bully her for her to get this scared? Crackle. Jean ground his teeth and stood. Hey, you over there. Where are you from? I don't think you're our followers. One of the novice magicians slapped the cheek of someone who wanted to cry. Chapter 159. Impersonator. Tata. 2. Why do you ask? Jean answered without an expression, and the air in the bar turned cold. Even the owner who was taking their order couldn't believe his own ears. The other novice magicians froze up and blinked furiously. After a few seconds of silence, the owner got nervous and looked as if his stomach were about to flip. The only customers in the store were the novices and Jean and his friend, so he worried about a potential fight. Why do I ask? Man, I must have been very disrespectful. Yeah, I'll ask more coherently. Who are you affiliated with, trash? We will leave quietly, so don't act so brash and have your meal. And didn't you say you would ask more clearly? Be thankful that I'm not slapping the teeth out of you right now. Answer me. Seeing that you really wanted to leave as soon as we came in, there must be something you're hiding? Are you part of the Dark Magic Association? Hearing contempt along with insults from a novice magician, Jean really thought he was pathetic. Still, there was nothing weird about their mannerisms. Everyone worshipped and flattered these poor excuses. Of nobles but mere novices. How pathetic would the academy look with these as the face of their institution? No one would think they were any skillful in their fields. No one. Oh goodness, novice magicians. Haha, they are just passers-by. Please don't continue, and I'll quickly prepare the specialty dishes. Slap! The novice smacked the owner across the face. Enya flinched and tried to stand instinctively, but Jean held her back. What are you gonna do, pathetic commoner shit? Sorry. Hey, because of you, the hardworking owner got slapped. You were pretty brave. Identify yourself. I think I should know more about you. How should I answer? Jean didn't think for long. He would take all of them down and immediately thought of one organization he could use. Clip, clop. Jean passed the table where the novice magician sat and closed the bar door. Creak, thud, clink. Then, after clearing his throat, he spoke. Vermont Empire, Emperor's Guard Special Forces for Magic Group 1/3 Division. Bullshit. Special Forces Group 1/3 Division? This bastard. Even Enya was startled by his lie, so she hid under her hood. Lord Jean. What is this? Jean still looked calm. Lying. And impersonation was a field of his expertise. Weirdly enough, every time he did so, he felt like he was only raking names that were actually less important than his true identity in the mud. You want us to believe that? I can't even think of a response because I'm so dumbfounded. Special Forces for Magic Group 1/3 Division. You'll believe it soon enough. Thud. Jean slammed his fist into the closest novice's chest. His slim and weak body would not be able to take the fists that had been trained since the storm castle. H-ha! The struck novice knelt on the ground, foam emerging from his mouth. The other two novices frantically began to cast a spell, but Jean got to his wand a lot quicker. A small light glowed from its tip. I wanted to knock them out with an overload spell, but using a normal spell would be better since I'm impersonating the Special Forces. FSSH. FSSH. The wand pierced the other novices' chests. Before they even got through half their spell, as soon as 7-star mana entered their bodies, they experienced mana overflow. They were merely 3 to 4-star magicians. Kuh, Kurg, Irk, Gra. Blood flowed out of their nostrils as they fell to the ground. They slumped down like invertebrates. Jean looked down on them as cold as ice. These bastards bullied Enya. It only took Jean 4 seconds to deal with them. At that point, the owner watched soullessly, his mouth wide open. Siv me. Ugh. It's only the early signs of overflow, so don't be so worried. To experience overflow from only that much. Director Dolce said that the future of the academy is not so bright, and it seems like he is right. Jean knew about Dolce Rilistar, the director of the Special Forces of Magic Group 1, from his past life. He was alive around this time. Unlike a normal agent, the directors of each group often disappeared from their official seats. Wriggle, wriggle. The two novice magicians crawled the floor, and the first novice, who got hit in the chest, barely helped himself up. With eyes soaked with fear, they looked up at Jean. Are you really part of the Special Forces? You want to hear my code name too? If that happens, then you three will not be able to evade the investigation room of the Special Forces main base. Seems you aren't aware yet. Excluding the Emperor's immediate units, the Special Forces wielded the most power. And amongst them, units of the Special Forces of Magic Group 1/3 Division were known as Gods of Death. They acted as supervisors who uncovered illegal activities of magicians and immediately punished them. If Jean were actually in the Special Forces, he had the decision over the life and death of these three. He could also cause ultimate chaos in the Empire, since they were not any important representatives of Hyran, Henserk, Rilistar, or other empires. No, sir. No, sir. We were mistaken. We didn't know you were part of the Special Forces. Does that mean your behavior would have been all right if I were a normal citizen? That's not. There's a saying amongst the Special Forces about you guys. The bugs who taint the peace and goodness of the fatherland. You scabs. You novices who guard the Emperor and the people act like this in a bar. At Jin's scolding, the novices closed their eyes. Jean looked at the little logos on their robes. Below the symbol of the Academy, the Golden Eagle, their own clan's insignia was embroidered as well. The novices suffering from mana overflow were from the Mora and Oral clans. The one hit in the chest was from Chip. Mora clan, Oral clan, and Chip clan. The patriarch of each is Visus Mora, Russo Oral, and Mata Chip, respectively, maybe? No. I'm pretty sure Mora's is Visus's eldest son, Galen. Jean memorized all of the patriarchs of the magic clans in the Vermont Empire since his past life. He also checked the records of each country before the banquet. Agent, sir. Please don't tell the clan. Rise. Rise. Hey, guys, stand up. Hurry. Chip helped Mora and Oral up while shouting. Mora and Oral couldn't speak because of the overflow, but they knew that their livelihoods were on the line. They were regretting their actions. Why did they have to insult this man? Why did they escalate the situation when the man only tried to leave quietly? The three novices had their arms around each other's napes, with their legs quaking. They could only believe Jean as part of the Special Forces. Magic Group 1's director's name came out, and he knew about each of their clans. His fighting skills were also better than that of a normal magician, so it had to be true. First, you disobeyed the first and most well-enforced law of protecting the people. Second, you broke the Magic Academy Magician Code of Conduct. Third, you caused a commotion and interfered with a Special Forces agent's mission. Excluding the third one, the other two were laws known to noble magicians but non-existent. However, it would be different in this scenario. The novices were dripping blood, tears, and snot. They constantly apologized as they wet their pants. The usual would be taking you to the main base investigation room, putting you guys in reform school, and telling your entire clan about it. Jean stopped and glared upon them. But it's a shame I can't immediately file and execute all of that due to my mission. I received orders from the director unofficially to supervise the dealing with the Dark Magic Association. Ah! The novices sighed, and Enya covered her mouth. The owner plugged his ears to not hear what the Special Force Unit's mission was. Do you now know what kind of crime you committed? Please, give us another chance. We will do anything. Anything? Jean smiled. He thought of something good. All right, I'll give you another chance. Tell us. Chip, the only able one at the moment, frantically nodded. That fellow there and I will become your followers starting today. As your followers, we will participate in the wipeout of the Dark Magic Association. Do you understand? Yes, definitely. Are the other followers' faces known to the other novices? In that case, you will not be able to take this opportunity. Thankfully not. Firstly, we did not bring any followers. There's no need to suspect us to quickly hire followers to carry our luggage. Jean grabbed Chip by the chin. You sure? Of course. If you disappoint me one more time, your clans will not be able to stop their downfall. Once I feel that you executed my orders perfectly, I'll forgive and forget the mistake you made before. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, owner. The owner hurried over and bent his torso over. Why, yes. It seems you faced some consequences because of me. I did not hear or see anything. Perfect. How's your cheek? There was nothing like that. I will know nothing until my grave. I am merely... Special force agents were not only harbingers of fear for novices. Even, the commoners knew that if a rat or bird messed with an agent, it could disappear as well. You're better than those novice magicians. I'll take it that you forgot everything, so bring me the stuff that I ordered. And you guys should go wash your clothes in the kitchen, since you can't return with those on. Jean pointed at their wet clothes and clicked his tongue. The owner and the novices then ran to the kitchen, and Enya let out a deep exhale. Lord J. Jean. No, brother. Is this okay? Impersonating the special forces is a heinous crime. Jean thought she was going to say that. You're the best. Wow, my goodness. Good heavens. I've never experienced something so refreshing before. I feel like I could fly. Whoa, hup. Jean lightly covered her mouth. He could get misunderstood if the novices heard her loud rambling. How was the acting? Nod. And you feel a little better? Of course. Those three were notorious for their bullying, especially how much they bullied me. I wake up with a jolt whenever they show up in my dreams. How did we meet them in a place like this? You want me to do some more? Or Austin can do it yourself? No. This is enough for now. Since beating them up myself instead of using your power will be true revenge. Good thinking, right? The real revenge is when you do it yourself. Though I think I did enough. Now isn't the time for them. Clinking our glasses and having a beer with you is better. Clink. Jean and Enya had their cheers and smirked. Their smiles soon changed into a burst of laughter. TSSSSSSS. Slish. Slosh. From inside the kitchen, they could hear the cooking of meat and the sound of clothes being washed. Chapter 160. Remnants of the Dark Magic Association. 1. October 22, 1796. 5 days had passed since Jean and Enya became followers of the novice magicians. As Chip said, nobody suspected a thing from the newcomers. Surprisingly, the three novices didn't identify Enya either. The disguise seemed pretty effective, and it was thanks to her face that was always draped by her hood. I guess we're starting the extermination today. For the past 5 days, the Dark Magic Association didn't invade the city. Not even once. 33 total Academy magicians came to Hazen for their duty. The 3 to 4-star novices made 10 3-person groups, and the others were 2 professional 6-star magicians and a 7-star magician. Although they were stationed near the forest of the Dark Magic Association's base, there hadn't been a single interaction. Was it perhaps because of that? The Academy magicians thought of the extermination to be very easy. Not a single hint of nervousness and tension could be found in their residential rooms. They looked bored, as if they unhappily came out on a picnic. They assumed the targets got scared when they saw us. Since there wasn't an ambush since their deployment, their assumption wasn't irrational. Obviously, to Jean they were only arrogant children. About 50 enemies are hidden in that forest, but they're like this. Even though they know it's just hurting them up, this is too much. It was a mess. This isn't good. Although there hasn't been a single ambush since they came, there aren't any signs of their escape. The remaining Dark Magic Association members are confident in defeating the Academy magicians. There wasn't a single trap at the entrance of the forest. They were waiting for the magicians to come find them in their cave hideout. They said that they didn't deploy in the cave because it's too dangerous, but in reality, it's just laziness. Then they'd throw the herding technique, and they want to gossip, relax, and play. He understood the novice's true wants. However, to think that even the professional 6 and 7 stars were acting this way. Jean shook his head, and Mora, Oral, and Chip exchanged glances. These 3 novices actually stayed more alert than the others. Since in their case, a Special Forces agent was supervising their every action, they couldn't act with flaw. Hence, they felt like they were walking on eggshells every second. They were with Jean and Enya. From their eyes, they knew that the Academy Magician's strategies and formations were a mess, but they couldn't even tell anyone that an agent was watching. Sir, are we making some mistake? No, amongst the 33 magicians, just you guys acting normally is the problem. Are Academy Magician missions usually like this? And no, it probably isn't. Though, it's our first mission, so we don't know very well. Pack up well before we execute our strategy. Follow the Novice Magician Deployment Mission rules as listed. Yes, sir. The novices rushed away, and Enya walked up next to Jean. It gets more fascinating as it gets. How are you so thick-skinned? Your acting is just, wow. You'll be amazing on stage. You'll probably become more famous than the Jean Kingdom's Daniel Mafrio. That's a compliment, right? Of course. And you look more handsome than him. Besides that, this subjugation mission will fail, so do not stray away from me when it begins. There are 3 professional magicians, though. One of them's a 7-star at that. In Enya's perspective, who had been in the Academy, professional magicians from the Academy were treated like gods. In fact, a 7-star would be considered a dragon that roamed the skies. Not all 7 stars are the same. All of the events for the past 5 days happened under his rule, so there's no answer. He just has high achievements but no real experience. Very old too. About in the mid-40s. Why is old age a problem? Adults obsessed with success don't listen to their subordinates. Hence, everyone who approaches him will not satisfy the requirements for his respect. If the subjugation begins to fall apart as soon as it starts, Jean would borrow Mora's, Chip's, and Oral's mouths to make some remarks, since his head was filled with secondary plans to avoid absolute failure. They wouldn't listen anyways. In reality, there wasn't any loss for Jean. Either way, he sought the Dark Magic Association to practice his overload spells and offer Enya some battle experience. However, he could practice his spells without the association, and Enya could gain visual experience just by watching the magicians fail. All the preparations have been made, sir, and the order just came in. After an hour, we will begin our operation at 6 p.m. The 3 novices, with their bags packed, informed Jean about the next move. They packed so much that they already had marbles of sweat rolling down their faces. All right then. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukitokata *****. The woods were dark during the evening. When the sun set, magic lanterns brightened the area here and there, but the tall trees obscured the moonlight, which made the forest ink-dark. Then they arrived at the peak. The Academy magicians moved in small groups, each with a lantern, as if they were advertising that they were present. In a forest where they don't know where they'll encounter the opponents, they decided to use magic lanterns. Are they asking for an ambush? They don't think about the enemy one bit. This is why the Vermont Magic Academy can't do anything against the Zipfels. Of course, the entire academy wasn't like this. The Zipfel clan was just too superior, but the Vermont Empire still had its fair share of famous grand magicians. Yeo 1, the 7-star yawned. It'd be better to see the 7-star fighting for his life than comfortably patrolling the forest. However, he was having the sweet time of his life, executing the little herding operation while acting very arrogantly. Well, to the Academy magicians, the remnants of the Dark Magic Association would only look like some street gangsters. Jean and Enya were at the end of the line, carrying some luggage. We will rest here. Are you crazy? Here. Jean was startled and looked around. Only a few flat rocks could be found, and the surroundings were all thick woods. A place where a sniper could wipe out an entire infantry if they wanted it. Novice magician Chip. Chip awkwardly nodded. Since the others could overhear them, Jean and Enya used respectful language, and the novices spoke directly. Please tell them that this isn't right. There's a better resting point about 30 minutes from here. Turn left on a rock that's 5 minutes from here. Jean had participated in some scouting for the past 5 days. He memorized some good places to take a break. It's an order. Excuse me, Sir Arch. Arch, the 6-star co-leader of the party, turned and found Chip. What do you need? If we walk for 30 more minutes, there's a better spot for a break. If we go a bit further, there's a big boulder, and if we go left from there's no need. If you're worried, then set up a force field and rest. But, do you want to get points? Alright, I thought everyone just goofed around during the scouting, but I guess you were still thinking ahead. When we go back, I'll make sure to give your professor a letter of recommendation. Thank you. At this point, he just wanted to give up. In fact, it wasn't something he should poke his nose in anyway. And for those 30 minutes, it felt like everything went smoothly. From the left side of the group, silhouettes emerged. 2 orcs that the enemy tortured to tame. And because of the torture, their bodies were very small. Kayak! The orcs threw their axes and screamed. The professional magicians quickly cast a force field. Simultaneously, the closest novices, Group 2, began to cast another spell. The others raised their wands and got into a battle stance. Shriek! Group 2's icicles pierced the chest and abdomen of the orcs. The orcs rolled in the grass and let out an ear-splitting scream. The professional magicians shook their heads, as if they were tired. Orc? What kind of shit? Arch, take groups 1, 2, and 3 to find who sent them. If you do, don't kill them, but bring them to me. Understood. Everyone else, we're relocating. Despite having less troops than the enemy, they made an obvious move for diversion and split the group. If 3 groups left, then 24 would be left. With the followers, it'd be over 50, but the followers would not make a good fight. Arch would also most likely fool around with the novices and rendezvous much later. About to laugh at the lead magician, Jean stopped to think. Then he stared at the lead magician. This is very weird. Could it be? An inexperienced elite often underestimated their enemy. Even though it was success achieved through bloodline and background, 7-star wasn't a light achievement. To understand the complex equations for 7 stars, they had to have good brains. However, the lead magician kept making the worst decisions since day 1. I have to think about the possibility of the lead making these decisions on purpose. The 7-star could be a traitor or wants the mission to fail because he hates one of the novices. As they lined up once more into formation, Jean asked Mora, Oral, and Chip about the leader, Auden Melson. Until now, he didn't want to elicit suspicion for his special forces status, but he had to know about this. Do you novices know anything about Sir Auden? His leading is a little weird. No idea. Until a few years ago, he had been going for an established professor position. However, he had always been stuck as an assistant professor because of the Henzerks. He's probably very annoyed. It's already miserable being an instructor. But now he's with fresh novices on a mission. Any other situations? Not off the top of my head. Oh, Sir Auden was eating meat yesterday. What about that? Oh, that. He's known to be a strict vegan. To my knowledge, that is. To Chip's answer, Mora and Oral nodded. 3 hours later, Jean, Enya, and the magicians encountered a large stone cave created with the use of earth magic, the main hideout of the Dark Magic Association.